Take me all the way, don't make me wait.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui do VCT Americas. Let's go! One more is all it takes.
Today, 4 teams are fighting to make it to playoffs and avoid the lower bracket run. Hello and welcome to Day 3 of Play-Ins, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. I'm Athena here, back on the desk, alongside Emily, Alexis, and a very, very special guest. We have Leviatán's Sato. What's up, guys? Yeah,
Love the energy.
Sure, let's talk about what happened on day 2 of play-ins. We started things off with Furia taking on 2G, getting a little bit close in those games, but they did end up taking the win. And Cloud9 versus Fluke Show. Both these games were kind of nail-biters, you guys.
I think we really gotta investigate why are these tier 2 teams owning in that first map every single time, and then those second 2 maps is where they kind of start to fall off of it. It's so crazy to watch.
I feel like everyone has like a specialty map that they're really good at and make my heart drop for no reason, and then they just start owning. I don't know.
What were the vibes of the maps yesterday when you were watching?
We were doing practice, but you know, a little glances over here and there. He just wanted to know what was going on.
Yeah. That's fair. We're going to be looking at the brackets actually to see where things stand right now. So as you can see, all these teams have moved forward. All the challengers teams have moved down to that lower bracket. But coming up today, we've got the winners from day 1 returning. That's MIBR versus Crew Visa and Sentinels versus Envy. What do you guys think about these games?
I mean, it's fun to kind of get these like head-to-head matchups again. Obviously, part of me wishes that we saw a tier 2 team make it up just to shift things around a bit, make it more, I guess, worrisome for what could be coming in playoffs. But there's still time for that. There's still a whole lower bracket that we might be able to get into.
I think Crew has been playing a lot better, honestly, these last 2 games, but also something that I want to pinpoint is Osphos back on the Neon. I've been waiting for this for so long. I'm finally glad he started doing it.
What are the vibes for the games?
Oh, MIBR and Crew are gonna feed Brazilian generations with Ospas versus Les and Sadak.
I love that. Well, before we actually get into the first match, we want to pick Sato and Emily's brains because by we, I mean Alexis and I made an initiator tier list, and we ranked our top 5 initiators that we think work in this meta right now. So we would like some feedback. Alexis, you want to start us off with number 5?
Yes, let's see our number 5. I'm depressed. That is my husband, my man, my Breechykins.
Okay.
And we had to put him at the bottom of the list because he's kind of booty cheeks right now.
Okay, but you should be kind of lucky that he even made the top 5. Like, we're missing some. We have actually a great lineup of initiators that we've been seeing.
Are you so serious right now?
I mean,
if he's gonna be, man, right?
I know he's your man.
A video
and no
game
offense, but if he's gonna make the list, he's gonna be number 5.
Wait, hold on, Sato. Why is it a thumbs down?
She's gone.
Tell me.
Get Breach off the screen, man. He does not deserve to be there. He does not deserve the top 5.
You want to put Gecko there?
Any other initiator.
Okay.
Gecko, Tejo maybe. Okay, let's move on to number 4. So for this initiator, we actually put Sky in here for number 4. We thought that her flashes are good, her info is good, but I just don't see it as the top initiator. Her ult is so specific. A lot of that information you're getting is just, it depends on the round.
Yeah, it also feels a little bit of a comfort pick. Like, we're not seeing her in the meta enough to be kind of making that top 3 list, but it just makes sense. It makes sense. You know, we've seen Trent play this guy.
So, is that a good thing, Sato? Emily?
It makes sense.
Is it a thumbs up?
I think it makes sense in number 4.
I like it at the top 4. I don't know if she should be 4th place, but
what would you put her at?
I think I would put her at like top 3.
Okay.
Really? Okay.
All right. Well, who is our top 3?
Who is our number 3? Let's see it. My other man.
Okay.
Oh, this is
These are video game.
Our man. Yes, I'm sorry. Our man.
Video game character once again.
He has a soul.
Finding you.
He does. He has a personality.
Well, KO is our number 3. Can you tell us a little bit why about KO's number 3?
He's got the banger pop flashes. He has good info on the knife. I think his ult is really powerful, and I feel like it's way better than Sky ult as well. So I think that's why we decided to put him at number 3.
Agree.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I actually really like the KO pick. I like that we're getting back into this double innie kind of team comps we've been seeing a lot more. I think KO's been really fun to watch, especially for those players who have been being forced to flex around a bit more and not have as much fun.
Okay, we got to get the final boss's opinion, Sato.
I like it.
Hey!
I would swap it though. Honestly,
where would you swap?
Wait, would you
I would
swap
swap it with Sky.
You
I'll
think?
swap it with Sky, yeah.
Oh yeah, put both of my boyfriends at the bottom of the list.
That's okay. Anyway, we're gonna move on to number 2. Number 2, we've actually put Sova in slot number 2. We think his util is amazing. The only downfall is his ult. It feels like there's so many of those set plays that we've seen them run with that Hunter's Fury. It kind of gets predictable. And yeah, I think his util, same thing.
I think it's just a little bit clunky. I feel like a lot of his drone usages and darts are kind of getting predictable at this point. I feel like we gotta switch it up a little bit.
Sato, what do you think?
I like it. I think number 2 for Silva's a deserved spot.
Hey.
He's been there with us for a long time. I think I think I like this one.
He's an old guy.
I mean, there's a reason why he's being picked so much, though. I think number 2, we'll have to see who number 1 is, who you guys decided for that. But
so is that a thumbs up or?
I gotta say a thumbs down.
What the hell? What the hell?
He's been tested, but he's been shown that he's so good. What the?
All right, Alexis, let us know. Who is number 1 on this
Show my number 1 baddie.
Show my number 1 baddie.
Hey, girly. Yeah,
Fade.
I feel like she's so good. She has a lot more info than Sova, although you don't get a drone, you don't get confirmed, who is where.
Yeah.
But I feel like having those double prowlers to get info across the map is really strong.
Yeah.
Listen, in this meta, I understand with this map pool, it kind of makes sense, but I still gotta say, Sova is a lot stronger in pushing back those op lines. On maps like, I guess, Split, maybe Summit, Fade makes sense, but when there's a lot more openness, like when you look at Breeze, I feel like her prowlers kind of become a little bit useless.
But her ult is OP for retakes and close spams.
Man, but she's
But
making
so
a
is the
sound
Sova.
argument here. Do
I feel like
change?
Fade is getting
Predictable.
played on every map
Yes.
except Breeze right now. You can play
Like
her.
I said,
play her on Breeze.
you could also run the Sova on Sunset. There's a lot of arguments.
All right, give us a final grade on this. Give us a
Final grade?
Yeah.
Like a B+.
A B+?
I mean, Breach
I'm happy
making the
with
list
that.
is kind of
I'll take
weird.
it.
The Sova and Fade should be swapped in my
Dap.
opinion.
Dap me up, dude.
Yes. I'll take it. Okay, well, let's move on to our first match of the day and talk about MIBR. They were in a really tough alpha group, as you know, Sato. They played against Lev, NRG, EG, Envy, and Furia. So this group has been a little bit tough. A lot of really high contenders here. And even the teams that we were thinking weren't going to be the best, like EG and Envy, they stepped up to the plate.
Sato, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So you played against them. What do you think for MIBR? What could they improve on? What do you think? Oh, this is why they lost. Besides, you guys are just goated.
I never thought about that, actually. That's a good question. I think since they're not new, but they're still developing their double duelist, and Aspas is finally back on Neon. So I think time is a really important factor here because they need to practice a lot. I think it's really important for both Neon and Phoenix to be really, have really good chemistry.
Yeah.
And I think just practice is gonna make them perfect, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. From an outsider's point of view, honestly, they could have gone 4-1 in that group. I think that matchup against NRG, it was a lot closer than it seemed. They should have taken away that first map, and if they did, it would have been a swift 2-0. And I think even though they lost against you guys towards the end there, it didn't seem to shake them up too much. Okay, humble king, humble king. It didn't shake them up, so I look forward to seeing them progress match to match and hopefully find a little bit better results this time around.
Yeah, I feel like they're constantly improving and they're constantly finding their identity. What do you think?
I mean, there's no shame to losing against Leviatán, I mean, right?
Yeah, okay.
You guys are the Masters winner.
So obviously they wouldn't be
Right,
shocked.
Okay, well, let's send it over to Golden Boy and hear from Zekin.
All right, so Zekin, look, you guys have faced off against some great teams, and your only 2 losses are against 2 of the strongest teams in the league right now. How do you think that situation has kind of prepared you for these play-ins? But more importantly, how does it get you guys ready for the future when you inevitably face these guys again?
I think those losses helped us to learn a lot. We learned a lot from them, and then these play-ins, hopefully, we're going to be able to generate some good momentum and use what we learned in the playoffs. And when we play them again, I think we'll be a lot better prepared.
What would you say was the biggest lesson you guys pulled away from the regular stage?
Just how we want to be on game day on the stage, like how we want to prepare, how we want to do things together, how we want to go in as a team.
All right, cool. Looking forward to seeing you guys on stage.
Playing as a team, super important. And I think in stage 2, Zekin actually has a pretty big role. What is going on here? Has a pretty big role on this team because he's actually enabled Aspas to be super aggressive in the server. Sato, you're talking about how the synergy works there. Do you feel like they've been working on it now?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really important for the Phoenix player to set up their Neon and also to be always together with them.
Yeah.
I talk from experience, you know me.
Okay.
Yeah. So So I think Zekken is a great player. He carried me in ranked like the other day.
Yeah.
So I have really high hopes for him.
That's why he's a good player, because he carried him right.
Of course.
Yeah, and also just speaking about Aspas, we've talked about his transition into Neon a little bit, but I don't think we've really encapsulated like how far that can really take them, because Aspas has been a standout player since the dawn of time, since the beginning of Valorant. But when you're actually seeing him get more comfortable on an agent like Neon, getting that speed buff, getting that slide buff, having a lot more of the utility that he can just use for himself, it looks phenomenal. Add his mechanics on top of that, it's unreal.
You have to be a really strong duelist player to be able to shift from a non-movement role like Jet to be able to pick up that Neon. It's really hard. I tried playing it myself, did not go well.
Did not go well. Yeah, I think the shift that we've seen with him, with being super aggressive, taking a lot more high risk, high reward plays, has paid off. And again, I do think we owe a little bit to Zekken for holding his hand the whole time. But today, MIBR will have to deal with Crew Visa. They won their last 2 games. They had an insane reverse sweep against Bestia. Even though that first map was a little bit rocky, the next 2 were a stomp.
I mean, what first map? I don't remember our first map.
Yeah.
That actually never happened. It was so
map.
quick, it was gone in a blink of an eye. But no, I really like the confidence that I've been seeing out of them, specifically for Dante. I think a lot of the swaps that they did coming into planes has just helped them kind of grow as a team. And like they look like they're having a lot more fun on top of that.
I like the synergy too between the KO and the Neon across their maps. I feel like they finally got the hang of like flash timings, swing here, do this. I think they have a good communication. You could tell that just from their gameplay.
Really interesting that they're one of the only teams that are kind of shifting away from the double duelist meta. They're putting solo duelist and chamber, and it's something that we haven't seen before, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, it feels like they really found some sort of identity, some sort of set plan for them, because I feel like that's what we were struggling with when we're watching Crew is what happened when they were playing that Lotus stage 1 really good. They finally made their debut in stage 1 and they were looking phenomenal, but then all of a sudden it just felt like they were kind of stagnant. Do you guys agree?
No. Sorry, I was distracted by them having so much fun out there.
Yeah, that is team building. You guys want to
Do
you guys want to skedaddle and like
I'm
join them?
super down.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree. Obviously, they were the team that looked like they were up and coming. They were going to have a great run in playoffs, and then it fell short. It feels like not only were the results not there, but their team kind of fell apart. But I think them finding that new identity that we've been kind of highlighting here will help them and just have a foundation to go off of.
Sato, what do you think kind of went wrong for them during stage 1, and what do you think they're working on better now?
I feel like the feeling that I get from them is kind of like they became a little bit stagnant. They had a really good group stage, and then during playoffs, things weren't really going their way, and I feel like they just kind of crumbled when things went a little bit wrong. And right now they're coming back from being in a bad shape, so they're gonna be a lot more scarier than they were before.
Yep, scary is the name of the game, and we actually saw them stomp yesterday in those last 2 games, so scary is definitely a good word for it. But there's actually a lot of history here with this matchup. Aspas facing off against Sadok and Les, the loud reunion. What do you think, Sato?
Oh yes, man.
That's it, period.
Oh yeah.
How do you feel?
This is gonna be amazing. This is the first time that they meet against each other, and I can bet there are a lot of Brazilians out there that are very excited for this.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a big fan back when they were all on the same team. I think it was on Loud, or I think it was Loud in 2023 when they made their champs run. They placed third, losing out to EG, their past iteration of the roster. So I was a big fan of seeing them together. I think I'll be an even bigger fan now that they're going head to head. I don't know about you. I'm hyped.
Alexis, Sato, do you guys feel like now that they're facing off former teammates, do you feel like there's an advantage for anyone, or do you think it's completely different because it's been so long?
Oh, low-key, what if there's like bad blood and they start standing up and like yelling at each other? I feel like that would be fire.
We know someone who likes to yell a lot on this desk. Let's send it back to Golden Boy and check in with Crew's chamber abuser. Here's Heat.
All right, Heat, it is safe to say that since the team has put you on the chamber, you have been lights out, putting up big numbers. What is it about that agent in particular, and I guess the conversations that you guys were having as a team, that led to the conclusion that if you play chamber, hey, you guys could end up winning some games?
Cara, basicamente a gente tava perdendo, tava 0-4, a gente precisava fazer alguma mudança, e aí a gente fez uma mudança e colocou meio que no conforto. E basicamente isso, algo que fazia sentido pra gente e tá dando certo.
Well, we were 0-4, so we had to do something, and we tried to do this to put me in a more comfortable position, and I think it worked.
Yeah. And should we be expecting more of that in the future? More?
Pode ser que sim.
Okay, cool. There you have it. We're going to be seeing more Chamber, and I'm looking forward to it because this guy's kind of nasty with it.
Well, the move to Chamber has made Crew look a lot more comfortable in their gameplay. Even if Heat isn't always top performing, they still found a way to play around this Chamber, and it's been looking really good. What do you think the big switch up was for them to fix their gameplay?
I mean, it just kind of, him swapping off of that Phoenix, going on a Chamber, caused a chain effect, or a chain reaction, because not only did he swap to Chamber, you have Les swapping to the controller role a lot more, and Sadok moving away from that and going on that initiator, and I think his KO has helped tremendously with setting up Dante, especially getting those early fights, something that he kind of thrived in back in stage 1 in their playoffs run, but now he was struggling a little bit, but since this comp change, it just looked phenomenal. Also, Heat, I think he's an excellent opper.
Yeah, I think this is just them kind of adjusting to their own playstyle rather than them trying to copy the current meta. Having Heat on any character that doesn't really play op is kind of not to say it's a waste, but it's kind of putting him in an uncomfortable position with Sadok also assisting his duelist like he has always done. It kind of just feels everyone is more in sync.
I feel like not every team can get away with playing off meta and playing to their own players' comfort. Like sometimes it's just weird and awkward, but I feel like Crew's doing such a good job of playing off meta and putting him on Chamber and making sure he's comfortable because they can just build around him.
Yeah, and as you can see from the stats, he actually isn't performing as crazy as he was on the other agents, on mainly those duelists. What are you looking at over there?
He's looking at himself.
Just so you guys know, he can see himself right here. That's crazy. But he's been performing somewhat well, but it's just the fact that Crew has really found a good identity when it comes to the way they're playing in the server. And I think yesterday against Bestia, we really saw it come alive. I mean, what was the second map? 13-3 they beat Bestia. It was insane on Summit and on Sunset. I was a little bit scared when those maps were out, but they looked really good.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is, you know, you were talking about Heat's stats might not be as good as when he was on Phoenix, but if his stats go back and the rest of the team starts thriving, I think that's a great trade-off, and I think that was a good decision for them to make overall.
Yeah, it's like absolute net positive because not only is he comfortable, the entire team is now comfortable building around him. It's perfect.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy, but let's actually take a quick look at our predictions. Did you send in predictions, Sato? You did.
I did.
Whoa, we are all MIB. That's crazy because we just spent 20 minutes talking about Crew and we all picked MIBR. Sato, tell me real quick, why MIBR for this?
I just think they are looking more solid than Crew at this point. They have kind of had these players for this current meta, and Crew needs to kind of innovate themselves. So I feel like my MIBR has an advantage right now.
Yeah, and I think for Crew, like, yes, they are improving, but they're kind of in the state where MIBR was weeks ago, back in stage 2, where they were starting to find their successor. I guess not stage 2, but stage 2 groups, if that makes that. I think
we
that
got
works
it.
out.
No, we got it.
Yeah, so
Don't
I feel like Crew are improving. I don't think they're exactly where MIBR are yet, or are today. Wow, English is so hard today. But also at the same time, when I look at MIBR, I just think that, you know, they've found their identity. They're just kind of building off of that. Crew got there, but it took them a minute.
Yeah, I totally agree with your point. I feel like MIBR is just 2 weeks ahead of
exactly.
They're definitely more consistent now, and I do think that they have a better head on their shoulders at the moment.
I think for me as well, MIBR, they've been playing this meta comp. They've been improving at it the whole time, and I feel like they're going to get a pretty good understanding of how to shut down a lot of the aggressive plays that Crew have been attempting to make, and I think they came around just a little bit too late. But this is going to be really interesting here because, again, we have this matchup with players who have played against each other or with each other in the past. And I think Sato, he's excited for this matchup. We've actually got a loud reunion, and MIBR and Crew Visa, they're just about to be ready to take the stage. So it's going to be so interesting because this is the upper bracket. The stakes are on the line. They do not want to drop into that lower bracket. Facing off against challengers teams for Crew, not once again. But day 3 of play-in starts right now.
Nosso próximo jogo vai ser contra a MBR. Eu acho que com certeza é um dos nossos maiores, se não o maior desafio do play-in. Tem jogadores que são muito individualistas, mas muito brilhantes nessas funções, como Aspas, Verno, Ziken. Eles vão tentar jogar pra cima da gente e nós, como um time, temos que tentar jogar o nosso melhor juntos.
Crew definitely got better. I think everyone thought they'd be a better team than they've been performing lately.
Parece que a gente está se divertindo um pouco mais dentro de jogo agora nesses nossos últimos 2 jogos, né, com 2 vitórias. Mas a gente está tentando forçar um pouco mesmo essa felicidade.
They're definitely going to be very prepared, and I'm excited to see what they bring.
So many veterans about to walk out on this stage for both MIBR and Crew Visa. They're playing for a spot to make sure they stay in that upper bracket of play-ins.
Crew looked super strong going up against Bestia on Thursday, and I was really impressed by their macro and just their general movements around the map throughout the entire series. What I'm looking for from them today is to keep that same composure, but what I actually really want to see is he back on the chamber. I mean, he was able to take over the server, and I love how they built around him as a team.
But I mean, on the other hand, you have MIBR. At the start of the year, they were supposed to be the supposed super team, but they just fell short in kickoff and towards that stage 1. But stage 2, they've reinvented their identity. They're here today to try and fight for their spot in playoffs to show that they can make it there. They can be amongst the top teams and find that success that they've been searching for since the beginning of this team.
Sato, I know you talked about how you think MIBR is going to win. Give me a little snippet on what you think both these teams are going to look forward to in this matchup.
Man, I think it's gonna be really funny how, I mean, I just saw Aspas fist bumping Sadak, and you know they've been together for a long time, so maybe during this match we'll see stuff like them trying to read each other based on like how they used to play together, and I think this is gonna be a great match to witness.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of those high risk, high reward plays, and I think from both teams we're not going to see a hold in the non-stop aggression. I feel like it's something that both of them are so good at doing, and of course with such established rosters, such established players, I mean, what do we need from Crew here to change our minds to pick them in a...
I mean, I think with their comps, they're kind of going back to these more niche ones, having that solo chamber, having the solo duelist. So I think if MIBR are able to kind of adapt and start putting those aggressions that you were talking about to sleep, they're going to need great adaptations going
Well,
into
how did we think about those maps? Breeze coming up first. Is that a surprise to anyone?
Not a surprise at all, to be honest. I feel like, I don't know, maybe, Sato, maybe you can correct me. I feel like the Brazilian teams on Breeze, because they're all just insane one-tappers, it's always a fun match.
Well, my team has 3 Brazilians, and it's our permaban, and we cannot play that. So
that's messed up. Actually.
I don't know, but I do think it's kind of weird that MIBR picked Breeze, which is a map that Crew has shown that it was comfortable in, and also Crew picked Sunset, which is a map that MIBR was comfortable in. So I don't know, I think this is going to be a great series because it's maps that both teams are well prepared in.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I think going into the agent select here, we have the Neon, we have the Phoenix coming out from Aspas and Zekin. What are the main talking points that we had going into this?
I think it's just interesting their controller situation. If neither of these teams have swapped up, you have MIBR running that solo Harbor and Crew running that solo Viper, which is just something that's a lot harder to work around. I don't know how you feel, Sato. If they pull out a solo Viper, would your team feel comfortable doing that? We got to swap.
They heard you. They actually
thankfully, because now they're not so stuck in their ways. If they throw that wall, they don't have to commit there.
I do think Harbor is the right pick for this map at the moment. I wouldn't know because I don't play this map anymore. But if I had to guess, that would be my guess.
Yeah, I really like that he is still on the chamber, Alexis.
Oh, I'm happy.
I know.
I also am happy that Sadak is still on the KO. It seems like they really found their footing with setting up people with these flashes. I really love it.
I really like to see it. But let's get into map 1 of this series and send it over to your casters. We've got Shift and Ash on the mic.
Appreciate that, Fred Sato. Welcome to the desk, my man. Love the spice, love the hot takes. We've got day 3 of action here, upper bracket round 2. Now this starts to get a little bit hot. Crew did what they had to do. They got through the Challengers team. They're able to stave off any really ugly early narratives. But now you got to find a way to go right back into Breeze, a map that they looked atrocious on just a short while ago, and take on a totally different caliber of opponent with MIBR.
They do, but there is that change that is coming in here within that composition. Let's see what the Harbor can do.
Indeed, indeed. It's time for Match Start, brought to you by Samsung OLED. And I've got to say, I love the call, pulling out the Harbor instead of the Viper here. Heat sticking out of the chamber. That's kind of what we came to know that could lead to some success for Crew. Now it just comes down to replicating it at the higher level. Here we go. Upper bracket round 2. We've got MIBR taking on Crew Visa. Let's get it on.
Slow start so far. Really not too much being shown right now by Crew. Looking to see if MIBR are going to give anything, but it's just a patient, anchored, bunkered play there on that B side of the map. Trap play off of some information and contact. You see Sadok does try to bait with that information. The timing, though, when it comes down to the 0 point, getting so much value.
Yeah, the knife also forces out that curveball, so forces MIBR to step up in towards A main. That will lead towards this aggression now at B. Spy cam, trap wire, all in position. Follow-up cove from the defense, just trying to see how much the map MIBR can still contest, even though they are not necessarily here yet. Sarah's going to get the easy plant. Now it's down to retake opportunity. No fast lane for Auspice. Keep that in the back of your mind. It's going to have to just be behind what they do with this water wall from Mizzino. Here comes the retake attempt. Opportunity here for Sadok to try to delay, but the flash does not really hit where it's intended to. Sarah able to find first blood. Good pinch from Les. Cannot hit the shots, though. How critical could that possibly be? Site retake is now here, but it's just down to can you actually find eliminations, and so far it is all Crew, and the kill feed Sadok's gonna find 3. Last one left alive is Tex, nowhere to go. Crew take the pistol.
Nicely done there by Crew. Picking up this pistol, absolutely huge for them. Again, reiterating what happened the last time we saw them on Breeze. We wanted them to start off on the right foot. And that wrap coming in from Les there was really the linchpin for this round. Yes, Sadok absolutely gets the frags on site, but Les is the one who causes that chaos. It forces the members of MIBR to look to turn around, try and fight into tons, and perfectly played there by Crew.
Really well done. Also just good to kind of know the timing of when they try to take that little challenge over towards A main, the knife revealing so much early. Different setup, of course. MIBR just on basic pistols. You don't expect much drama here.
Already seeing a walkout into elbow there for MIBR, just searching for information on the site that they have stacked.
Opening shot for Heat goes a bit wide, but middle of the map, control is good for Crew. Just comes down to how do they want to use this as a pivot point. No immediate focus on towards A main as of yet. MIBR are going to kind of gamble stack just a touch and see if they've guessed correctly.
It's a moment to also kind of feel out for the side of Crew how MIBR are looking to handle that defense. But right now, MIBR, Aspas has a lot of information with this push into elbow. It's such a comfortable hold here for Crew. But again, still a weapons disadvantage. You see now Crew making that rotation over towards that A side.
Well, MIBR have guessed correctly. This will be a finish on towards the A site. Auspice will be way outside of the play, but could potentially go quickly to get back through mid, depending on how messy MIBR can make this hit from the front. Cove Smoke is actually going to block off this entryway. That will allow an extra stack to come through, and I love this from MIBR. They're going to try to clear out that mid-cut to see if they can get that rotation in quicker from Auspice. Initial trade starts to come through. Sadok low on HP, still trying to hold the angle, and it's Zera who has the double to open up the site completely for the plant.
Rotation coming in super late here for Aspas, trying to make his way on that pinch.
Sadok falling, Verno's able to find a second. And now all of a sudden, 2v2. Verno in some trouble. Focus is still over to his direction. He does not have the recon bolt as of yet. When does Auspice make their move? Little shoulder, saw Zera on the corner by the spike. Here comes the next play, not able to connect, Heat able to find the finishing touch, and now it's just down to Verno. Not a lot of health to play with, not a lot of hope in the tank for this one, and Crew will take the anti-eco, though it was stressful.
Yeah, Verno getting a lot more than Crew anticipated, anchoring that backside of A. And we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on Aspas on those positions here on defense. We've seen the transition for him. I think the adjustments from MIBR to see Aspas playing a little bit more forward, taking some of those risks and being the first person to look for some of that contact, but that information is definitely going to be huge when it comes down to the calling there for Mizuno. And those leans that we're seeing, those heavy stacks looking to fight forward.
Here we go, bonus round for Crew. Still going to have a handful of rifles to play with, and Mizuno, who tried to take an early contact over towards A main, is going to get punished by Dante. So early numbers for Crew. That's also going to be a rifle that could be collected here. So Crew's got a lot building early in the first 30 seconds.
Right now, MIBR see the owl drone going into elbow. The timing could be really good here, but regardless, is going to spot out Heat. Knowing that the chamber is lurking on the B side of the map, expecting that hit at A.
Well, the owl drone will re-clear for Crew over towards elbow, but MIBR once again have guessed correctly here. 50 seconds on the clock. There's not a full commitment yet for Crew. Throwing the knife doesn't really reveal much of anything, so still a difficult decision to make here if you're Crew of, are we actually going to execute on towards A, or are we going to try to take a late peek to B? They have no intel whatsoever there. It's just the fact that they've cleared out the elbow.
Really banking on the double initiator to be able to sell this pinch to the A side of the map. Instead, actually is going to be the crunch.
Well,
all of MIBR are waiting.
Is Verno going to disrespect the wall? Understeer going to be called out for the attack. Crew able to get on towards site. Dante, lots of information towards the back. Relay bolt will be sent. But is there an opportunity for Les to follow up on that? Able to find the first two. Massive double there. Opportunity to get the spike now on. Zekin trying to challenge. Able to find the first. Dante trying to get the counter, but it's going to be Verno to hold for a moment. It's just not for long enough. Crew's going to take the bonus. And already through 3 rounds, they've matched the tally that they were able to earn versus Bestia just a couple days ago.
Really nicely done. Splitting into A there. MIBR, they had 4 players on site waiting in the wings for Crew's execution. The timing was perfect coming out from Heat on that flank on top of just the opening that we saw Les find through mid doors.
Well, so far, 3 rounds in, hard to really kind of sell anything to you guys right now, but for the moment, MIBR are having a really tough time on the 2 peaks that they've put together over towards A main. And that has allowed Crew to find success getting on to none other than that A site. Sheriffs will largely be in play here for MIBR. There is a run it back available for a second if things get interesting, but for Crew, this is about, again, just build the banks, cross your T's, dot your I's, don't do anything crazy, don't scam, don't make a mistake, and cruise your way to a 4-0 start.
Heat on the scoped weapons has constantly been a problem for the teams that Crew face on the attacking side ever since that chamber has been picked up.
Oh, and they see the rifle on the barrel. Tex comes through to find one on the trade. Not able to slip away, though. Good spam from Zera. Make sure that Tex cannot escape. And that's a lot of information for Crew that, yep, there are more than a couple of players here at the cross at A doors. So that will lead to a very quick entry in towards B, and this post plant will be very difficult in the 3v4 for MIBR to break down.
Yeah, you have Heat also positioned into Nest, actually looking to cut off the rotation, not looking to guard the weapon. I believe that might actually be able to be picked up here into mid. Has been tossed away.
Yeah, perfect timing on that. He'd be able to find one. Can't quite connect on to Verno for the second, but damage is done. The trap is in, and Crew will only drop 1 in the process. This is night and day different than how they looked versus Bestia a couple days ago.
Absolutely huge adjustments coming in from Crew. Just within a couple of days, like you were mentioning, it does help when MWSer is going 9-0
Yeah, that helps.
for certain.
Yeah, that definitely helps.
But overall, we have to remember, this is a Crew that has been rejuvenated ever since their first win before heading into play-ins. Continuing forward with that kind of momentum. Meanwhile, MIBR, they're still trying to pave their way also into playoffs, the first match that we're seeing from them here today.
Here we go. Flash comes through, but the water smoke once again just kind of blocks the effects of the flash, and Dante's going to be able to find first blood. That's on to Auspice, who, I mean, we'll talk about it a lot throughout this match. As a first blood warrior, he's been undeniable this stage. The fact that Auspice is 0-5, 3 of those deaths have been in the first essential 30 seconds of rounds, is so jarring to watch.
The other thing, too, is aside from some of those trap plays that we saw set up for A main, those initial peaks are often unassisted in some of those moments. It kind of brings me back to that one round where we saw Mizuno going for a very similar swing, disconnected. MIBR definitely looking to tighten things up when it comes down to some of these duels that they're taking together.
Yeah, I mean, so far, every single trap play towards A main has been a complete and utter fail. And it's just not at all what this game plan was meant to be. So, null command's going to be spent. That will allow Crew to jump on towards this A site pretty freely. Most of the defense not affected by the null command could still try to influence this post plant just a touch by contesting with a little bit of utility behind this water wall. But Les will get the plant. You've got all 4 players ready to go for MIBR. Run it back will be spent first by Zekin. Flashing his way in, not anyone to find though. That's the issue. Follow up, Sadhawk right there to stop. Fragment in the back corner. Just trying to distract and deter the concentrated setup of MIBR, who are now making their way back over towards the outside portion, towards the spike. Can they put pressure on towards the spike itself? The wall will fall. Cove will be placed instead. MIBR finding a couple of eliminations. Verno almost able to find a double, but not quite. Heat in a little bit of trouble here. Snaps away, and Dante almost able to turn that into a double, but no, instead it's Zekin. A little 1v2 at the end for him, and MIBR finally on the board.
Much needed round there for MIBR. Definitely an expensive one to come away with, but Operator at least saved into the next round here as well. But these main plays are gonna be something we're gonna have to fix up. Unfortunately, it's a little team flash situation in that moment. But I also think that what Crew are doing so well is when it comes down to the utility that Sadhawk is throwing, that 0 point, it's also making it really awkward for MIBR to try and play that trap play in mid too, because they're trying to get the right timing. And Sadhawk is so good at juggling different timings with that 0 point, with those refights. And it definitely gets tough to get aggressive there.
That was a very critical round for MIBR to be able to take. Otherwise, you lose that, you're on a bit of a save, and you're probably hitting the timeout button to talk about what is going wrong. Instead, now you've got full purchase, Hunter's Fury at the ready, and Auspice has been able to earn themselves an operator. Mazzino able to find first blood from the back side of the A site on this entryway. That will take down Sadhawk. So all that extra initiation, or at least stall tactic of using the utility of the KO, is now off the table.
Positioning there for Les on that flank as well. It does get caught out.
It's a lot of information. He is going to be absolutely required to do something incredible here. Double curveball comes through. Easy for Zekin to find that pick. Auspice makes this number situation that much more favorable for MIBR. Dante, the secret agent behind the play, had so much to focus on, couldn't find anything in a flawless second round for MIBR.
3 takes now looking much more comfortable for MIBR. When we saw those early aggressive rounds, it was Crew who were coming out on top when it came down to those first bloods. This adjustment working out nicely. Now it's on Crew's shoulders to find the answer back.
Great stuff. Okay. So now that we've seen MIBR be able to throw in the operator to the monkey wrench of the system here towards what has been going wrong towards the opening portion of this defense, yeah, I was going to say it might be time for Crew to talk about it, because the first bloods, if they're not going to be coming by way of shutting down these trap plays, maybe there's something different that needs to happen. But no, not attack pause, tech pause instead. But the question still stands. How does Crew want to try to handle getting those early advantages now that they have to fight into the operator?
That's the tough part. I think that when it comes down to Auspice's positioning, we are going to see either Verno or Zekin look to set him up on some of those deeper lines. I do think, though, my eyes always get drawn over to Heat. He's been so good at winning out those duels on the attacking side, especially once he has that scope of his own in his hands. Yep. Does have the funds for it into this round as well. Definitely could be the answer to see who wins out in that head-to-head.
Yeah, for me, it looks like you could classify MIBR as having the alpha and the omega. Auspice has been the first blood warrior for MIBR. He's definitely been the one to set the tone. But on the backside, when things start to go awry, Verno has been undeniable out of the clutch.
Yes.
From like 36% of his clutches, which is still a pretty insane number when you think about it, considering that he's often one of the last ones left alive. So the fact that you've got that much of a wager into Verno being able to still secure you around against numbers is great news. So MIBR have a lot to play off of when it comes to getting into full force. It's just down to they are one of the worst teams through stage 2 at playing at an eco disadvantage, which has been obviously a bit of a key towards why this half has started the way it has. But now that they're fighting at full force, This is where we start to really feel the power that MIBR have been able to build throughout stage 2.
And MIBR, they're also this roster where you do not want them to start heating up into this game. Once you have players like Aspas, like Zekin coming online, things definitely start to get scary.
There we go. Let's put the lock back on in. Monitors back on. That's important. 2 post-plant retakes for MIBR. Full purchase still available for Crew, and we've got a lot of ultimates that could potentially come to play here. Hunter's Fury for both sides, Reckoning for both sides, Overdrive nearly for both sides. So even battle just comes down to the decision of who wants to use what and when. And off the get-go, once more this Chamber utility continues to come over towards B. Defensive Hunter's Fury coming out, trying to isolate over towards the elbow. But even though Verno connects, it's an immediate trade from Heat. So we're going to get a 4v4. But the Reckoning is no longer on the table for Crew if they want to use that as a post-plant security measure or as an opportunity to execute.
See the shift over from Crew with the insert still Heat being on the left side of the map. Operator is still waiting in the wings there over at Tons. Might not be watching main, but Aspas will turn once the execution does come in full force.
Lots of trust that Tex can hold behind what is just a single trap at the front doors at B. Aspas would have to move quickly to either get the heck out of there or to assist, as the Aldrone will now make this play known. Also a Cyber Cage down that Tex can play off of. Tries to beat the timing, but doesn't get Dante on the corner. Oh, how key is that? Dante able to shut down Tex. Aspas will retreat back over towards the arches. Defense rotating in.
30 seconds left.
Does Mizzino try to find a way to drop this Reckoning early to get Verno onto the site a little bit faster, but you don't even need to because Sadok will drop to the shock dart. Now you get the water wall up to break down the site. Overdrive for Dante, but he's at 5 health. And that's going to be enough for Verno just to spam through the wall and find the connection. How about that from Verno? 3v2. Zera playing deep does have the Hunter's Fury for post-plant security. Heat would have to still force the play off the spike first and foremost. There's the Hunter's Fury Q. Verno steps away. Aspas able to find one, and now they know exactly where Zera's positioned. You can stick onto this. Aspas holding. Zera needs to be able to find the first. He is back to the pistol. Not going to happen. It's 4 for Verno, and MIBR will get 3 in a row.
Insane coming out from Verno. Previously, the IGL here for MIBR. Mizzino has since picked up that responsibility, and ever since then, Verno being let off of his leash, he has been absolutely lights out, being able to focus on those micro gameplay moments.
How big, though, not only is Verno be able to find the eliminations, but to start things off by breaking off the post plant with the shock darts. Undeniable stuff. Crew dealing with some trouble. They will have the ability to full purchase, and they will have a tour de force with that Reckoning that was earned from the last round. So with that, let's see how Crew try to bounce back with the Crew listening.
Dante flash aqui. Quebra o spot alguém? Alguém fica chicken?
É, o Dante fica.
Tá,
marca você, Hit, então, aí?
Aham, provável. Tá no pilar.
Gai, vamos correr pra esquerda agora.
Tá bom.
Juntos.
Dante, eu acho que você usa teu stun na AD, viu?
Tá.
Quando a gente for passar. Que pode estar na cara na direita. Tô sentindo no meu Big Low. Tá,
Já tô pronto pra paredar.
Tá. Vamos fazer agora então.
Vou fazer então, bora?
Pera a parede primeiro. Faz a parede, vai. Vai, stuna. Donear.
Alp meio, alp meio. Câmera aqui.
Tô vendo nada A.
Retake, isso.
É, Fênix e
Calma,
Cypher
depois
parece. É, vamos na manha. Vamos na manha aqui.
Ó, entra nessa aqui, contato, velho. Contato e você vai depois.
3 aqui.
Calma,
vai ter 4 aí, guys. Boa.
Atrás aí tá backside, Cypher. Foi botar o... Faltou na smoke.
Tá, calma.
Não consigo te ajudar, velho.
Backside ainda.
Eu não sei onde tá o só.
30 seconds left.
Mano, ele tá aqui parado ainda, sai.
Pegou na passagem.
E...
Valeu.
Well, the hot start for Crew has been immediately counteracted, and maybe there is some proof in the pudding here, not only because Aspas has been able to connect with the operator, but honestly, MIBR just staying alive as 5 beyond the first 30 seconds of the round.
It has been really tough for Crew. They haven't really been able to force any of those early fights out from MIBR to get the picks necessary to be an advantage early into that post plant, even before getting that spike down. This adjustment coming out from MIBR. The Minazino has called for these retakes. Has looked so good. And now timeout to be called on the side of Crew.
Yeah. Lots to talk about here, I think, if you're Crew, because yes, now we're starting to see 5v5 action unfold underneath a minute to play. If MIBR not trying to throw those same kind of threatening double duelist trap plays, we've seen Crew take the more labored, slow approach. Can we find a way to still break down this defense, push and pull them around the map a little bit, put pressure through mid? It's been there. It just hasn't led to the same success that they had, obviously, in the first 4 rounds. On the flip side, you talk about this most recent round, hey, we're going to try to play with some speed of our own, see if we can kind of catch the defense off guard before they can rotate in. But the problem is, you're getting so much value from Mizzino in these high tides and these coves that are just completely slowing down from Crew from getting beyond the A site, that players like Mizzino, players like Tex in that last round, feel so comfortable in the back of the site. So there is something that Crew need to find out in terms of not just getting on, but can we do some damage to get beyond the lengths of the actual site itself to put extra pressure on the defense trying to rotate in to help.
It's either that or the other option would be really, again, relying on those lurks. Late flanks coming in that we've seen previously from Les going for those backstabs. Something where Crew have made the adjustment to give the respect in that regard into those post plans because MIBR were showing that they're willing to re-clear the space.
Yeah. And honestly, since MIBR have been at full force, they really haven't rotated through mid at all. They just rotated through their spawn and just reinforced from the back of the site. So it's been very easy in certain regards for MIBR right now. Very similar look in terms of how Crew come out of spawn. Heat's still just trying to find some information with this op on the B side of the map, but this, once again, looks like it's just going to be a hard commit into A.
You do have null command available here for Sadok. That's why you're seeing the entire team of Crew looking to group up as 5.
There's the offensive high tide, followed by the null command. Auspice does connect on the Sadhawk, but not enough to take him out of commission. Couple of tags, couple of spams coming through. Dante able to find first blood, but caught in the reload. Les gives another one over to Crew, taking Auspice out of the picture. Verno's in some big trouble, but he's able to still find one even while being flashed out by the Storm Surge. So great stuff coming through to at least keep the defense in a position to try to fight this back, but easier said than done. Zekin is back into the picture. Has a lot of tools to play with.
One away from the run it back. Les, though, does have the reckoning if everything does go awry.
And is going to spend it early. Heat able to connect. Rendezvous away. Zera able to follow up. That's more like it if you're Crew. Breaking up the 4 rounds in a row. And Crew up into the lead, 5-4.
Nicely done there on the side of Crew. Also want to just give a huge shout out to how well these initiators are performing for both sides. Verno and MW Zera, top of the leaderboard, absolutely owning right now that head-to-head. I can't believe Verno still was able to get one before MW Zera took him out.
Yeah, Crew vibing with that one. That's exactly what you need. Zera is 13-4 after his 9-0 start, having himself a heck of a first half. Auspice looking to challenge a little bit early here, over towards A. Coves will be exchanged. Flash comes through with the flashpoint. Verno feeling the pressure, has the Hunter's Fury, tags once onto Dante, trying to find the next connection, not going to happen. And the offense will go back to splitting things up with a minute 20 on the clock.
Different setup this time around from Tex on the side of MIBR. More than happy to play that retake protocol alongside that run it back there for Zekin.
I don't know if they're going to anticipate Zera playing in this position that Aldrin was meant to flush out mid. Instead, Zera is hearing all of this rotation and now is technically behind the play. And it looks like Crew may try to put some pressure from the front of B to see if Zera can maybe get around the back through arches.
The walk-up is going to come in. You have Dante on the other side of the map just causing all of this disruption.
That is brilliant from Crew. Recon Bolt will come through. Now you have to try to crunch from the front. You cannot just allow Zera to be sitting here picking between two poisons, and that's not enough. MIBR is finding all the individual 1v1s across the map. This is falling apart in what looked to be a perfect setup for Crew. They can't even get the plant off right now. Last gonna be called upon, able to find the first. Tex gets the response. No if that's gonna come through. It's just Sadok left for the 1v2 and not able to find the connection. And that is a complete folly from Crew after what looked to be a masterful setup.
That was an insane insert that we saw from Crew, getting NW Zera into that position. Definitely tough to not be able to take this round away. And it also relied on Dante on the other side of the map. He was trying to keep that presence over at the A side, but MIBR had such a firm understanding of what the mind games were on the side of Crew.
I mean, kind of. It's just the fact that Crew are so slow to hit through B main that it puts Zera into this really impossible situation of he's got to worry about Tex through arches, you got to worry about any defenders coming from A, and honestly, Tex is getting away with way too much lease on life by sitting in the back of the site right there, not getting any pressure from Crew from the front. It's a big mishap for Crew, who are now finding themselves on a bit of a broken bye. There's a stinger in hand for Sadhawk, but a quick commitment. Crew are just going to dive on towards the A site behind this high tide, but they don't have any distraction to pull Auspice off the corner. Overdrive is out. Relay bolt to follow. Looks like Auspice just wants to do it all himself, and he very well may. Spike now down, and Crew are crumbling behind the defensive pressure of MIBR.
A flawless round there for MIBR, and an Auspice that went absolutely nuclear with that overdrive. When it comes down to the rosters that Auspice has been on ever since he debuted on the big stage alongside Loud, he has attended every single Champions within VCT. He's been there with Sadok and Les, as well as Tex and Mizuno.
That's another round right there for Crew where it just doesn't feel as well coordinated as it needed to be. The high tide is out, but your Hunter's Fury is late. You don't clear off the angle that Auspice is holding. Just feels a little bit skittish right now for Crew. MIBR putting it together, and Auspice understands the situation. We're on light armor, so let me pull out the Outlaw. Another first blood tallied. Mizuno able to get the second behind that. And Crew are stuck, just essentially having to force the square peg into the round hole here, front side of A.
Plant will go down. Aldrone gonna spot out at least 1 to 2 players here, and Dante taking out Auspice is definitely huge to try and equalize as far as the numbers that are close by sight.
Oh man. Verno connects again with a shock dart. He'd able to find second though, right before the curveball flex his sight. 2 versus 3, still doable for Crew. But you have to hold. There's the defensive recon bolt out. Zera up close and personal finds the first. Does not initially snap for the second, and Verno finds the trade. Just down to heat. Timing not going to be there. Verno will find 3 in the round, and MIBR will finish off a 7-5 half after dropping the first 4 rounds.
Really lovely tempo change there with the defensive-sided aggression coming out from MIBR. The conditioning when it came down to those retakes where they were playing so bunkered on site, leading up into this final round where they press that go button. And Crew, they weren't ready for it. It was also a tough position, granted, in that post plant with the high tide coming through. MW Zera, he wasn't going to be able to have that support from Heat in the post plant with that vision being cut off.
But so far, MIBR, big bounce back after the hot Crew start. We'll swap the sides to see if MIBR can take their map, or does Crew have something cooked? We'll find out when we come back after this.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch side access.
Are you? David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
All right, so Aspas, I like to ask this question because, you know, there's a lot of incredible things that you've accomplished. What is the one thing that you wish you could accomplish, or rather experience again, but for the first time?
Winning champs.
Winning champs? Yeah, and like, what was it about that moment? Obviously, the winning and hoisting that trophy over your head, but can you describe like what that feeling was in that moment when you did finally win that trophy?
I think I was very young at the time, and I didn't have like much of a feeling. I was just like, wow, we won.
Yeah.
Good job, guys.
Yeah.
So
would you do it differently this time around?
Probably my reaction will be different now.
Okay. All right. So now he just needs to win champs again, which, hey, I think that could very well happen.
Welcome back. Upper bracket round 2 matchup, MIBR after facing the early force of Crew. 0-4 in the first 4 rounds, where Auspice was 0-5 overall through the first 5. They come back with a fury, change up the tempo a little bit on the defense, and have a 7-5 advantage as we swap sides. And now an opportunity for them to get aggressive on the attack. And you got to keep your eye on these double duelists. They're about to go bananas.
That they definitely are, especially when we know that there is going to be that focus for MIBR, trying to cycle into that run it back as often as possible there for Zekin. Alrighty. In the last half, we saw Crew come out on top when it came down to those first engagements. And it was consistently that multi-kill, just firepower frag potential that was bringing rounds back there for MIBR, on top of the synergy that we've seen from them in those fast floods, something that we know they're going to be able to replicate here on the attacking side.
After a little team huddle for MIBR in their spawn, looks like they're going to make their way up in towards the elbow entryway and then eventually over to B. Crew have guessed on this A stack. Heat does not have his rendezvous down yet. High tide will come through, and that'll be enough for Heat to just get out of there and wait for help to rotate in. This should be a very quick plant for MIBR.
Good reposition there coming out from Heat to ensure that he will be alive for the fight later on, but keep an eye on Tex, especially when you have MW Zera looking to re-clear into mid. That's going to be an important interaction.
Well, the offensive cove will go down, trying to stall out Crew for as long as possible. Zekin's able to find first blood by way of the hot hands. Zera's able to at least clear out the tunnel, though. Now 2 points of ingress can start to occur here for Crew. Recon Bolt will be destroyed. Now it's up the action through the cove. It doesn't get reinforced. Zekin able to find one behind the play. Aiming to now able to get another on top of that. Still dealing with some pressure, but MIBR have the perfect crossfire. Crew just could not get back onto site. MIBR take the pistol.
Really great communication coming out there from MIBR, ensuring that they can find those fights together as Crew look to flood in. Especially after Tex goes down into mid, denying that opportunity for the relurk to come on in. Because at first, with the fast flood, it started to look like it was in Crew's favor, but I feel like Zekin being able to stay alive on pillar there was also a huge position to be able to ensure that Crew wouldn't find that footing.
I think even though you lose tunnel right there if you're MIBR because of Tech's position, you still put so much pressure on Arches that you're able to just back up in toward the main entryway and still use your choke points beautifully. So great stuff for MIBR. Crew stuck on basic pistols once again. MIBR, huge advantage. Kind of the same story that we talked about for Crew in the first half. Just don't scam, don't make any critical errors, and you should be walking away with the 9th round here.
Patiently played right now by MIBR. You have Tex, who has threaded the needle on Heat.
Here.
Well, defense is going to rotate over quickly. Tex able to find the first. Now it's just about how much more can you grab, and will not expect that Zera was playing that far deep. So it's a really quick trade. Crew is going to use that as an alarm system to know that this is going to be a play over towards B main. Sadhawk trying to cut it off. There's the time. He looked for the right click, but the damage does not allow much more than just a health pool chunk onto Auspice. Quick plant behind this once again, but this is going to be a different retake opportunity for Crew with this route.
I like this from Crew. I don't think MIBR are going to expect that many players coming in from the flank. But still, you have a crossfire being held here. It should be impossible for Crew to find purchase.
It's just down to, can you quickly clear out some of these MIBR players from the front side at B main? Maybe steal a weapon back. Could be an opportunity. Heat in some trouble. Mazzino still holding him in the corner. Recon bolt through. Hot hands comes up and over. And then the Replay both behind this. This is taking a lot of time, and Crew are still stuck at the choke point, and now MIBR are fully aware of what's happening. Heat able to get one in response, but that is a mere footnote in what is a very convincing MIBR round.
Starting up here for MIBR, Crew kicked off this map, winning 4 rounds in a row before MIBR clapped back to be able to take the lead for themselves as well. But man, honestly, that's just Valorant's a horror movie sometimes. You got people jump through smokes.
Now, this is a must-win round right here for Crew. Going into a bonus round that's not going to feel like a bonus round for MIBR, mostly due to the fact they all have rifles, and you have a run it back, and you get an Auspice first blood onto Dante. Sure, Sodhawk's going to get some information off of the knife, and it may slow down any potential play, but MIBR are going to take their numbers and now start to push-pull the defense around the map.
He hears the camera in elbow, knows the trip is outside of B as well. Will MIBR look to check him?
Yeah.
But regardless, with these picks into mid here, for MIBR, they're more than happy to shift back to that A site.
Yeah, that's just not a fight that I think Crew was anticipating having right there, trying to play a double stack in through mid. Maybe you're anticipating somebody up close on the turret, but you're not anticipating taking long-range battles like that, down numbers. So the fast lane will go up, crossing T's and dotting I's here, MIBR, making sure that they get a completely free A site. And now all of a sudden, what started off as what was a must-win round, it felt like for Crew, now you're just saving rifles.
I think the tough thing when it comes down to this composition here, very much similar to the issue that we had with the solo Viper, is just the amount of coverage you're going to be able to provide for your team, right? When we do see the solo smokes come out on this map of Breeze, it's usually supplemented by a Cypher who can have the cyber cages to be able to provide those crosses, especially over in mid. And if not the Cypher, then you usually have a Phoenix. So you have like the double wall when it comes down to those duelists. And for Crew, there's just too much ground that Les does have to cover with that utility. There's so much investment into this composition with MW Zera and Sadak both being on that KO and Sova to simply be setting up Dante and Heat for success in the early rounds.
Yeah, I think the other side of this, talking about the composition, let's just talk about the chamber. You know, it feels like just kind of watching Crew in the last couple of weeks, and I think especially watching them on Thursday and hearing their reactions, it's Heat is good with op, so put him on agent that gets op more often. Problem is, he hasn't had an opportunity to really dominate the same way that he was versus Bestia. Now, granted, this is on Breeze. This is a map that they really, really struggled with on Thursday. So we're not going to like sit here and say that it's done deal. But in terms of that X factor that they tried to build in, Heat has not been a part of the success recipe as of yet. Again, 4 out of the 5 rounds for Crew have been tallied by way of shutting down early aggression chances from MIBR. Run it back, going to be spent here early. Second will be denied. Crew will come away the benefactor of the opening trades, but there's still so much early pressure for MIBR, getting not just onto site, but trying to do a little bit more than that. The Crew are well and truly prepared for it until Auspice is able to get 2 and bring this to a 2v2. And Auspice isn't done yet, but Les will put him down. Down to Mazzino. Has the reckoning if he wants it. Not able to find the first shot. Les puts him away, and Crew get another one on the board.
One that they really needed as well when you're taking a look at that economy. You're being stuck in kind of that cycle of having to save those eco rounds coming through, not really being able to get anything started. So being able to get this round win does add that additional security to the bank. That is for certain. Mid-round adaptations have been looking really good coming out from Sadak throughout the last couple of matches that we've seen from Crew. And this is a squad that has historically continuously struggled on Breeze, and it was always an identity problem, trying to figure out what composition works well for them.
Watch out for these pings that are coming through right now, though, for Crew defensively. Looks like there may be some sort of an early high tide and then a dash up from Dante. He's able to get over. Recon Bolt will come through first. No reveal there. Oh, and they're holding on to a reckoning, seeing if maybe they can try to find a trap play here at elbow, but the timing of that play has now gone. And instead, you're going to get a deep play for Heat in towards A main, and the defense will be able to afford a stack on the B site.
Really nice timing on the call from Mazzino for the walk back up here at B.
Oh, there's the offensive reckoning to come through. Defensive high tide trying to sit there and say, yeah, come challenge us if you dare. Aldrone to try to follow. Good early information. This will allow Crew a chance to contest the spike plant for the first time, but Zek and Mazzino keep the numbers for MIBR. And now Verno's deep in the backside of the site. And there's just no way, if you're Sadhak, you feel comfortable taking any extra peeks right now, but at a certain point, you have to create something out of nothing. Verno not able to find anything with the offensive Aldrone. And now Sadhak's going to get down to his recon mission. Heat nearby. I'm sure they know that Mazzino is low on health, and they're thinking this is still winnable, even though it's a tough post plant to break down. First opportunity gets missed. Heat now by himself. Too many to deal with. MIBR up to 11.
Really nicely done there by MIBR. Heads up from Zekin as well. Just the game sense to be aware that with how those two high tides were interacting, he was expecting someone to be creeping in through that gap to find some sort of reposition on site. A nice spray that comes down there. And Crew, while we have seen improvements from them on this map of Breeze, MIBR continue to just look that much more comfortable. Yahoo! Give me your best one.
Give your best Mario? Yahoo!
Okay, we're going to work on that one. We're going to work on that.
Don't put me on the spot like that, Ash. Attack pause for Crew. Kind of a do-or-die moment starting to build now all of a sudden. Plenty of ultimates to still consider, though. I mean, you've got the Hunter's Fury at the ready. You've got the Reckoning. You're really close to the Tour de Force, so there could be some opportunity there. But here's a look at Ospas. We were kind of floating the conversation point. Yeah, of course, you look at the top 1.7 KDA, insane. But for me, it's the first blood success. He has often been a part of what that first contact looks like. And being able to come away as an entryman with more than half of the time finding at least your one, that's an insane number and one of the key recipes for why MIBR have found success through stage 2.
And more insane of a number when you kind of contextualize it with the fact that for Ospas, he was always kind of known as that quote-unquote baiting duelist, playing a little bit more passive, right? So to go and lean into this role where he is going to be that tip of the spear and adjust so well where he has a performance like this is really refreshing to see coming out from him.
Without question. There may be some early aggression here. MIBR maybe being able to tally that Crew are going to be on a limited purchase, so let's just not even give them a chance to get a read on us. That's exactly what comes through. Les is outside the picture, able to throw the wall up, trying to find first contact, but doesn't really work out all that well. Dante, if he could find one more, would have an overdrive. Not able to get back to cover, though, and Crew will be in some trouble. And this is bold. We're tossing out the Hunter's Fury just as a way to try to contest the round, and Zera does connect. The spike is down, not planted yet, so maybe an opportunity to still work with this as the Tour de Force for Heat gets pulled.
Oh, Verno, though, on that timing through elbow, taking down Sadak makes it that much more difficult. Investment of the run it back here.
Not able to take down Heat. But the spike being planted. Zera trying to step up. That's a huge first contact.
No way.
2 versus 2. But you're still dealing with a stinger from Zera, not the tool you want for the job. Verno playing deep. Tex playing on an island. Isolation trying to come through. Tex able to get the swing. The timing is perfect, and MIBR get to match point.
Clinical micro from Tex and Verno to get to match point. To be able to get those one immediately in quick succession, nicely done there. It's tough. Not in position to be able to trade each other out, and they make the most of it. Crew. There's rotations through mid. We've seen them look to clear out that space previously, but not necessarily expecting it that time around. It's been tough. I feel like we've seen them fight a little bit more forward. We've seen them go for those more retake scenarios, but MIBR just shooting back better at the moment. The utility has been perfect as well.
Now we're just holding W, holding mouse 1. First blood good, Sadak is out of the picture. Hunter's Fury just to block off arches will lead to a quick plant for MIBR. The pressure on the flank has to work for Crew, and Zekin has a read, but doesn't find the first shot to land. Follow-up from Verno, though, is there, and you get help from Mazzino. Brilliant isolation from MIBR. And now the last legs for Crew here on Breeze come by way of Heat and Les. Reckoning sent out over towards the sidewall. Ospas able to find the first, Mazzino the final. MIBR, after a bit of a stumble in the first 4 rounds, come through, take care of business, and steal away the opener with some conviction, 13-6.
After a strong start there, a 4-0 for Crew to kick things off. They look like a rejuvenated team here on Breeze. We're definitely seeing the adaptations that they're looking to make, but still not being able to find, I think, the identity that they're looking for on this map.
I think the other point, too, is just like MIBR, you got to remember they didn't have to take a timeout at any point throughout this map, which is, I won't say like impressive, but it just goes to show that they had a protocol built in mind, like, okay, we're going to try to run this Phoenix Neon trap play at A throughout the majority of the first 5 rounds. And if it doesn't work, we know what our backup plan is. And that comes through absolutely perfectly. They only dropped 1 more round defensively after that first 4. And now an opportunity to possibly quickly clean up Crew. MIBR take their map picks. Sunset to come up next after this.
At this B side. It's a beautiful catch from Zekken. Once again, Zekken.
Here's another quick hit on the way. Taco. Shut down. Dante will get 2.
All right, Coach Fraud. Look, one thing is for certain. We looked at the map vetoes and we were like, this looks kind of good for MIBR. Was that the vibe that you got as well? And if so, how do you guys close this thing out?
Yeah, I mean, we really like the veto for sure. We think that, they maybe had a different idea in what they wanted to do, but for us, like, these are some of our strongest maps, so we're really fortunate that they picked Breeze, a map we really like, and they left Sunset open. So for us, we're just looking to close this out 2-0. But ultimately, they're a really good team. It's just, we really like these maps. They're perfect for us.
Yeah, anything that could be a potential setback for you guys if you're not too careful about it in regards to Crew at the very least?
Well, I mean, they did change their comp on Breeze. So we do know that they like to change up quite a bit. Sarak and Les, they like to adapt and change up their game plans, try and trip us up a little bit. So I think for us, we just just talk about all the options that we have and pick which ones we feel like they're gonna be better against them.
All right, always a pleasure, my friend. Yeah, catch you soon.
MIBR happy with those vetoes, and it showed because in that first map of Breeze, they took it away. Guys, what is this, like a warm-up or what's going on?
We're just building our team chem.
Yeah, exactly.
Team chem, got it. Well, team chem is something that MIBR actually had a lot of. They won so many of those post plants. They were also really good on their retakes. The map MVP going towards Verno, I think that makes a lot of sense. But MIBR, they looked really strong with this first map of Breeze.
Yep, I agree.
Anyone? You agree?
I agree. They were playing much more like as a team, different from crew. I felt like there were a lot of individual plays going on where they needed to either they win the trade or they would just lose the round.
Yeah, and it felt like there were so many clutches as well in those post-plant situations or the retakes. So many 1v3s, 2v2s that were going on. It really went in the way of MIBR.
I think when they were down 0-4, Zekken having that clutch round really got them back into it. You just need one round like that to be able to do that. And on top of that, I really like their defense. I feel like looking at the map, they were playing a lot of 2-on-2, very standard, but they ended up playing retake a lot.
Yeah.
Like if Tex was able to get one kill on the B site, great, but if not, just play back. They're really confident in their retakes. They were really methodical with their util, their pathing. They were really set on their retakes, so they didn't even care if crew got the bomb down because they were able to just take control.
And
of
most of the time,
situation.
crew was getting out onto site. But you mentioned the way that they were doing it was kind of weird, right?
Yeah, I felt kind of weird seeing how crew progressed the map, as in like they would stand still for 10 seconds, and MIBR would just take control of the whole map, and then crew would exec into a site.
Yeah.
But then at that point, MIBR just knew what was going on, and the retake was just going easily towards them.
Yeah, and I feel like Ospas got a pick with the op more often than not, just for fun. But two of the players that we wanted to point out were Verno and Zekken, who were topping the scoreboards. But actually, Verno and MW Zera on Sova were both top fragging. So both these players looking so good with their Sova util. I mean, talk me through this, because even Verno was having insane rounds.
I feel like people underestimate how much Sova is kind of a fragging role on this map. You get to sit and nest, swing out mid, and just go for one taps. So it doesn't surprise me that they're both performing really well.
Yeah.
They're both incredible players. I love to see their Sova ults, especially Verno. I feel like he had so much value with his util. I saw him get a few shot kills actually, which is kind of hard to do if you don't have like picture perfect lineups. So I was really impressed by their gameplay.
I mean, MW, a player that has been talked about for a long time in Brazil. And Verno, I think, from MIBR, in our match against them, is probably the player that I had most difficulty of fighting against.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, you know, not that surprising to see both of them fragging out.
He's annoying in the server. That's basically is what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
He's really good. I mean, the clutches, everything has been going their way. They're top fragging. I just feel a little bit bad for MW. It feels like he was putting up those numbers, but crew was kind of unable to follow suit. But I mean, what do you guys think about this matchup for crew? What do you think in this Breeze they fell short on?
I think, honestly, I'm not in a really good position to talk about Breeze because I don't really play
That's
anymore.
true. Why are you on this part?
I do think it was weird the way that they progressed the tech side.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about how their XX was just like waiting a second and then execing.
Yeah.
I think they could have done more things throughout the entire map rather than just focusing on a single spot.
Yeah, taking a lot more map control, being able to push around the map, and also when they do get into those post plants, being able to hold them, right? But let's just look ahead here, because crew, they did this yesterday. They lost that first map, but they moved on to win the next two. We have Sunset coming up next, which is crew's pick. Now, we heard in that interview with Fraud, he was saying this veto was kind of going their way. What do you guys feel about it?
I would be so happy if I was Fraud right now. Like, oh, you're picking our best maps for us? Thank you so much. But I will say, I really liked their Sunset last week, or on Thursday.
Yeah.
I really liked how they played the KO, of course. I'm a KO believer.
Okay.
But
Not just a believer.
Not just a believer, a lover even. I really liked how they played it. I think that MIB are going to have to go in with a good game plan to kind of you know, anti those flashes. There's a lot of good pot flash lineups. It's hard to kind of scale up a main because you're afraid, okay, are they going to flash and re-clear? So I'm excited to see how MIBR kind of deals with that, because it is frustrating to constantly be getting pot flash.
Yeah, well, let's hear what Coach Zonic actually has to say ahead of map 2 with these vetoes.
All right, here with Coach Zonik, coach of crew, excuse me. So, my friend, you know, we've been in this situation before. Actually, it feels a little reminiscent. But this time around, I want to ask you, because I asked Fraud the same thing, but I want to get your read on that map veto. And what was kind of like not just the thought process, but also like what you guys saw in some of those, I guess, losses MIBR suffered to Lev that kind of led you to make the choices that you did?
Yeah, I mean, to be completely honest, we were expecting this exactly the 3 maps.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we prepared for the series. We know that it's going to be like a close series, close matches. So we actually talk about the fact that it's going to be probably like a 2-1 with these exact same maps. So yeah.
No, of course. Now, how do you guys get back into this one? Down 1-0, and you got your pick coming, or you got their pick coming up next. What do we do here?
Our pick.
Your pick, sorry, your pick. But what do we do here?
Yeah, I mean, we work a lot into that sunset because we knew it's going to be on the series.
Yeah.
So we basically talk about the things that we need to do to establish a game plan as fast as possible.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Cruz pulled off some.
That makes a lot of sense. Zonik saying that they knew they were going to lose one of the maps, expecting a 2-1 here, and they're working a lot on that sunset. What do you guys think that you're expecting to see from Crew here going into this next map?
I don't know what to expect, but I better see good anti-strat because for Crew to pick one of MIBR's most comfortable maps, Sunset, surely a lot of work must have been put onto it.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a lot of work and a lot of anteing going into this. But Shift and Ash will be right back with map 2 after this break.
Hit the wall, broke the skin, never complain, I just start again. I'll never stop, watch me go, I rise to the top, I let them know I'm built for this. Every time I fall, I get up. All the weight that made me bend turns these shaking hands to strength again.
Welcome back to the Riot Games Arena and our 1-0 best of 3 currently in favor of MIBR. Really, really solid bounce back in map number 1. And really, I mean, I love hearing from GB right there from both coaches saying, yeah, we anticipated all 3 of these maps to be here. So no excuses. Time for the, well, rubber to hit the road, as they say, especially if you're Crew.
Yeah, it definitely is. Honestly, I loved hearing that from Zonik, though. If you think about it, the last 2 games that Crew were able to pick up, they were those reverse sweeps, those 2-to-1 that he was talking about. And there won't be any changes across the board here for either side when it comes down to these compositions. The desk was talking about it, how important Crew was going to need to focus on that ante. It sounds like they did have a game plan going into today, absolutely. But then also that pressure on MIBR. It's been so difficult for teams like Sentinels, like Bestia to deal with Sadak and that KO utility.
Yeah, I mean, it's offensively against Bestia, absolutely brilliant. The double initiator just getting so much terror established onto really both the sites, never really allowing Bestia to get their setup going. That's going to have to be the recipe you would have to think for Crew once again if they want to get the Lotus for map 3.
I think the other thing I have my eyes on is going to be how Heat performs now heading into Sunset. When we saw him on Breeze, he wasn't having that pop-off performance that we saw him have in the last 2 maps on Thursday. And I think the main thing is not even just not having a pop-off performance. He's usually so good when it comes down to those first bloods. And he had 0 first kill participation on Breeze.
That's big. That's big. Honestly, the first bloods back and forth between both teams was relatively even. So not much to say in terms of finding an advantage to one side or the other there. It was more about just being able to know exactly how the breakdowns on site were going to go. Dante going to throw a little bit of a challenge, a little bit of an effort here for Crew at mid-map. Good look right there in that crossover. Saw a handful of players at tiles, but honestly, Crew not too interested in challenging it for the moment.
I like this aggressive line that Crew are already holding, though less having that information. It's going to be up to Heat and Tex. MW Zera trying to help with a little bit of that presence, but you have such a heavy pressure now that MIBR have looked to place on that top mid side. And with that trip broken, that means that Sadak is forced to stay in that position. Keep an eye on that potential push out.
I like this though from Crew. The one-way smoke kind of gets disrespected by MIBR throwing a smoke of their own, so Crew are just going to take a little bit of a poke and feel out over towards B main. Nothing there though, so now again, just a little bit, I would say, deceived, as MIBR have not shown much of anything, and now all of a sudden here's the crunch on towards the main portion of the B site. Pinstripe kill feed, but that's enough for numbers to still exist with MIBR. Tech's going to make sure of that as he finds another follow-up onto Sadhak deep into the site, and Les, rotating late, has a very difficult 1 versus 3 in front of him.
Les, he's been a world champion before. If he can open up this pistol round here for Crew on their map pick, question of the hour. Texas low down to 1.
Just needs to hit one shot. Ooh, not what you like to see. Tex comes away with 3 in the round. MIBR with the pistol, and I love that. You disrespect the one by throwing a smoke of your own. You don't give away any information off the knife. You put panic into the minds of Crew, and all of a sudden, you're on the B site.
You are, but the other issue is what the desk was kind of touching about. I think it was Sato who had shouted it out. The fact that Crew are playing a lot more individually. We saw solo peaks that entire round. There just wasn't that support where they're seeing those calls to take those swings together. Something that MIBR are so good at doing, their spacing consistently clean in those moments as well. You cannot be making those mistakes up against an MIBR where when you're taking a fight, it's usually at least against 2 players.
That's a very fair point. Well, this round, once again, going to have MIBR in the anti with superior firepower. Aldrone just to hit from the front side at B. No commitment here, though, behind that. Instead, shoulder of Heat has been seen. I believe Heat is aware that he's been noticed, though, so he will back away. And Crew's going to have MIBR a little bit bottled up here front side at B.
Big opening pick, though, at the very least there for Heat. Closing that door allows Crew to focus more of their attention on B main.
Well, here comes the hit. Deep recon volt. You teleport onto your Mazzino, who's able to just spam the dark cover for 1. The hot hand's largely just going to be walked through. No problems there. Defense still in a position to try to hold in the backside of the B site. MIBR looking, they want to maybe even challenge this, and Hospice will just spray down the smoke. Zera able to come back through with a couple, so nice from MW Zera, but Dante will get this over to a 1v1. Him versus Mazzino. Slides out, but can't quite hit this shot. Mazzino able to find the anti-eco for MIBR.
Nicely done there by Mazzino. A nice effort from Dante, but not enough. Veterancy there for Mazzino is going to come out on top. I like the idea when it came down to that mid-site smoke that we saw being thrown down by Crew. For Les to be able to kind of hold on to the right side of the site. But unfortunate that just doesn't pan out in their favor. Instead, MIBR took advantage of it.
Well, MIBR punished pretty big on that that anti-eco, so they're going to be a little bit more limited on this bonus. Full weapons involved, though, for Crew. Second's able to get the ultimate ready to go, so that will likely be part of the execute you'd have to figure here for MIBR trying to get this bonus through the finish line.
Reposted on the angle there in elbow for Heat. And Tex is just trying to see if he can hear anything into market, any kind of rotation. Good information that Les has found, though, now backing up onto site.
Sadhak holding onto a fragment to keep market contested. Prowler through mid. Tex will be flushed out. Huge first blood there for Crew. Has MIBR focusing a rotation, and there is a lot of open space to work with over towards A. They may not necessarily know that, though, but regardless of it, there is a wide open avenue for them to hit.
Again, looking to try and deal with this top mid trip.
Oh, that's so good from MW Zera. The space for Zekin is minimal off the run it back. You still get past the choke point, and you get some pressure over towards mid. Paranoia going to come through. That's going to allow some isolation over to the middle of the map. Mazzino still trying to step up, and it's going to be a late rotation back over to B. You've got market control here if you are MIBR. Crew gonna have to play the retake. This is a really good sense of control, but MWZera comes through again. That's your spike carrier now down. Dante trying to keep that contested. Last couple of seconds, you just have to find the picks, and there will be no more time here for Auspice. Just comes down to, can you make this more punishing? The answer is no, and Crew come away with a very comfortable round.
A great refight coming in from Crew into mid, ensuring that they are taking that fight together. MIBR, I like the flood into market, but Verno to be the last one into that door was definitely unfortunate to drop that spike there. Could have been a completely different scenario had that spike gotten down, but now as we look forward into the following rounds here, Crew still have weapons advantage. Forced onto light shields, all things considered, after that round. But MWZera, one away from that Nightfall could be huge.
Yeah, that's cause and effect, but we got to talk about that in a moment because you're just going to get a straight push through A main here for MIBR. The fast lane allows that lane to open up, and that will lead towards a first blood. But that's the cause and effect of having to repurchase so much into round 3 for what's supposed to be your bonus for MIBR, but so far unpunished. Less. Big battle here with Tex. Neither of these players wants to scam and give away their life here, but Les is going to take the push and find the elimination. That will give the defense an opportunity to try to congest MIBR on this A site now.
Verno not spotting anything out on site, forcing Sadok to cross, and Zekin being able to take advantage of that. Nicely done. And now it's all up to Les. You would need an ace to win out this round. It's going to be the save. They don't have the money in the tank to take that risk.
It's just such a tough setup right there. Crew are trying to wait for that flank to get there, but as soon as Sadok drops, it allows MIBR a chance to kind of watch all things at once because you know you've got so much clearance in the backside of the A site now. And Verno reaps the reward by finding 2 on the pinch. So it's just the timing of those peaks, just a little bit off right again from Crew. It's going to lead to a 3-1 count, and that will get the economy right back into order for your MIBR.
On the side of Crew, though, into next round, we still have that Nightfall available to work with for MWZera. He was the shining light for Crew on Breeze. For MIBR, though, I think they're doing a really good job of just disrespecting the knife over at A main, understanding that they can scale up fast enough thanks to Aspas being on that Neon, the follow-up there from Zekin, continuing to farm that orb. We aren't seeing as aggressive of pressure being put out by Crew for that space. Has namely been that utility. And MIBR are more than happy to fight into it, knowing that they can get the timing.
Big piece of what needs to be the recipe for Crew is coming to play here, though, in round 5. They're going to get the operator into the hands of Heat. But a lot of opportunity for MIBR to find that space back of their own rate as we go into a listen-in with MIBR.
Can we get the box, I guess? Creeping us?
What do?
Okay, I shocked the chamber.
Let's accept B, guys.
Yeah, got me. I have no wall.
Yeah, I'm getting orb.
We can
I can walk close.
He's glass cannon, he has no armor.
Only saw me.
We can exit on this guy. You want to smoke here?
I don't have. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
do that when we flash you. Do that when we flash you. I'm gonna wall like this and we go
Wait,
backside.
I have only one smoke. Wait. In 10.
No, I'll wall like this
Okay,
and we go backside.
Do it.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1.
I'm droning over the wall.
Yep.
Waiting for a drone.
He's no
Let's go
armor.
now.
On tag, on top.
I'm flashing that guy.
He did.
I flash backside. I flash backside.
KO backside.
Flashing.
Flash.
You're recruit mid right now.
I flash again.
Planting. I'm planting quick.
2 spawn.
I'm gonna get in the smoke.
Brenna is
Heavy market, maybe?
Yeah.
dog market, flash market. Just not burn.
I'm gonna spawn only.
Last player standing.
On bomb.
Nice try.
Nice try.
Head up. My bad, I didn't even realize.
Flawless round for Crew, exactly what the doctor ordered. Heat able to get things going with the operator, but I will say for MIBR, kind of using that as an opportunity to evaluate the comms, a lot of investment towards trying to get deep through that B site and not allowing Crew a chance to find comfortable retakes. That's going to be something we need to keep our eye on as we go through this half.
Oh, for sure. A very good understanding of the fact that those smokes were going to allow that flood into the backside. They had to contest that space if they wanted to hold the post plan. Of course, Crew, they do come out on top when it does come to those fights. But now, I think the other thing that I had my eyes on is just the communication coming out from Zekin, how calm those comms sounded as well in the midst of those fights.
Limited purchase here actually has Crew holding onto a handful of light armors to get their eco built up just a touch. But with things like the run it back at the ready, it's going to be called immediately. And here we go once again over towards B. Heat trying to find an actual first blood instead of just taking care of Zekin. But as he misses that, now Zekin is so far forward. And that's, again, that early pressure that MIBR is trying to establish. Nightfall trying to counter. Immediately, the contest starts to come through. Tex in some trouble in the corner, but a brilliant reveal comes through. Zekin for first blood. Everything's silenced and muted on the backside of the site, but eventually the status will be shaken off, and Tex is continuing to rip him apart with the Stinger. Crew in some trouble here. How do you retake with an operator and 2 rifles into the face of Tex on the corner? The answer might be that you don't. Time is running out.
Yeah, you just can't. With how that crossfire is being held by 3 players in backside, and that op not even gonna be able to be saved. MIBR, they go hunting there for the members of Crew.
I would say just, again, reflecting off the listening from the round previously and then seeing once more the hard commitment for MIBR to get deep this B site. Crew's gonna need to find a way to stall out these executes and make it a little bit more punishing for them to get onto site in the first place, because you cannot allow MIBR to continually be putting pressure on the back screens like that.
Definitely not. Crew, the other issue, I think, with how we've seen the setups thus far, again, he hasn't really been able to get onto those deep lines. This will be the first one.
Oh, Tour de Force comes up a bit wide. Really good hot hands. He is in some trouble. Mazzino teleports onto site. That will work out for another, and now you've got Aspas creating all the space in the backline with the overdrive. Unbelievable discipline from MIBR, even in the face of absolute haste through this A site. Nowhere for Dante to go. You blink, you missed the round. MIBR flawless.
Flawless when it comes down to, sure, the numbers that were maintained by MIBR, all players staying alive, but also just the timing of every single piece of utility into that round. You have the From the Shadows landing from Mazzino at the perfect time, layered with that molly, and just a guarantee that the execution was going to be perfect there. Definitely unfortunate that Sadok does, throw out a little team flash in that situation, but it is what it is for Heat. He's just trying to get out.
Unbelievable. And that's just another instance to keep in mind of, like, if you're Crew, you have to find some way to stop these executes from happening so quickly. You've got double initiators. There's got to be opportunities for you to stall those out. But so far, because of the conditioning that's been established towards B, now all of a sudden you're trying to bank on Les trying to commit his paranoia to stop that. He is not able to throw the one-way towards A. It's just so many decisions that Crew have to make, and they're in some trouble right here. Even though MW Zera is having himself one heck of a series to this point.
It's definitely true. Granted, though, if we're calling back to the sunset where we saw Crew have that success up against Bestia, yes, it was a 13-1. But that was also them starting on the attacking side. We didn't really get to see how this composition looks for Crew on defense. They only had 2 rounds. It was the pistol and the anti-eco that they ended up winning out to close that map. And we're seeing the gaps here, right? Again, so much of this composition, very similar to what we saw on Breeze, is reliant on being able to set Heat and Dante up when it comes down to either early angles, to get that early information, that space, that pressure on MIBR's attack.
Okay, let's evaluate how Crew have changed things off this timeout. The trademark on the close corner at mid. You toss a knife and a seize as soon as the fast lane comes up, but MIBR, that was meant to just be kind of a show of force, not an actual commitment. But at least for Crew defensively, you check the first box. You've stopped any early aggression. You've got Heat on a hard scoped angle over towards elbow, and now you've got a 3-stack with that paranoia still in hand to potentially delay over towards B. This is exactly what you want if you're Crew. You're on a little bit of a limited purchase, but you've got to see this one come through.
It's going to be the same execution here from MIBR, trying to get that front sight control.
Hunter's Fury try to open the door here. Verno trying to use that over towards Market. Dante overdrive out, but cannot get the hands up in time. Second, off the corner, able to turn that into a second elimination backside of the site. And this is again what we're talking about. MIBR getting through the site, putting pressure onto Crew, who are now going to have to make a decision if they even want to go for this.
you're just farming up orbs
Why
now.
not?
For Zek can take every single opportunity that you possibly can. He's been absolutely unreal on the Phoenix so far.
Spike planted.
Teleport's ready.
And he's exactly the player that you want to be on that agent, right? With the communication
That's big.
that he's going to give to his team.
Problem is, this was already a decision to save. So
Oh, yeah.
even though Heat does connect, it's not going to rely on a follow-up from MW's there. Now, Zekin able to find the op on the cross back over to the backside of the A site. And this will be a very easy 6th round for MIBR. And that's just so problematic for Crew. And I get it, like the Hunter's Fury changes things completely in terms of how Crew can stay on site, or at least attempt to stay on site. But still, the fact that you were able to stop any play towards A, you get a 3-man stack with the agents that you want at B, and you still only find 1 elimination in that execute, is not great news for Crew's defense.
It is definitely tough, though. MIBR, they did throw another wrench into that, right? They didn't go off of that first layer of utility. The first time that they had that execution on that B site, you had the dark cover onto stairs, you had Zekin throwing the blaze wall on the right side to cut off that angle. But then MIBR, they waited a beat. They wait for the wall to drop. Zekin then gets the entry in after you throw in the second.
Fly away.
Well,
We got.
lovely. I'm sure that Fraud loves hearing his team sing in the coaching booth.
Well, Zekin now has to run it back at the ready. Quick play through tiles here for MIBR. This is a new look. Once again, that knife defensively for Crew tossed over towards A. There also is a one-way there for them to play off of. So Heat, no op, will still hold that angle for now. You also have less with an aggressive peek over through B main. So the only question mark you have right now is what's happening at mid.
Nobody here can really buy any time, though, for Heat if they go for this execution on the A side.
He's able to deny the owl. There's the run it back. Different spot for the rendezvous. Doesn't want to get caught by those hot hands again. Offensive paranoia is going to come through. Heat will still be taken care of. MW Zero just could not peek through this dark cover.
You have a late flank coming in here from Les, looking to Shrouded Step over that TP. Null command available into the retake here for Sadak. They have great pieces.
Now you got to get your utility on site. You need to find a way to break down this post point. Great fragment in the corner. Verno's in some trouble. He will fall. Isolation for Mazzino. Always able to turn that into 2. MW's there, able to find at least a response to get Sodhawk back up, but second peaks at the perfect moment to find the final 2, and MIBR get to 7.
Insane swings coming out from MIBR to ensure that they're, again, taking those fights together every single time. It's been impossible for Crew to find that kind of advantage. But again, I think my issue with this anchor for Heat on this A side of the map is consistently the fact that he does not have that support. Sure, he has the rendezvous to get out, but there's no other piece of utility that's providing that delay so he actually can back up off of that site.
It really just goes you to show that like they're trusted that Heat can go one and done if he's going to play that aggressive angle without an op, but that has not been the case. And now we're on limited purchase for Crew in round 10. MIBR, no significant ultimates anywhere nearby earned, so there's going to be some resource farming you would have to imagine in this round here.
Take flight.
It's not like it's taken that much for Zekin to get those runabacks online.
No, it has not.
Not with the performance that he's been having. Heat now already pushed off the deep line here, forced to respect it, hunt to try and garner a bit of information, but Verno is just playing distraction. Much prefer these looks from Crew when that trap is being set. The trademark over on that A side again, allowing Heat to, I think, play a little bit more comfortably.
With 40 on the clock, looks like MIBR are going to just take the full 5-man rush in towards B main. Knife at the ready for Sadak. Fragment to follow. Paranoia does still cut across the site, but MIBR will hit the pause button. They want that utility first and foremost. Fast lane will allow an opportunity to dissect the front part of the site, but how do you get through the back? You've got Dante with a stinger. This could actually be really impactful from this position, and there's so much of a read right there, but he's not able to get the trigger pulled initially. Eventually a 1-for-1 trade. MW Zare back into the site with the one rifle that they might need. Can he win it all? Absolutely! 3 for MW Zera, Thrifty for Crew, who are still alive.
Insane hold coming out from Crew. MW Zera again has been the star today in this matchup up against MIBR. Such a hero in these moments, this veteran player. One of the OGs when it comes down to players that made statements within the Brazilian scene to put them on the map internationally. That was all him. Now, again, trying to keep Crew alive in this upper bracket of the plans.
This entire series has been all him. He's just like, get in the backpack, I'll do it my damn self. So much more to do, though, here if you're Crew. And if you could find a way to get to 5, that would feel incredible. But he gets caught, and Tex is going to get a second. Oh, that's just not at all what you want to see if you're a Crew fan. So now Les has the world in front of him. First shot clean, trying to teleport away, just able to get there, trying to shut down Auspice, and that is a huge shutdown. And now he's feeling the pressure, like, get me the heck out of here. Not gonna happen. Mazzino able to stuff him up with the pistol. Zera still alive and kicking, though, gives this an opportunity for Crew. Nightfall at the ready, 2 versus 2. Post plant going to be established for MIBR.
Face your fear!
Nightfall comes out, and both players dodge it?
I think both dodge. So now you got to try to work through all the rest of MIBR's remaining utility. Prowler still at the ready as the knife connects onto both players. In the corner, Flash will connect. It leaves it just down a second for the 1 versus 2. Fragment, Haunt, both pushing Zekin out of the corner, but he's maybe going to get a lineup here, but no. Instead, Sadok takes away the angle, finds the elimination, and Crew get their 4th.
Great utility between both MW Zera and Sadok to push back into that retake. A much needed round win there for Crew.
I mean, initially, that looks like a disaster round. The fact that Tex on an island gets 2, you're starting to think there's just no way. But once again, MW Zera continues to absolutely bring Crew back from the depths. And now we've got full purchase for an opportunity to exit this half 7-5. And based on how it started, if you're Crew, you're sitting here like, thank goodness if that comes through.
Zekin 1 away from the run it back into this round. Again, gonna continue to look to farm up that B main orb. One of the few times we're actually seeing the trip being placed over towards main. It's that deeper exploration of mid, something that we haven't seen from Crew since the first couple of rounds.
They're just looking for an opening pick. They don't see much here, though. Tex lurking, looking for an angle at market. Able to see 1, and Dante falls. It's just not where you can afford to have a first blood. Because now the crunch starts to come through. The trademark does slow things down here, though, for MIBR. Second able to get on towards site with this run it back, but he's not able to get as deep as he would prefer to. Shut down by Sadhawk. You still have MW Zera holding in the corner. Neural Theft will come through. That will give a really strong lay of the land here for MIBR, and they're looking to rotate away. They've got Les completely isolated off that information. Heat on the corner, connects. 3 versus 4 numbers for MIBR, but a wide open A site and a pivot man in Mazzino, who's able to shut down another. Should lead to a post plant, but this is starting to get a little costly through the middle of the map here for MIBR's attack.
A lot of individual engagements that are being taken now, but Mazzino's positioning has been the key for this round for MIBR to come back into it. Plant will be secured here. MW Zera has the Haunt coming up and a Prowler to work with.
If there was ever a player you could pick to send into a 1 versus 2, it would be MW Zera for Crew.
Last round, though, Hunter's Fury is available in the 2v1.
That is going to be tough to break down, especially with Verno playing deep. And Zera is just not putting pressure on the spike. There comes the commitment. Tagged by the first, dances with the second. Mazzino waiting for a chance to try to find a peek off the third. Catches him maybe with a haunt out, and that will be enough. Mazzino finishes it off, 8-4 half, MIBR up.
Insane impact coming out from Mazzino. The 3K that he was able to find those little pieces into mid and getting inserted there. It allowed for that rotation to come over towards the A site, making it that much more comfortable for Verno to scale up and get that timing so that they didn't get divided up by Crew looking to rotate.
And that messy little mid setup, you initially thought maybe Crew could get away with something, but not the case. 8-4 the half. Have to have another masterful attack here for Crew if they want to try to see a third map. We'll see if they can put it together when we come back.
All right, Les, you've been a part of some incredible moments in your career. What is one thing that you wish you can go back to, relive, re-experience for the first time?
I think the best moment of like my life, maybe it was after to be the champions as the champions, because when you go to a break, to a vacation, and you won, like you don't need to think about it, worry about it, like team, future, bro, you won. So you just need to actually live the life. So I would like to relive that moment.
So would you say it was the vacation you took after you won champs?
Yeah, exactly. It was not the moment that I won, it was after I won.
So Aspas loved to revisit champs. You want to revisit the vacation after champs. Absolutely love it. Well done.
Kind of like a have your cake and eat it too type of reaction right there. Right now, the bakery is open for MIBR, who are doing just that. Absolutely brilliant start for them through the attack crew. Opportunity to try to break their way back in, but not quite able to get that last round in number 12. Puts a lot of pressure on this pistol in the second half, Ash.
Oh, it absolutely does. And again, this is the first time these two teams are facing off against each other this year within VCT. And neither team has been able to qualify to an international event. To be standing in each other's way there between Les, Sadak, and Aspas being on opposite sides to make that path over towards champions, you really can't write a better story.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they may not have familiarity playing against each other, but there's definitely familiarity, to put it plainly. That is a tall haunt. Floating above the top of the map, just on that little bit of a cable. But crew will get that opening towards A main. But do you expect a quick double hit all through tiles and your spike is here? Oh no, not what you want to see. Now all of a sudden crew are scrambling to get back over to see if they can collect it. Again, you still don't know that there's a second player here. So you got a crossfire set up for MIBR. Dante will get the first. There's the follow-up flash from Zek, and it's some trouble, and that's a huge follow-up elimination from Dante.
Great relay bolt coming in here, but Mazzino to get the trades, and it's going to be MIBR across the scoreboard in that kill feed. Insanely done, Mazzino being able to do that as well. The first time he's facing up against his old organization on the big stage.
I think there's also just, and this is not a fair like compare and contrast moment, but you go back to one of those earlier rounds for crew on their defense where they've got that insert and you're trying to pinch together and they don't quite execute it. That is perfection, absolute poetry from MIBR. Mazzino get in the spotlight with 3 in the end, but that double flank around the back, the timing of the pinch, absolutely chef's kiss. And now crew are in some big trouble. Cannot afford anything though in terms of trying to get a force buy-in, and to make matters worse, MIBR is going to get second an extra orb over towards A, and that space is now going to lead towards these extra weapons, hard focusing on what's coming over towards B.
Now Pop Flash looks good. Aspas still tucked into that smoke. Marking control has been seized by crew.
Kind of. They're still being tested, but the shots are not there for Verno. Follow from Aspas! Able to get 2. Heat with the shutdown. Tex trying to stay alive, has help on the way. Zekin now joins him backside of the site, and crew still cannot get the full site in their control to even get the spike on yet. Tex holding inside the dark cover. There's the toggle of the sound cue, does not bait Tex out, and Mazzino is in position to stop the rotation. Paranoia cuts through, should hit absolutely everything, and Mazzino's gonna get another triple and let them know.
He is absolutely letting it rip on stage right now. MIBR up to 10. Mazzino calling the shots for this team. The reads have been so good, but his mechanics have absolutely come alive here on Sunset.
Such a good read. Such a good read. And that's just another impact. And for MIBR, talking about their offense, putting so much focus on getting to the backside of the B site. Take the opposite of that. MIBR never allowed that to happen for crew, and all of a sudden you're sitting there like, okay, we know they're in front of us or at market. It just makes the decision-making that much more simple. Bonus round here for MIBR. Crew already taking some damage as Heat has to get out of dodge over towards A main. Quick prowler over to market, but no commitment for crew yet. They cannot afford to make a mistake here in round 15.
They absolutely can't. Crew Look at how much this game plan has shifted from them, though, compared to what we saw last time up against Bestia on this Sunset. So many layers came down to those 0 points that were being thrown over at A main, getting that information. Instead, it's been these mid-heavy plays ever since we saw that first pistol round where MIBR were looking to get aggressive.
Yeah, with double initiators into Neon, getting space should not be a problem for Crew. But I say that, and the setup right now for MIBR is perfect as Mazzino just continues to call game. Another huge double as Crew just do not clear off the corner. And all of a sudden, Crew have to just rely on trying to bully out Tex over at Market, and he's sidestepped the Paranoia for one, not able to get the second. But the damage has been dealt. Spike collected, Mazzino still on the site, and with 20 seconds, Crew are stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Mazzino has been such a hero, but there is nothing that they can do with Zekin around the corner. 11 rounds there for MIBR and Shift. This is a far cry from the Crew that we saw 13-1 previously. MIBR, they've absolutely done their homework though as well with how early they're going for that A main aggression. They have been forcing Crew to look to respect it at times too. And we're just not seeing that same value out of the KO that we expected to.
Absolutely. I mean, we're talking double initiator Neon. Like, it should be guaranteed to, at worst, evenly exchange first contact. But now we're in dire straits if you're Crew. A couple of sheriffs and a guardian. MIBR going to have the outlaw in the hands of Auspice, and you know what that can mean. First blood already comes through. If he hits that one, I think Crew's mental's probably broken, but Verno will just make sure those kills still get tallied. And Crew is just about down and out here, and MIBR is about to be on series point.
Let's see if Les is going to be able to make any magic happen. It's not going to, no, with the Paranoia thrown out, Molly, you can't do anything in that situation. Clinical Sunset coming out from MIBR, but Crew definitely not looking like they're in the same form that we saw them just earlier this week.
No, it's just been so different. And to be fair, it's a different caliber of opponent on the main stage right now with them. MIBR has been playing some really good Val, and we're seeing it come to fruition in every single form.
Yeah. Definitely is. You talk about caliber of opponents, though, but 9 out of the 10 players on stage have been to champs. It's just been Dante who is still looking to pave his way to an international stage.
Knife will come through. Crew able to get, again, a little bit of space here at the front of A. Spike not a part of this play, though, as the Prowler will also do some hunting over towards B. Spy came in the corner for the defense has not been denied. And the Aldrone will find a little bit of confirmation of who is here. And Crew will have to kind of back off, kill some noise, and see if they can create doubt somewhere else on the map, as Mazzino has already essentially re-cleared out and replaced that one-way smoke at A.
Now you have the call from Sadak, pulling the rest of Crew. 3 players back over to this A side to help him out. Heat still with the pulse in hand, trying to lurk on the other side of the map. And MIBR, they're more than happy to just play these numbers, look to rotate, shift together.
And we're just going to play run it back just to clear the space.
And Tex has been such a pivotal part of the calling in the mid-round for MIBR with every single nook and cranny he's been able to find himself in, whether on the attack or defense.
This is interesting. Crew look like they're going to get cold feet here. Recon bolt comes through. We're creating noise.
We don't have time for this.
We really don't. I mean, the setup is still well and truly in play for MIBR defensively at B. And that Paranoia is not enough for MIBR to sit here and be like, yeah, they're here today. So no one's moving, but that's a big pick from Sadhawk. Could potentially influence the defense just a touch. Here comes the commitment on towards the B point, and look at Tex. Look how quick he's able to move over.
They're not going to expect this whatsoever. That mid position was so important.
Here comes the play, but MW Zera comes through again. Les trying to watch the rotation. Able to stop one, but traded by Verno. 2 versus 2 situation. Auspice still stuck just on the operator. Fast lane, disrespected as Heat connects with the tour de force. Verno almost gets the recon bolt back.
He's been so good in clutches. Absolutely ice cold.
He's running out of time for this one, though. There's the recon bolt back over towards B main. We'll reveal onto Heat. Quick on the corner, though. Dante shuts it down, and Crew stay alive.
Ooh. Got dicey though. The timing was just perfect to work out for Crew. With when Aspas made the decision to take that rotation to the A site, it was really narrow margins to make this round work.
Long path in front of you. Very long path in front of you. But the first step is now done. Overdrive at the ready. Sadhak is very close to null command. It looks like there's going to be a lot of early force here for Crew. Able to bully back a lot with this overdrive, but they're not able to find the first blood. Verno stops the play in its tracks. Sadhak going to get to work to get this null command, and honestly, you kind of feel like you have to commit this and just try to see if you can force the issue, but instead, Crew will back away and have to play the rest of the round out 5v4. Heat waiting to see if he can find something through the blaze wall, but is just able to snap away to keep his life.
Yeah, being able to get out there could have been everything for this round. Owl Drone, great to re-clear into elbow. Now the call for MIBR to make the rotation to B.
You just have to have one of those. You're still going to get the plant, but once again, look how different this post plant is for Crew compared to MIBR. They're not able to get to the backside of the site. Hunter's Fury queued out. Nightfall to counter for the attack. The Hunter's Fury is not able to find too much. Now on towards the site we go. Les still looking to try to contest in the back part of the site as that Nightfall holds MIBR in their spawn. Null command about to expire. Knife Wolf, once again, suppress everything.
Flash up.
You're running out of time here if you're MIBR. It's going to have to be quick. It's going to have to be aggressive, and Heat's able to hold the line, able to connect this time. Good follow-up flash coming through. Crew hold the line perfectly. One more to grab, and it's an absolutely flawless 3v5 post-plant hold for Crew.
Insane hold coming out from that squad. To be able to pull that off in a 3v5 where they didn't have any of that marking control, no space. It was just full force fledged from MIBR trying to get through CT. The swings, absolutely perfect to ensure that they're getting those trades, and the timeout now is to be called by MIBR.
That's fair. Starting to see some aggression from Crew work out just a touch, at least in terms of moving the defense around, which that's going to be a big key to Crew making this comeback happen. Again, hate to say it for a third time, but with double initiators, you have to be putting pressure on the defensive setups. There's no other way about it. And now that you've been able to establish some bank accounts, you can get Heat that operator more reliably. He's connecting. That was a big key to success for them when they were playing up against Bestia. It was a big key to success when they were playing up against Sentinels as well in the last week of the stage. So those are things that you need to see. It just comes down to, is it too little, too late? Because we still have to win 6 more rounds in a row to even force an overtime.
Definitely have to be as perfect as possible in these scenarios, especially because you don't want that economy to slip away from you either. Now for MIBR, heading into this round, we do have overdrive available for Aspas. He's been so clean on the entries when he has the ult up. It has felt nigh impossible for Crew to stop him when he's able to just blitz onto site.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that MIBR aren't trying to establish some sort of a trap play with that overdrive here to see if they can get an extra weapon collected, because Zekin's going to be just on a stinger, but that overdrive looks like it's going to be a response mechanism. And
I mean,
this is just down to how much space can you actually contest if you're MIBR here to make Crew a little bit more hard-pressed to find free entry.
yeah, I think after the Neon nerf as well, with how short that ultimate lasts at this point, it does feel like more of a gamble to try and rip it early in case there isn't anybody there for that play that you're looking for. Now Crew show that presence. A side of the map, we have a bit of a shift in setup here from MIBR. Tex locking things down on the A site.
Tex does have a Vandal, so one-tap ability is very well and truly a possibility here.
He's been an insane anchor for MIBR today.
A deeper one-way comes through for MIBR to try to use defensively. And Aspas will drop. Now it's just on to Tex. He peeks. Oh my goodness, he comes away with 2 and nearly does it all himself. Verno gets an opportunity to establish how he wants to play on top of the site. Recon Bolt gives him an opportunity to find the timing of his peak as well. Heat stopping the play through the connection, or trying to, but Mazzino's able to find the shutdown. And you can't plant still if your Crew. What looked to be a great opening now all of a sudden has him stuck in a bit of a pickle. Verno being sniffed out, but he finds one before falling. Flash comes through, less in trouble. Off the reload, has to go to the pistol. Not gonna work out. MIBR cleaned it up and take a clean 2-0 to stay in the upper bracket, sending crew down, fighting for their lives.
13-6, and Aspas knocking down his former teammates of Sadak and Les down to that lower bracket that you were mentioning there, Shift, where they're gonna have to make a grueling run to still try to qualify into playoffs. He has been a star player for every single roster he's ever been on, and that's always been such a difference maker for them. He's been the person who's been able to take his teams to those champions. Now, the first match that we've seen from them in play-ins, and they're looking strong.
Yeah, it's clean from MIBR. I know all of us, whether it be commentary pairings or the desk, we're picking MIBR in this matchup, but I don't know if any of us would have predicted how clean MIBR were going to look across both maps. I mean, you could really throw away the first 4 rounds in map number 1. They looked great on Breeze. And then you come into your opponent's map pick on Sunset. You heard the coaching staffs talk about it. Everyone predicted that this was going to be the map set, and MIBR came out looking really polished, really clean. Beautiful stuff from MIBR, setting a big message towards what they could potentially do on a run towards playoffs and beyond.
Still a long way to go, but for MIBR at the very least, it's like you said, just that one game and finding out who they're going to be facing up against a little bit later today. It has been unreal to see the performances on the big stage from both these squads. I think that with all of the layers of, Mazzino also getting to have that almost revenge up against his former organization of Crew and former teammate within Dante here as well. There's so many layers, I think, in this particular game, and it has just been a stunning match to see from MIBR. They wanted to make a statement today.
They did. I mean, history and narratives of how you know each other aside, that was near flawless Valorant out of MIBR today. I can't really pick apart a single moment where they made a mistake. So great stuff from MIBR, and GB's down the main stage to give our final reactions in our post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Shift and Ash. Yes, this is your Verizon post-match interview here. Guys, give it up for Mazzino! First things first, brother. You were out there fragging like a pro. You were absolutely destroying. But I saw you shooting a couple bodies out there. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, it's revenge.
Revenge?
Yeah, because they took me off the team, Yeah.
Oh, they kicked him off the team, so he had to go get that sweet revenge. All right, well, let's go ahead, though. Jokes aside, let's talk about this win because you're one step closer to making it, qualifying for playoffs. It's been a journey for you guys, but how's the team feeling in this moment, knowing that, you only have that one step that you have to take?
Yeah, we know that it's always like one last step.
Yeah.
And we have
you've been in there before.
Yeah, we have been going through a lot, many times, and we know that this is gonna be the time. We know that we have the confidence now. We make some changes, so it's not gonna be the same result.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask about that confidence because it does feel like, as far as the meta is concerned, you guys are really starting to kind of settle into your roles, feel way more comfortable than what it was like in the previous, or at the beginning of the stage rather.
Yeah.
What do you attribute that to? Is that like the coaching staff and you guys really working through this? What was it?
It's everything. It's the coaching staff and also as players too, going on or saying our opinions on the meta, etc., on what we want to do, what we want to be as a team.
Yeah.
So everything is coming down together, and yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. And how important was it for you guys to be able to secure not just a win, but a 2-0 victory? Because I think a lot of people are looking at MIBR in this play-ins as like a real threat to everyone else. I mean, given all the players that are on the team. So I guess in that regard, like how valuable was it for you guys to get that 2-0 clean victory the way that you guys did today?
I think we don't give it like too much of a thought.
Yeah.
But of course, it's really a good feeling, like having two strong maps, like winning them like clean. And so yeah, it's just like starting the momentum.
Yeah, and is the feeling amongst the group that, I mean, you mentioned it before, but I kind of want to get a little bit more of a confirmation. Like, you guys have had a couple of these setbacks in the past, but this time around, it does feel like you guys are turning the page. Is that internally, that's just how it is with everyone?
Yeah, it is like that. We know that we we are not there yet, but we are like getting there, you know?
Yeah.
We need to like, of course, beat the best teams.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the last step, and then going back to more steps after that.
Hey, well, look, man, if there's one team that could do it, it's definitely MIBR. The talent's there, folks. Give it up for Mazzito. Give it up for MIBR. Coming up next, we got Sentinel squaring up against Envy. You don't want to miss it, and we'll see you on the other side.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Envy, obviously everyone knows they're kind of going through a bit of a struggle.
Obviamente los resultados eran totalmente diferentes. Estábamos trabajando de una mala manera. Creo que ahora por fin estamos teniendo profesionalismo y trabajando de una muy buena manera que me tiene más contento, más feliz con mi trabajo. Me siento muy bien, creo que he esperado.
They have a lot of talent there, so there's nothing to underestimate. They have my friend Knights on that team too, so that'll be cool to finally play him on stage. I've known him from before he was even competing, so it's kind of cool to see him start competing, start his journey, and be up here on stage with me.
Nice, nice. Nice.
Creo que obviamente va a ser un partido complicado. Son un buen equipo, pero vamos, si seguimos trabajando de esta misma manera, creo que lo podemos hacer muy bien.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match of the day. We've got an NA showdown between Sentinels and Envy. There's a lot of yapping going on over there. What's going on?
No, nothing.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Athena here, back on the desk with Alexis, Emily, and Leviatán Sato. Guys, that first game was a blast, but we're jumping into this second game because this is actually the first time that these two squads will face off on the stage this whole year. What are we expecting? Is it going to be a banger or is it going to be a snooze fest?
Here's my thoughts.
Okay, tell me your thoughts.
Envy was probably quite mad during the last game because everyone was saying, oh, M80 is definitely going to be playing SEN. There's a revenge match, like of course.
Yeah.
And if I was them, I'd be like,
what about me?
What about us, guys?
Come on, we're here.
Guys, what about us?
So I think into their last match, they were probably pretty upset. I think that helped them win, that fueled them.
True.
So I'm wondering if they're going to be able to carry that alpha energy, that ego, that anger into this game to be able to win it.
Alpha energy might be something they need because this roster has had a pretty good game plan that kept changing, but it looks like this is the time that it's finally come together. As a team, they're starting to finally click. Feels like a lot of those foundational problems they were having, they're not really having anymore. The peaks are good, the comps are good, the roster's looking solid.
Yeah, I think ever since that 2-1 against Furia, we started to see them kind of come together as a team. I think a big part of that was going and like back to basics, having just a clean slate, forgetting whatever happened in their previous start of the year or their previous rosters, and trying to find out who they are with these new players, with this new team, and trying to figure out what works best for them. And I think it was a journey, but we're starting to see glimpses of, oh my God, we kind of know who they are as a team now.
Guys, they had Demon 1 on KJ. Like something was going wrong. I'm really happy they have one of the best chamber players in the world back on chamber. I think it looks really good on them.
Yeah, I agree. Envy is really coming back after a rough spot, and you know, I wonder where did they get this much of inspiration, you know?
Oh, what does that mean, huh? What's with the horn?
I don't know. They're kind of looking like someone else out there, you know?
Similarities?
I think so. Yeah. I think they took some inspirational. Obviously, there's merit to be able to play that kind of comp.
Yeah.
But you know, they're kind of running stuff that are kind of similar to another team, you know?
Yeah. Like what kind of team are we talking about? Like just any, like a playoffs team specifically, or?
Oh wait, actually, we played that. Was it SRG?
Yeah.
No, that's what we're talking about.
Exactly.
Well, the addition of Glyph to the Envy roster has been a big plus, and he stepped up because he is the IGL now. He's taking that role, and it looks like he's fixing a lot of the things that are going wrong.
Listen, I feel like when we're talking about, you know, Envy's come up here, we've been looking at a lot of the comp changes they've had, you know, like Demon One back on that chamber and figuring out Kesnet on that main duelist. But I think a big part of it has been their overall macro plans. I feel like when I'm watching them play, they're not just doing stuff for fun. They're not doing stuff at random. And I think Glyph is a huge part of that with his calling, especially setting up these star players on their respective roles, either going for those chamber first kills or going for those openers and taking space with Kesnet. And not only that, but I think that we're actually seeing him have great reads. I think going up against M80, he was predicting a lot of the time what they were going to do, and that's something we expected out of M80 more than Envy. So it was really refreshing to see.
Not only were their macro ideas really good, when we listened into their comps, they're actually playing together now.
Yes,
they're talking to each other, they're swinging together, they're calling 3-2-1s. Like, I feel like they're just a new team, a new identity with the Glyph IGL.
Well, let's actually send it to Golden Boy and hear from Kesnet about the way that Envy's playing.
All right, here with Kesnet as well as Jen for translations, and want to ask you, Envy really looks like they're turning the page, especially after that win against M80. Massive win for you guys. Is that the feeling in the team that you guys are finding your identity in this meta finally?
Creo que sí, nos estamos adaptando relativamente muy bien en el meta y obviamente hoy día tenemos un partido muy difícil, pero creo que hoy día nos vamos a demostrar un muy buen equipo como somos en práctica.
Yes, we've really been adapting to this new meta, and today we have a new match, but hopefully we're going to adapt well and do well today in this match.
All right, well, I know a lot of people are looking forward to seeing what Envy could do, of course.
Well, adapting to the meta is definitely something that they've been doing, and they've been looking a lot more confident. But speaking of confidence, we're actually looking at two of the most confident players from both of these rosters that are facing off today. Today we'll get to see Redux and Kesnet face off. Both these players going absolutely insane for their respective teams. The firepower is there. I mean, both these players, they're just looking so good.
I feel like having two superstar duelist one-tapper players in a match always makes for a fun game and a fun series. I'm really excited to see who can, you know, take that MVP spot this match.
Yeah, I think Kez has really been stepping up. I think he's a player that when you look at how Envy used to play, he was always kind of finding that aggression right off the bat, but a lot of that time he would be separated away from his team. But now that they are playing more like a team, he's honestly thriving. I think he has a good balance of knowing when to use his teammates' utility to get set up, to go for these first picks and take space, exactly like this round. Like, it was beautiful against M80. But also, I think he's great at kind of having his own time on when he wants to just go aggro on his own.
Also, a really fun thing to see that it's like another generation battle, I'd say. Like, Kez has been there for a long time, and Redux has been coming up recently. So it is really interesting to see how these two duelists coming from different generations play against each other.
And how do you feel in the server against them? Who's the most annoying one to play against? You gotta let us know.
Man, I think I'd say Kesnet is probably the more annoying, because you know it's always a difficult thing to keep players from like hyping up. There's some players that whenever they get momentum, they kind of turn the entire match, and I feel like Kesnet is one of them.
They get that momentum and the ball rolling. But on the other side, the Sentinel squad seems to have become more defined as the year progresses. It seems like both these teams are on the come up, but Sentinels, they're just a tiny bit of a step ahead because they had a couple more successful games when it came to this stage. And of course, it feels like their identity has shifted.
Yeah, I think part of it was probably like there was the issue where John QT had to step out because of surgery. And after that, they did talk about how the team became much closer and much more vocal after that because they were lacking the IGL. And this might be a reason to why Sentinels has had such a big improvement.
Giving a lot more comms, giving a lot more information, and being able to always play off of each other is really important.
And I think you're right. That really helped with them kind of meshing together, and I think that's something that we've seen keep on progressing throughout their past few matches. I think when you're looking at SEN, they are honestly on their way to become a very strong unit. It feels like going into it, they always have great game plans. It really just comes down to those micro decisions that kind of can mess things up for them.
And it feels like every single player has their own real chance of being the star in the server. Every single time we watch these guys, it feels like something crazy is going to go on. I mean, Redux in that last BO3 was just popping off. But let's actually check in with the reigning ping pong champion. You guys know who he is. Golden Boy spoke with him earlier.
Here at Sentinels Cortesia now, you have been playing incredible all throughout the stage. What do you attribute that success to? But more importantly, now that you're facing Envy, do you think you're going to be facing a new and improved Envy in this matchup coming up?
Well, I'll always attribute my success for Jesus. So I think it's all God. If I'm playing better, if I'm like feeling better, it's because of God. And yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, if Envy, it's improved Envy, Sentinels could be improved Sentinels also. So I think it's gonna be a rough match. Like, we just need to make less mistakes than Dan, and I'm sure we're gonna win.
All right, well, we're looking forward to seeing the match, brother. Thank you so much.
I love to hear that from Cortesia because when you're looking at him in the server, he seems to be one of those players that does tend to make the least amount of mistakes for Sentinels, always being that anchoring player, being really instrumental in being the rock on sites for them. And his lurks have been really good recently as well.
Yeah, last year in my 2025 predictions for this year, I actually had Cortesia as my MVP of the entire year.
Dang.
Really? Yes, I had him MVP the entire year. And honestly, this first half of the year, not going amazingly, but I think he's such a rock, and I feel like if they can make it to champs, I think my prediction is going to be correct.
Yeah, for sure. And I think he has really stepped it up as of recent. I think a lot of times when you're watching SEN play, when they're having a round that's just not going their way, he's always there to kind of be that cleanup crew. Still give them hope by getting insane multi-kills, by anchoring, and just playing around his utility. It looks flawless, honestly.
He's just so dreamy, you know. His mustache is so handsome. I mean,
hey, he's taken.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure he's engaged now, actually.
Yeah, he has like a whole wife.
Yeah, come on.
A whole wifey out there.
So sorry, I'm just commenting, you know.
Just good analysis on the analyst.
Just giving you a thorough analysis.
Yes!
We got
Period.
there.
I love that. Well, let's actually take a quick look at the predictions for this game for Sentinels versus Envy, and it looks like we're actually a mixed bag across the board. Let's see, 2 of us for Sen and 2 for Envy. Sato Envy, after just saying that about Cortesia, is crazy.
I mean, he's dreamy, but Envy's trying trying to look like somebody else out there, and I am confident that they're playing really well.
Because they're copying that.
Do you think they can execute it as well as that someone else, though?
Honestly, giving praise to Envy, I think they are doing a really good job at playing Phoenix and Neon.
Yeah.
So that's why I predicted that they would win, because the way that they're running it is doing really well, and I think honestly, it's probably better than some other teams that are just like implementing it now.
Yeah,
right? Because the duelists are always together. I think they're playing together properly. So I think Envy is doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I agree. I was super impressed by how they played that other team's comp.
That other team specifically,
comp. They looked really
SRG.
good. Yeah, SRG.
Yeah, that's who we're talking about. But I picked SEN because they've been looking like they're on the come up. They're on the right trajectory to be winning a lot of those rounds. And of course, the firepower has been insane. But it's actually time for our second match of the day. We're gonna send it down to the stage and look at both these squads as they walk out, because it's gonna be a phenomenal game at least, and Sentinels, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're looking to show that they have the potential. They're trying to get up to that point. I think when you're looking at them, they all have it in them. Like I said before, they're a team that looks so solidified. It's just a lot of these micro little reactions that they need to improve on, but that can only come from rep after rep. And so far, they've been doing a great job at improving match by match.
For the Envy side, I feel like most people were expecting to see a Kaplan Sentinels revenge match, but Envy literally said, not today. I'm really liking this new look from them. Leaning a lot more into team play and fundamentals while still keeping their mechanically confident roots and their alpha energy. I'm wondering if that was like a team decision to lean more into that and less of the puggy style, or if that's simply just a direct result of Glyph taking over the calling.
Yeah, I feel like on one side, we're seeing the IGL change things up and shake up the team environment. And on the other side, we're seeing the Sentinels just lock in and being able to really pull through and make sure they're playing together as a team. So I think this game is really going to be one of those bangers, and it might go to 3 just because of the way that everyone seems to be on the same page. But the real question is here, what do we think is going to happen when it comes to the way that they're playing in the server, but the anti-stratting as well from both these teams?
I mean, there's a good amount of footage going into this match. Like, both teams there's not one big advantage. There's no one who's at that advantage. But I think overall, both of these teams now, they have a strong leader. So I'm really think it's going to come down to what individuals are able to step it up, make some crazy plays, make some disrupts in the overall game plan, and how well they're able to implement that anti that you were talking about.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit tough. Envy, they did just play. They do have a little bit of tape that Sentinels could use, but maybe the adaptation from the team of Envy could be quick enough for them to send it.
And maybe those reps are actually helping them find their identity a little bit more. Yes, they did play recently. They've shown a lot of stuff with this new look of them, but also that's exactly what they need, is to kind of keep that momentum going, have more reps under their wings so that they can actually kind of look more formed as a team together.
Yeah, and now we're looking at these map picks. Envy picking that Ascent first, followed by Summit, picked by Sentinels to go to a third map of Sunset. How are we feeling about these map picks?
I'm not at all surprised by the Envy Ascent pick. That's their map, that's their battleground, but Summit from Sentinels.
Oh, you like it?
I do like it. I'm excited to see what they're gonna play. Have they played him before? I'm actually
They have, and I feel like they've had a great macro idea going into. Like, I think John QT is great at kind of predicting what to do, especially when they're starting on that attack half, worrying about what Sentinel utility they're going to be going up against. He loves to go and focus on breaking all that before picking where he wants to end.
Well, let's lock in on Ascent a little bit here. What are the two players from a player from each team, let's say, that you guys are looking at in order to get this map across and a map win for either side?
I mean, it's pretty obvious on the side of Envy. You're looking at Demon 1 to get those deep op lines. Yeah. But for Sentinels, it could be a lot different. It could be anyone really stepping it up.
Do you agree with that, Sato?
I agree that the entirety of Sentinel's teams could pop off at any moment. But I'm keeping my eyes glued to Cortesia because, you know, he's the Brazilian dada.
Because what? Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Because he's the Brazilian dada.
Okay, all right. I was just making sure I heard that right. Agent select up on the screens. It looks like we're going to go with the double duelist from both sides. It seems like this is just the regular meta. They haven't really changed that much.
I mean, it's almost a mirror comp, right? You have the Cypher Chamber head-to-head. How much impact will Demon 1 be able to get against a team like Sentinels, who's used to going up against Ops? Let's see how well Sentinels are able to punish him.
Let us see, because it's time to send it over to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Well, let's get to it then. This should be a good one. Envy versus Sentinels, and these are two teams that have been going in almost opposite trajectory a bit. They need to find themselves a little bit more after that loss to Crew, whereas Envy appearing to go from strength to strength, week on week, making these improvements. Now a task with trying to take down Sentinels, and this is a battle where the stakes are set up quite easily. You get into the upper semis if you win this one, but more crucially perhaps is the fact that you dodge that lower bracket, which doesn't get reset even if you make it all the way into playoffs.
Yes, if you're in the lower bracket when you qualify to playoffs, you stay in the lower bracket, which is brutal. So you do not get that extra life regenerated. That's what these teams are fighting for. Not just making it through the playoffs, but giving yourself the best chance possible of actually going on that run and making it to champs. That was the whole point of why Sentinels redid their roster. Rob Moore said their goal was to make it to champs, or at the very worst, make it to Masters 1 in 27. At the moment, it looks like a long road. But you just got to put one foot in front of the other for both of these squads.
Focus on the challenges ahead here, but Envy are no slouches. They've been proving everybody wrong. The anticipated date with Destiny, Sentinels versus M80, not to be, because Envy had something to say about it.
And it was this map where they absolutely dismantled M80's Ascent comp. Great ante.
Yeah, very good ideas. They've showcased that, I think. Ability to really pinpoint the weaknesses of a team. Jonah P might have a lot on his plate soon enough. Shock Dart's going to be primed here, Envy. But up main control now, going to be sending it flying forwards, at least with a stun. Going to be pushing Cortezia out of position.
The trip.
Trip will be tangling, but still no kill confirmed. And a bit of a pause potentially called for, but now flooding out through lane, and the kill's already going the way of Envy. Towards the back of the site, Jonah P is no more. And a pistol round almost all written up at this point.
John and Redux still with 2 flashes to work with, but in a 2v5, it looks pretty impossible. These guys were so late. SEN players left on an island trying to anchor B. Envy had a lot of time. And they've just got to fend off these final 2.
I'm going to get past Demon 1 first, and this guy, listen, not taking any time off, not quite yet. This is lovely by Envy. Brilliant lead, putting their best foot forwards here on Ascent.
It's such a different team to the one that you would have seen 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, something like that. 1 month back, you're looking at this team. They looked like a free W for anyone who was playing against them. And they have just been rejuvenated. That swap from Knights, moving over to Duelist, picking up compositions from Leviatán, basically. Putting Demon 1 on Perma Chamber. It's sensible roles, it's sensible comms. And it also seems like it's given them at least a platform to work from. At least a foundation with which to then work on stuff like their communication, their coordination, this kind of stuff. And getting better performances out of people like Kesnit, for example, who absolutely ran over M80.
We'll see a very patient play so far by Envy. Just looking to see if they can farm up the orb. There's no reaction.
Bit of a hallmark of the way that Glyph has been calling. It's been very different to what Envy were doing earlier on in the year. If you showed an Envy fan when they were a tier 2 team these kind of VODs, they would not know what you've done to them.
No.
But it's been a long journey to get here. Now, I'm a little bit concerned at this point that they are just waiting for SEN to figure out that they're not coming B. There is
not budging,
40
though.
seconds.
Yeah.
You'd think there was a tech pause.
No,
But,
you really
but I promise you, there isn't.
30 seconds. I think it'll send it though.
30 seconds left.
Possibly as well, just hunting. SEN have been one for these little trap plays on their ecos. Flashy as a player jiggling.
Yeah.
It could have been Envy. We've been talking about them. They have been very good in terms of the preparation that their opponents have been going up against.
Oh, very good.
So it could have been just them waiting for signs like that.
Definitely. I mean, you can run a ton of different trap compositions or trap setups with both of these compositions. Off Demon 1's contact or off the cam from Cortezia.
Look at that.
Are they looking to die to Spike? Knights is hunting.
Yeah, Knights is hunting. The player that wants to generate some of these orbs. Up, Guardian spamming away. Doesn't quite get it done. Kesnit, though, still going to be holding down up towards heaven.
Frankly, Envy have done a great job, though, at prioritizing Knights. They got him the ult orb, they got him the plant, they got him a weapon to go and hunt with.
And now one away.
Yeah.
Demon 1 does not mind going down with a ship here.
No,
and they got the Ghost, so perfectly happy for it.
That's a great start from Envy. A very controlled start. If there was any level of a trap, they might have just heard the Cypher cam roaming around on A as well. That might have been one of the reasons why Envy were a bit cautious to walk in there. A lot of the traps are going to come off Cypher cam contact. Hello, hello.
Yeah, I'm seeing players lean back. Makes me concerned. Yeah.
Ah, interesting. I said there wasn't a tech pause, and I summoned it into existence. How do we manage that?
Well, sure to be a short one.
Yeah.
Tech pause gear. Not going to speculate. Wait, we're going into the settings.
Hold on. I am willing to speculate. It's Kesnit.
It's the keyboard.
We can use our eyes.
Turn it off, turn it back on again. Never fails.
You worked in tech support at one point.
I did. Yep. Would spend like 5 hours on the weekend helping old people.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You do a lot of turn it off and turn it back on again?
A lot, actually. It fixes a lot. I'm not going to lie. We will be probably getting into things soon enough here. But yeah, we can sing the praises all day long for Envy.
We really
A
can.
lot of the improvements they've been making every single week.
I think the question for both of these squads really is, even if SEN start getting on an uptick, is it too little too late to be in the middle of play-ins and feeling like you're getting into some form? For Envy especially, if we want to dial in on them, this is better than they've played all year, basically.
It is.
I mean, apart from that one game where they destroyed MIBR by playing Kesnit Cypher and, you know, all sorts of silly agents and just kind of running it down. Apart from that, this is the most fundamentally solid that we've seen Envy all year. But it is a very tough task to imagine that they'd be able to go fully through to the grand finals.
Like all the way.
So difficult.
Distant dream, but like you said, you've got to take it one game at a time. First one in front of you. Sentinels going to get an opportunity now as well as they go up against the bonus, but it is going to be potentially a potent one here for Envy. Getting this one sorted out here. We were already talking about how well they're doing prioritizing Knights as a player. His ults on the Phoenix. He is one away currently.
Yeah, I
grab an all for your bonus. You are laughing all the way to the bank.
You're not allowed to discuss tactics with your team in the middle of a tech.
No, you're
like
not.
This,
Not allowed to say anything.
But you're allowed to think about them.
Yeah. Yep.
They can't stop you thinking. They haven't figured out how to do that yet. So I think for Sen, they got to be pondering, like, you know that Knights is going to be looking to play for an orb somewhere. How do you stop him? Are you going to run some kind of flash repeak into B main? Are you going to try to fight for A main control and deny the orb there? This is the guy whose change of role has it reinvigorated Envy. And he looks like a key piece for anyone to build around in the future.
Yeah.
He was a key piece that Sentinels wanted to build around. That's why they had him on Cubit Academy.
That's exactly right. Now he's playing against the Parent Org. Sentinels obviously had to make much more rapid changes in a shorter amount of time. They couldn't afford to wait for Knights to become eligible.
No.
But we're getting into it now. The timer ticking down, and everything we were discussing still pretty much relevant, to be honest.
And it looks like it will be that A orb control that they're going for.
Sentinels might have something to do and say about it. Look at it, grouped up right now.
Paranoia, stun, maybe even a molly over the top. Redux is lining up the molly, I think. Here it comes.
Looks like it. So they're going to be a bit of a counterplay. Already cooked up. Sen trying to get one step ahead. Waiting for it. They hear the TP. There's the molly. Let's see how they deal with this one now. Slight pocket to play in. Kesnit!
No way.
All the way in. How the hell is this kill being claimed? Jerwin. It's gone down.
How did Glyph end up killing Jerwin there in the midst of all of that?
Man.
I mean, Kesnit must have done most of the damage, you'd imagine. Well, that was an attempt from Sentinels to deny the orb. Has not worked. Knights with an ult. And they're in a 5v4. Couldn't have gone better for Envy.
Yeah, now they just cut noise, waited out. Sen still sticking around. Holding down the space that they can.
The cut noise call from Glyph, hoping to spread the defenders back out. Drone from Jonah P, though. Clears out B. You can keep the stack A.
Yeah. It's going to give him massive indicators, especially with the util flying forwards. And Kesnit was already low enough there. Just one bullet will do it. Q2 finding it now. To run it back, going to be utilized to see if he can lead the charge. And the rest of your squad flowing in behind. Envy looking to make the most of this with the flash forwards. It's a deep TP back in again. Cortesia on the high ground. He's already found himself two. Through Heldon, it's going to be cleaned up, and happens a big reveal. Spraying away just the outline of the hail. How the hell is Rossi getting away with it? Barely alive at all. There it is with the Odin spraying out a 1v1. Jonah P versus Glyph. Sova v Sova. And there it is. Swing off to the side. It's Glyph with a tiny little three-piece and a bonus conversion for Envy.
I think both teams understood exactly what the game plan was there the entire round, and it comes down to execution. What a bizarre situation for Jerwin to find himself in. He thought he had the upper hand. He thought he had the jump on Envy. Instead, Gets a flying Kesnet and a ghost shot from Jonah P in his face. From Glyph in his face, sorry. And Glyph is the one to close it out. It's a good call, good cut noise, good execution from Envy. Attack side Ascent, and they're up 3-0.
It's one of the best beginnings you could really hope for. Sentinels aren't actually economy enough. They still got rifles in play.
Yeah.
So the money isn't going to get broken off the back of losing that.
That's because they went for the hard eco straight after losing the pistol. Although Jonah P can't afford the rata-ta-ta-ta.
Yep.
Only with the Bulldog.
Very, very cautious, though, from Envy. Slowly poking around. Team of one.
Pixel angle being held there from Redux.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of damage.
Team one's just going walkabout. It's perfectly happy to do it. He anticipates that they're going to be on either the eco or a half fight. At least a half armor, so the Outlaw could definitely get some work done. Cam spotting him out will push him back and away. Envy have 50 seconds remaining.
These are the rounds that actually weren't working that well for Envy when they played against M80, when Kesnet goes solo cat.
Yeah.
He's got to stay alive.
Pulling a lot of attention towards him, but already going to be moving back and away now. 40 seconds. Got to get a move on here.
This Trip is great.
There it is. Trip just going to be tangling them all the way up. Bit of spam for the wall, potentially doing the job. Kodazia, yes, still good for it now. He's buying time for the reinforcements to arrive. Backs to the wall. The anchoring player is bunkering down. So time pressure is going to be mounting onto Envy here. You've got no choice but to see if you can power your way forwards, but you're straight into the maw potentially. Envy crunched at a moment's notice. All that time that's bored as well. The rest of Sentinels collapsing upon them.
Really good flood coming out there from John and from Redux. They were a little bit late to the party when it came to the pistol, but here they're in. And Kodazia, that trip that he places over towards Market, you need that against Envy. What did Envy do against M80 on this map? Mid, B-splits, mid, B-splits, over and over and over again. M80 could not figure out a solution. You've got to use your Cypher utility, whether it's a one-way cage at Market or whether it's a trip like that that's difficult to break. Kodazia is the key guy to stop that play that Envy love from coming through.
This is a bit faster though, some pace behind it. The molly lay it down along with the fast lane to dart up towards the back.
Ult broke
retreating in
but
through.
they're still in.
Ult broke, still looking to commit. Jerwin up onto that heaven angle, but doesn't want to really dice with death too much. Jonah holding now. Waiting for the right time to strike here with a dart. It's going to be prime. Flash forwards along with some more util, but that's Nice just shutting him down. Dart, though, with a big reveal. Nice is very much alone here. Needs a bit of a bailout from the rest of the squad. He's dodging and juking for the util for now. Down into hell. Jerwin's going to contest with this and struggling to do so. It's all Envy currently running away with a round. This looks to be just that fourth round added up to the tally.
Envy completely dominate this space. I like the idea of Redux going for the flash at the same time as Jonah P's recon. But was the flash bad, or did Envy just have incredible awareness and dodge it? It looked like it did nothing.
Yeah, it could have been a bit unlucky as well. Knights, not sure if there's a bit of spam or what, but Redux in the smoke. Now trying to hunt out the remnants of these weapons. Pretty essential that they hold on to this one now. Sentinels bunkering down. They do keep the two guns.
They're keeping their economy alive by a shred, but it's not good.
Oh, there it is. Dodging that.
Yeah. They're cracked. I mean, we've never been in doubt of the talent on Envy. We really haven't. It's just about putting it together. And it feels like they've actually managed to do that in the last couple of weeks.
Timeout here for Sentinels. Pretty necessary stuff. Adjustments are going to have to be made. I mean, so far we're seeing Envy pretty cautious stuff, not really willing to rush into things, with the exception of that last round that we saw.
The problem for Sentinels is Envy are dominating A main space and then execing A. And SEN have tried to fight them for A main, and they lost. That fight might need a bit of refining if they want to go for it again. And they've tried to anchor A like they did in that round, or at least set themselves up for a fast retake. That's how I would describe that attempt in round 5. And it didn't work either. Redux got shut down trying to come through Market. Joan was the only player that went in. Envy feasted. Here's the player that was absolutely fantastic in the game against M80. Look at the ACS there, 300 ACS. What a glow up compared to, you saw the stats at the top, like twice the ACS in the game against M80 compared to what he's been averaging across stage 2. Because it has been brutal. The normal form from Kesnet, historically, excellent player. Really, what a talented player. But he hasn't been able to find that recently. up until the game against M80.
Potentially going to be paving a way forwards. Sentinels will be looking to see if they can turn things around. Tough task ahead of them, though, dealing with this MV squad. We're talking about it, the communication. It's been getting cleaner ever so slightly, and talk about clean, snappy stuff from Joan, but might be assailed quickly enough. Manages to disengage, still MV. Got more up their sleeves, potentially.
I'm gonna say,
Mid.
There's one market, they're clear me.
Oh, I left you.
Mid one, right? Mid one, mid three. One market. I got tag.
Mid 3, Neon.
I'm coming to you.
There should be one jiggling on my ping, okay? Neon's jiggling mid 3.
Heard. Did they see you?
Maybe.
Did they see Chris or Connor?
Don't know.
Okay. He tripped market. They're wavy mid.
Yeah. The Neon was mid 3.
Heard.
Jiggling. 100%.
I'm coming to you. They have no camera. Could be a main, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go heaven. You think you can make it out on site?
Yeah.
I got juggled.
Was it?
Neon.
I darted heaven.
Okay.
It's like full
2.
giving.
3 Kevin.
3 heaven.
2 more.
3 more.
One max.
Oh, that was you.
Heaven
3.
Bingo.
You got this.
Six.
Well, talk about a Red Bull clutch.
When Rossi said, "You got this," I didn't believe him. I did not believe him. But my God, he was seeing the future. What was that? They lost the plot entirely. They lost Glyph. They had no idea where he was. And then they just fell down into him a couple at a time.
Unbelievable. Actually unbelievable.
I think that's exactly what he was thinking.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Dismay on his face, and now we're seeing it. Sentinel's going to be up in the tempo. Not to be pushed back from this one on that eco, the aggression showcase, but Envy ready to just absorb it all. Feeling empowered after a round like that. Probably feel like they can do no wrong.
The round had gone so poorly for them too. It was a nice call in the previous round. Envy just picked a fast strat out of the book after attack timeout. This one should be an easy cleanup, to be honest.
It really should, yeah. These players are slowly being taken out, one after another. Still left reeling after that.
It's a backbreaker.
It is.
It really is. You're on the defense side of a SEN. You should be able to put up, I don't know, at least in this meta, what, 7 rounds at least? It's not the most defense-sided meta of all time, but still. You're not putting up 7 rounds here.
No.
Not a chance.
We were talking about it. Envy. Week to week, strength to strength, really. What you got to listen into is those comms check-ins, and you will see the evidence.
They were actually communicating the positioning of people really quite nicely, up until Demon 1 had to shoot his own IGL.
Yeah.
But empowered some kind of skill into him, I guess. I don't know. Ridiculous. This round, bit of a just eco desperation push.
Get some tiles crunch. See if you can catch some of these players off guard.
Op, Odin, Sen, need it.
Desperate to put a round on the board. We're seeing it, it's fast here, but he overdrive, but Jerwin just takes his time with it. Lines up the shot, Kez's taken out. It's an Omen TP, the ult from John QT. Reinforcing over towards B now, Hunter's Fury as well, everything being unleashed. Rendezvous to just peel back to safety. No connections, and be happy to slow things down once more. Look to poke and prod in a different direction, but they're going to be meeting potentially their match. Redux holding close. You want to hold him for that contact here with the Odin and a spray. Flash to follow through. It's a lovely play to cook up in a moment. Less hesitancy from Sentinels.
And a very good defensive setup in general. They just knew exactly what they wanted to do all over the map. Jonah P important on both avenues of it with the Hunter's Fury and the Odin. Could Glyph make magic happen again?
Surely not. There it is, finally shut down. Demon 1 on his lonesome, but necessary adjustments by Sentinels.
The reality is, though, Brent, Envy could lose all of the rest of the rounds in this half, and they would still be feeling pretty decent about what they've done so far. It's It's a tough road here. And it's their map pick for a reason, but here SEN responding back with at least the first.
Yeah.
The weaponry, their economy had never been in a good spot because they went 0-3 down at the very beginning, but getting this up and getting this Odin online at the same time, that's helped their defensive setups enormously.
Nice shots across the board. SEN desperately needing it.
But now you know that Joeyn's got the operator. Demon 1's going to be looking to hunt him out, I would imagine.
Yeah, we see the attack side up in his hands.
He had the ult in the previous, but I don't think they were quite aware that Joeyn was opping. And Joeyn likes to op on passive angles. You see him up here towards a heaven at the beginning. He's quite a passive op player. Not bad against a very aggressive team like Envy, though, I think.
Yeah. Wait for the game to come to you to a degree. A bit of a default here. Envy still scoping out. They are worried about the presence of the art. That's why they're not. You can see Demon 1's positioning. It's not as aggressive, just holding for a bit of a cat peek. Drone to clear up through into main. Shutdown's going to be raining down. Molly from Redux looking to see if he can slow down the approach, just in case there was some pace behind it. Knights has an ult to utilize here if they want to try and go into something a bit faster, but Sentinels are waiting.
Demon 1 heard the drone through mid. He might be calling to his team that Joeyn is probably posted in mid somewhere behind the drone, but instead, Joeyn's rotated to A heaven. And he's pretty likely to catch Kesnit or Knights.
There it is, run it back, and there it is. Joeyn shuts it down immediate. The ult, that at least dealt with. Fast lane, forwards, no real follow-up off the back of all of this, and it's going to be sidestepped again. Joeyn, operator, seems to be the ticket. Seems to be what's helping him out massively now. One shot going wide though, but still that rifle aim intact. And John QT ready to put and stamp his mark of authority onto the site. John will be following through. And once more is left into the hands of Demon 1 without too many chances at all. Time it's ticking away.
Yeah, he's got no hope here. Best thing to do would just be to save the operator in this spot. I think this is the first round where we're seeing Envy actually making a bit of an error. I think you need people in right behind Knight's ultimate there. If your threat on the other side is an op, you have to catch the timing between shots. And that means when Knight gets his ult broken by the op shot, right before this actually, Kesnit needs to be going in, you know, Kesnit and Rossi, whoever's going to be scaling, need to be going in right before the second shot can land. And instead they kind of cowered in A main. And despite being 6-3 up on the attack side of a SEN, it's actually going to be Envy that call the attack timeout here. It's been a couple rounds in a row right now, since the Op and the Odin came online, that SEN have been able to stabilize. Stunner wants to give them an option to be able to get back into the game. I say back into the game, to keep the lead
ahead.
going.
Yeah, it's all about just keeping it. The Sentinels are finding ways in. Joeyn, the operator, being that a major piece.
I think they've got to find out where he is a little bit more. They heard the drone in the previous round up through mid, and they might have thought that Joeyn was pushing up off the back of it, but Joeyn seems like he's just rotating based on noise currently. He knows that Envy are going to end with sight pops if they haven't taken mid control.
I mean, Envy is also, they're not really working the map too much. They're just taking main control, cutting noise, re-hitting quite a lot.
Yeah, they do have the B split through mid that they like to run, but I think they make it very obvious when they're doing that strat. You're never going to be surprised that they've run a B split on you because they, you know, they're a galloping horde down the middle of the map.
You hear it coming. Okay, well, fresh round now, round 10. Other side of the timeout, Envy. Looking towards that B main. That's exactly where Joeyn is once more. Op v op, perhaps. Joeyn could be once more stunting any sort of attempts from Envy. Just the reaction times there. The flash will connect, and he does just miss the timing on it ever so slightly. Backs himself up.
It's given Demon 1, though, the priority on some of these angles. When the Phoenix Wall drops, Demon 1 is going to be looking for these picks.
It's a passive line, isn't it? Joeyn isn't really giving anything away.
If Joeyn peeks a little bit... I mean, Demon 1's got the wrong read on where exactly he's going to be posted.
Smoke in the face. Joeyn. We're going to have to press forwards or not. Paranoia's going to be sweeping on top of it. It's a stun as well to just delay this one. Envy all the way in, but there's Joeyn. Shorty in hand, activating now and just running and gunning, tearing through them. Buying space here for the rest of Sentinels to get involved into the action because it's Envy the ones bleeding, limping into this next one. 2v4, Glyph and Rossi. Backs against the wall, there are no other options. They have to fight their way forwards and through. Dart's going to be broken immediately.
Good break on that one.
Yeah. Could have been a spam potentially from it. Glyph forwards, risks to be taken, but tripled up. Faced up, Sentinels are not letting anything slip here. Not in the slightest.
Very clean round from Sen. Love the way that Jerwin played that. He realizes that he's been pushed back a little bit, gets back, Spawn, doesn't offer himself up as a pick, but he comes in instantly to help the site anchor with a shorty, and then also grabbing the Phantom. It's just perfectly played. Putting his body on the line, realizing that he is no longer the guy with the op that can affect the outcome. He's got to go help his team, flood defend. Sen are clawing their way back in.
Yeah,
if they could make it a 6-6 half, I think they'd be delighted.
There.
Still might not be enough, but I think they'd be delighted. Oh, they would. I mean, considering they lost pistol bonus.
Yeah.
Worst halves to be at, to be sure. And right now, it's Envy the ones with the emphasis placed upon them. They've got to figure this out.
4 players seen there at B.
With the cam. Again. See if they can prioritize potentially the orbs. Now it's going to be grabbing that one up, but there's a bit of spam straight into the corner, and suddenly one of your key pieces with Demon 1 out. A lot of bite taken out of the Envy offense.
Good read that's exactly what Envy were doing the last time, and they've duplicated it again. Jonah was so ready for that.
Deep dart. Knight still holding on to some of this space here. Looks like
refight.
re-exploration. It's just a neural theft, and Jerwin's still holding down onto the corner. An attempt at a punish. It's Knights himself who's the one.
There.
Neural theft is going to be pointing out as well that Envy. They're just setting up towards mid. An immediate reposition.
Really nice reposition of the trip as well, actually. Got to see him pick that one back up and put it down. With 50 seconds on the clock. Envy know it's there, but it's still so tough to get through. Glyph would have to break it with a shock, I think.
Yeah, Envy are just looking scattered right now. Hoping and hunting for options. Kenson just trying to poke, see what his players are. But it pre-fires at the corner. It's a good shot. Great trade by Redux.
Good anticipation from Kesnit. Here's Jerwin anticipating Glyph's walk down.
Glyph got to wear that line here. That's going to be spike drop down too, with the chances of Envy's round also. Dropped and fading away. Rossi looking to see if he can hold on to the gun, but not for much here. Sentinels now, they just need one more round and they will have dragged this to level against all odds.
It's an incredible comeback. It really is. It's ever since they got the Op and the Odin in the hands of Jerwin and Jonah. That duo has just made such a difference. Good to see Jerwin as well. 12 and 5, recovering himself after a really rough showing in their most recent game. They'll be happy about the fact that he's firing on all cylinders.
Rossi's been taking his TP a few times in the past, so he's anticipating it, but we can see Rossi's in a different direction.
It is the same neon wall that they like to use, though.
Yeah. This time, running it up into the A split. So running back that's going to be sticking out into the open. We'll see if anybody can defend the body in time. Knight's looking to see if he can lead this one forward. Jonah P, perfectly content to just hide around a corner. Let's the Recon Util do the job. Gliding forwards though, Kesnit. Not to be outdone, trying to pave the way now up through heaven and putting a squeeze onto them. Jerwin answering back, that's a spike drop down. Needs to be an answer, but Jerwin's still alive. Overdrive in his hands, and he's running away with things now. Doesn't matter, they lost control of where Kesnit could be. Right click up into the air and exchange once more. Now an ult of his own. He's picked up that, at least with a spy, gliding around, trying to hunt out, scope out where could they be in this 1v2. And
he can get out.
Immediately recognized, 50 seconds. And the overdrive is going to give him that ability to just reconvene over towards B.
Houdini, he's out. He's planning on B.
Straight up. Cam's going to be spotting him now. Sen just have to play this one together, but there's always chances now for Kesnit.
Redux has a flash as well.
Trip's still active. It's going to give them a little bit of information. They're going to know roughly that Kesnit is only going to be in some positions.
Kesnit's an aggressive player. You expect him to make a play like pushing stairs, and that's going to freeze Sen for a little bit while they worry about it.
Pushing forwards onto the one lane. Both together now. Sentinels making the most here. Kesnit's just trying to scope this out. Redux. Sharp and well honed though in this one, and he's earned and granted that 6th round here for Sentinels. As we were saying earlier, despite all odds, they've done a fantastic job.
And Jerwin's been amazing for them. I think you step back a little bit, big picture. 6 rounds on attack side is still spectacular for Envy. They did all of their work early doors and put SEN in a spot where they had to battle uphill. But battle they did. Jerwin, 15 kills in the half. Momentum, I guess you could say, on SEN's side, even if it's going to get harder for them on attack.
Certainly so, but they've got that composure, the grit on display with the tenacity. Anything is possible in the second half of Ascent.
Okay, so Knights, look, a little birdie told me that you used to be a part of Cupid Academy, and I figured great opportunity for you to go ahead and let them know how you really feel. Okay, what is it? What was it about Cupid Academy? You want to slam it on the ground? You want to, huh?
I mean, it's a nice little, cute little toy. I mean, hey,
what do you have to say to him?
Keep it up, little guy.
Keep it up, little guy. Yeah, that's about as good as it's gonna get. Thank you.
Yeah, there's no venom there at all. I mean, he's probably been treated quite nicely.
I would imagine so.
Organization.
I would imagine so.
No bad blood there.
6-6 at the half. Envy should be very happy about what they accomplished, but it was SEN winning 5 rounds in a row to draw things level. And they'll be feeling like they got their feet underneath them finally. The pistol round, it's still really important for SEN to be able to get this one, in my opinion, though, because an even half going into the attack side of Ascent feels difficult.
It does. Pistol round, always important, especially so here.
They've guessed correctly. This is the empty site. Only Rossi home.
Will have to be played full retake. Envy themselves going to lay down a smoke or two, but that's not going to be doing much to dissuade them. SEN already the realization. Coordination as well to make sure that every single area is checked.
Slows them down a little bit. Baits a slide out of Jerwin.
It will be that full 5v5 retake though. See what Envy have got cooked. Paranoia still waiting.
Yeah, flash recon as well, that's what I'm looking for.
There it is, Molly over the top. Stun onto the one side of things here. Sentinel's going to try and weather the storm now. So Utor's going to be used on either side. It has stunted Envy. Using some key pieces, but still holding on to a few pieces now as a flash. All the way forwards, deep as the smoke, but again, Redux just taking up residency inside of it, dominating control. Glypto slipping the net all the way towards the back, and somehow Envy up through heaven unaccounted for. The retake works to fruition, and a pistol round earned up.
2 for Glyph, 2 for Demon 1. Envy managed to take a pistol. That is a blow for SEN. They're going to need to try to capitalize on every opportunity on the attack side here. There's going to be so many threats. Demon 1 in general. Trap plays off his contact. And with Glyph's form at the moment as well, 11 and 7, winning that 1v4, winning the pistol round in a difficult position here. They've done a great job on both pistol rounds. They really have.
Messing around with the economy. Envy pretty much fully investing into this round. Not looking to take chances here for Envy. It's a good Sentinels, good opportunity to see if he can do exactly what Knights was doing on the opposite side of things. Build up to the next ult.
I'd imagine the Redux might even want to play for the other. I think
like the Lev default.
It looks like they might be baiting that they're going over towards A and hoping that they can catch someone on the push-up out B. You know, if Demon 1 does follow this drone, you can go back to B and hope to overwhelm him. End of the day, though, he is a chamber. He can probably just get one and get out.
Yeah. It's going to be a flash in his face, though. We'll see how Demon 1 reacts. Forwards, he just respects it. Doesn't want anything to do with it. Glyph potentially just... Body was opened up to a degree, but a spam for the wall. Jerwin, barely alive. And now with that extra piece of spam as well. Wall going up. Couple of stray bullets. Looks to be blind fire, really, but it's all working out in Envy's favor against the eco of SEN. But Sentinel's not able to get too much done.
Redux is 1 away from getting his ult. That's great news for Sentinels. Unfortunately, Demon 1 is 2 away from having a free operator. And that could be pretty bad news for the way that SEN are playing. They've struggled, I think, in recent games against Chambers, against Ops. Meat grinder down line.
Yeah.
Jonah P goes for the Odin on the attack side.
Big fight to be happening. In through B main. Flash held. There's many layers to this here from Envy. It's the exact same look that they had on the pistol.
Godzilla's job is to try to bait this out.
Yeah, well, that's a lovely kill. Rossi's gone down.
Was that through a smoke?
Potentially.
Looks crazy from the minimap.
That was that through Cat.
Oh, A is just empty.
Yeah.
It's very similar to the pistol setup. Envy are just super confident to play the A retake. But when you don't have Rossi alive and you lose all of tree and grass, the retake is a lot harder.
You're left guessing completely now, and Sentinels at this point feeling more and more confident with every single step they take towards that A site.
Glyph realizes that he's got to at least get information over here. Make sure that nobody's pushed into extremely deep territory.
Taking his time with it now. All up. Just to prevent anybody from planting in a usual spot. It's very unusual, really. Jonah P just slapping down a spike now, and the rest of the team going to be flooding in. Envy trying to take this one fast, but Redux! Okay! Sentinels. Force from Envy, but straight back at them.
More of a flood attempt from Envy compared to the pistol. Not gathering up and going for those flashes, the recon plays, the pressure through market door. Little bit more slapdash, you could argue.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, it's counter spam. I guess you could kind of argue that Rossi gave his position away, but you got to feel unlucky if you were Rossi in that situation.
That's one of the best case scenarios, though, for SEN. Redux, he's got his ult. Didn't have to use it.
Demon 1 didn't get the tour de force, but he does have the money for an operator, and he's hanging around in mid.
Pretty standard stuff here. Sentinel's just trailing by 1. The wall propped up, cuts out the 1 avenue. Lets players cross up into more advanced positions. Demon 1 though might get a chance. It's a straight shot, rare miss, but as that blind is going to be collecting into the wall. It's Envy just stumbling over themselves to a degree.
I don't think Redux is going to get anything done with this.
Running back forwards, just hunting for possibilities. It's going to get shut down anyway. Drone's going to be spotting out Demon 1's position. We'll have to at least get back to safety. Tezia's gone down in B main. Sentinels, though, feeling like they're all over the map. I mean, did they hear that with the rotations?
I think it's very possible. Jerwin might have just given them that info. Glyph's kill, though, onto Cortezia. Cortezia was the guy who might have been able to open something up with a lurk pick. And Envy shut it down. Glyph's form today has been remarkably good. And look at this for an aggressive position for your Sova. I mean, yeah, we're watching it now.
Aggressive as anything. That's where Sentinels are leaning.
It's so committed, though.
It is so committed. Getting the info down, getting the kill on top of it. Very wide face. It's good by John QT. Makes it a difficult challenge, really, for Glyph to get any more done. Trade intact on top. Bit of spam down into the line. That'll at least give Rossi second guess, but they need a bit of help now for Demon 1. He's alone very much onto the side. Now, blind is picture perfect. Can't see a bloody thing now. 10 seconds remaining. Still that time pressure, but Redux bailing them out. Helping out entirely. Rossi left alone. 33 HP. Not long for the world there. Odin in your face. 8-8. It's Sentinels dragging it level.
That's an important round for SEN to be able to find. When Cortezia gets shut down over towards B, what are the options for SEN? They explore around the map. That could have been a skewer. That could have been it. Done dead early doors. But here, being able to get rid of Glyph in B main opened up an avenue. And they got back into B.
Let's go. Good round. Good call, Cortez. Good call.
Dude, I love the energy.
You need a steady hand at the helm, Josh. That's what you don't get. You can't keep screaming forever. Jonah P knows that.
Yes, yes. The tired old man of the team. You need one of those.
All right.
Yeah. Jonah's actually really good in the comms. He has been for years.
You're always going to get that calm energy from him.
He also just communicates clearly and communicates quite a lot. Let's take a look at Joen, though. He's a player that's at the top of the scoreboard, 18-9. You're looking at his stats in the loss versus Crew, where he did have that rough performance. But the bounce back, the difference maker, that could be him today.
He's putting on an absolute showcase right now with the operator with a rifle in hand. He's 18-9 currently in his stat line. It's a massive turnaround, genuinely, from that last game.
Yeah.
You know, it's not too harsh to say that it did play a significant part in terms of Crew being able to beat Sentinels.
I think so, yeah. I think he just found so few opportunities to have impact in the game. His passive positionings were getting exploited. He was having to play retake a ton with the AWP. It was difficult. Whereas here, he seems to be getting involved a ton more.
Yeah, it's good to see.
And SEN get what should be a bit of a freebie round here, but Demon 1's tour de force looks very scary.
And straight down mids. You only bite really to the eco. Things that could go wrong. And here's it posted an incredibly deep line. There's no one top mid to punish this one.
Well, Cortezia is evacuated, but Jonah P could well be a target.
The drone up towards the top. Demon 1, you've got to get back to safety of the rendezvous. TP straight back and away.
Do they think about the next layer, though? This flash out into Jonah?
Oh, that's a cracking shot. I mean, Kesnet somehow taking out Jonah P.
Yeah, Knights didn't even go for the flash.
You see it now. Molly's going to be layered down. Plant still to be played for, but now going for it. Hunter's Fury down. That's going to be pushing you all the way back. It's buying extra time now. Envy feeling like they can commit ult in a round like this with that player advantage. Moving forwards, Demon 1 tour de force. He's already found himself a pick. This is dire circumstances. Sentinels only just getting that plant down. It's all going a little bit too wrong against the eco. Check him out down now. Hail of the bullets in through door. Redux is going to be that playmaker, but what is that? Big reveal. Redux taken out, instantly traded. And Cortezia, what can you do in a spot like this? They know exactly where you're going to be posted.
You can't even go for it.
You can't.
It just wouldn't even make any sense to try to contest. Envy have wiped the floor with them. On a round where they came in with one gun and a bunch of classics. I mean, Demon 1's tour de force, of course.
Yeah. Sheriff shot at Kesnet. Cracked things open as well with that kill onto Jonah P.
Jonah was very alone in mid.
Yeah.
And he was droning as, I guess, a bit of a fake pressure to make it feel like it wasn't a full A-pop.
They were doing that a lot. A lot of their 4-1 defaults. Trying to make it feel that way. Whoa. But yeah, that's what you get with this MV team.
I have an opening for you, Connor.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You might want to drop that one.
I don't have any other guns.
You take what you get.
Does that imply that the Glyph doesn't want to play with it?
Hold up. It's Envy trying to go for a bit of a task crunch here, but it's immediately going to be diffused anyway. Cortezia cutting it close onto the angle there. Well, Kesnet going down suddenly. What a threat removed.
Not too much of a heavy commitment behind that.
Looked like they wanted to fight through into B main, but they've immediately adjusted. I mean, this is a rapid wrap around. Envy grouping up in through mid now, just trying to play this one onto the flank, but it does give up the site entirely.
It's going to be on Jonah here. Jonah playing alongside with Cortezia.
Cortezia, he's forward, trying to dodge that flash in time, spotting perhaps a few more players. Gives up pretty critical information, swapping around with the weaponry once more. Drone not seeing too much into the front of the site. Sentinels don't have much in terms of post-plant positioning, but ingrained for now.
Jonah P could rip an ult here. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury popped off. It's a bit awkward, isn't it? Joen potentially getting that stun offline, and he's pressing, pushing the advantage. He's looking for more. Spilling out blood in the streets of Ascent with plays like that. That killer instinct on display.
What a beast. He's got up to 21 kills. The bounce back from the game against Crew has been legendary so far from Joen. Almost a KD of 2. In an even game as well. It's not like SEN are completely stomping him.
Yeah. It's a monstrous performance from Joen.
I love that play as well. Jonah P could think about using his Hunter's Fury in B main, and instead he doesn't go for it. Commits with his team onto the site, and they use it aggressively to make space and create a distraction for their star Neon player to go flying in. I don't think Glyph wanted that Odin. And I think they cooked up a set play to try to make some value out of it. He is back on a rifle.
9-9. Sentinels giving it their all in this game.
It was always going to be an uphill battle when they went down so heavy early on. But they got grit.
They found my trap.
That's good to see. Demon 1 still going to be posted. The angle, just inside logs. The wall causes a couple of issues here. His rendezvous is peeled all the way back. Knights have a flash and a peek. Hunting for some of that mid-round information as we reach that minute mark there. You can see Cordazia working his way up mid.
It's good drone timing from Glyph, recognizing that B main is completely empty, but last time he pushed up into B.
Gap in the smoke. It's Demon 1 capitalizing. Straight up now we see it. There's another flash and just rebounds against the wall. Knights to Molly lay it down, but that's not going to be stopping Jerwin. Electric right now.
But they're going in two different directions at the same time.
Yep.
Where do you end?
No power. Where do you end? I mean, Rossi might also just be filling in the gaps. Extra information being cleared up. Jerwin left us that in. So he's calling the players back to A. Rossi moving around. He's at least claimed that kill. And also the second. Jonah P going down.
It was looking so good.
Has been forced for the issue. Sentinels have only got to go into B, but there's even more players waiting into this direction. No easy task ahead of them. 11 seconds remaining. They are just full throttle all the way in, but Demon 1 is waiting in the wings alongside Glyph. Envy taking a lead once more.
SEN had constructed a scenario that looked good for them. They had opportunities on both sides of the map, but they were hesitant. They didn't know which way to commit. John still had his ultimate. He could have connected with these A players if they'd been able to go towards the site. But instead, Joan and Jonah never really met up with each other and solidified that space. And Rossi drove the knife between them. I think you'll have to do something. But I think his point is that SEN...
You don't have to get too active.
You don't have to get too active. You don't have to make any crazy plays. You don't have to go for tiles crunches or some elaborate set play. SEN actually are doing it to themselves in some of these rounds. They are not just gathering up and running an exec. They're trying to work these defaulty poking and prodding in multiple different directions, and frankly, Envy are getting the better of them a lot of the time.
Sentinels, though, have still done a fantastic job of being able to scrape back despite being down significantly. I mean, you're talking about a team so far on the timeline. They've lost both pistols, bonus at the beginning, and that first half they've conceded as well. So, despite that, SEN is still only trailing by 1 round. I got to give a lot of credit to them. The extra timeout that they've saved for a rainy day right now, potentially what they needed.
SEN have definitely won a fraction more of the rifle rounds. That's absolutely true. But they did put themselves in that hole, and they're going to have to dig themselves out. I think I'd like to see them go for more of the exec style. I think forcing Envy to go for retakes over towards A. Some of them worked. Here's a fight.
Yep, fight forwards. Kissin trying to make the most of this one. Again, the bullets raining down. Jerwin's going to be taken out. He's blind as anything. More util where that came from. Piling it on.
These team fights in A main, it doesn't matter whether it's the first half or the second half, they've been going the way of Envy. Jerwin, 22 kills, dropped to the floor. SEN are going to have to do it without him. Cordazia has been their savior in games recently, in difficult rounds. But he has been shut out by Glyph every time he's tried to take space on B.
Yeah, immediate re-clear. Team 1 now. Be posted up. Sees where the shock darts are coming from. Anticipating that jump spot. But Sentinels are calling for the full rotation despite Cordazia getting pushed off that line. Doesn't have that B main space.
It looks like Envy feel confident and happy to be able to play it for a 5v4 retake on B. Knights with the ult. I don't think they'll try too hard to dive into this B site. Demon 1 and Glyph should be ready to play their lives. Maybe get a spam kill.
This dart could be deadly. Drone forwards. Trademark's not broken. Regis just sending it flying forwards now without running back. Let's see if we can clear most of this. Oh, it's a dart that's committed into spawn. A couple of bullets with the tag down. Knights still looking for that re-clearance time. 11 seconds down to 10 now. Sentinels got to get that plant down. There's no pushback. Jonah P still able to get this one. Confirmation now, but the players are toppling, dropping. in the midst of all of it now. Knights is all the way forward. Jonapido, so Willis back to the wall, stopping them in their tracks. But it's just up to him and Cortazia now. The smoke in the face of one. Isolated, splitting up these players. Envy trying to play it with that discipline. Walking up for now. Overdrive now popped off. Kesnet trying to force a reaction potentially out of them. With Jonapi going down, it's all up to Cortazia. And listen as that smoke dissipates. Still players are left unaware. Potentially planning a position for him, but it's going to be watched for on that lane angle. And Envy just to crew up another.
SEN with 2 players towards B main, and they never found any value out of it, leaving their players on site as food for the wolves as Envy closed in. That fight towards A main and the confidence that Envy have in their retakes proving to be a little bit too much for SEN.
Give me that shit, bro. Give me that shit. Give me that nice wrist.
SEN have got another bye, but they're starting to get towards the bottom of the barrel. They need a round soon.
Poking up through mid here. It's a deep down and a flash forwards as well. There's a lot of emphasis being placed now. Aggression on top of it, but Kesnet, not one to be outdone. The follow through, Demon 1 out through mid. Rossi now, it's his turn to shine. I'm going to see it. TP, bit of a reposition. Sentinel's now feeling flustered. An attempt to make a play in a moment here, but they are just 3 players left alive. Envy happy to follow all the sound cues. Where the noise is, they will go.
And they're so ready. They're so ready to play some kind of pre-take. Fast flood here on A. Every player, a 5v3, ready to collapse.
Plant down.
If SEN needed a hero at any point in this game, they need it now. And Cortazia could be him.
Need a playmaker, Jonah P.
Jonah P.
Odin in hands, waiting for it. It's anti-flash position, ever so slightly. Bit of spam though forwards. He's blinded up.
Rossi!
It's cutting up and breaking ankles. And Cortazia again left alone with so much to do. But shut down in the end. Envy find that 12th.
Envy just smell the blood, run towards the areas that SEN are fighting over. This drive-by's disgusting, man. Set play from SEN designed to punish a player in spawn like that. Kesnet, no. I don't think I will die today, actually. He's on his feet. He's not taking over it to the same degree that he was in the M80 game. But Envy, the fluid system is working today.
Yeah.
They're hunting out these kills and swarming.
Trying to lean into the fights. Where that action is, a flash overhead once more. Demon 1 smoked off his line. Mid control looks to be a priority, but Envy are already trying to fill up that gap.
SEN trying to make it feel like they're going for a B split, and instead comes straight into Rossi.
Rossi has to be a playmaker here, but that overdrive, difficult target. Ajay as well with a movement. Slipping in there, but that's still tagged down into the floor, and a bit of spam from Knights will save the day. Trying to hold it down though, Kesnet overwhelmed. And Sentinels might just have a lifeline yet. Any way to survive into this one, sharp shooting, Knights eventually traded. It is scrappy, it is messy, but somehow potentially finding a way, but leaves it into that 1v1. Demon 1 now versus Jonah P. A massive health advantage. Demon 1, perhaps the element of surprise. Position was noted earlier, but this is a fast, rapid rotation.
God, what a way to play it.
And the question is, does Jonah P expect it?
What a way to play it.
It's so damn quick. The dart is going to clear up some level of information, but it doesn't give a lot. Jonah P still left guessing, repositioning.
I think Jonah's going to get the read at some point here.
Moving back and away just to save ascent for the team. Demon 1 scoping up, and the reposition of Jonah P could be everything they have hoped for. Hiding now. We see that time pressure mounting. Demon 1 has to make a play, and Jonah P on that perfect line.
If the door had been open, I think Demon 1's play wins them the map. But Jonah, with the recon up, clearing over towards heaven, he sniffed that one out. It smelt suspicious. Envy, they went for the fast flood in this round. It's been working, but this one looked a bit chaotic. And SEN, they paused, they dealt with it. They controlled the chaos. And they've given themselves another lifeline.
Bro, hey, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
You want to play? Let's play.
It's tension. Definitely feel it. The snippets of the comms we're getting in these replays now. Tour de force in the hands of Demon One. It's a menace with this one, just a smoke in his face, but he wants to press forwards, potentially thinking about it, but as spam, second guessing now. Didn't want to give away his life too easily. Going to be vacuumed up.
Yeah, 2 away though, still from an ultimate, so it's not like it's an objective necessarily to play for in this round, depending, I suppose, on if he gets a plant down. SEN very grouped up, potentially looking for a B-pop. Have not seen them do too much hard exec style so far in this half.
Going upwards, has to be dealt with here. Demon One's going to be pushed back and peeled away to stun. At least ricochets now. Joe went forward, but shut down as Knights forward stepping with the runner back. Hunter's Fury not coming up with too much at all in the deep TP. That's a spike committed.
It's a delivery.
It's all gone too wrong. And for Envy, could be sailing away to a map ahead. Looking ahead to Summit. Bodazir taken out, shut down and out. Jonah P was the hero in the prior round. Not for now though. 13-10 is how it finishes. And Envy up that one map.
An amazing start to Ascent from Envy. Their map pick, a map that they're demonstrating some strong proficiency at across their last 2 matches. They're taking apart, picking up pieces, dismantling opponents. They know their strengths now. That is something that we haven't been talking about too much with this Envy team. No. Certainly not earlier on.
Not at all, but you can't count Sentinels out just yet. It's their map pick of Summit. It's going to be coming up next. It's a map they've been looking proficient at. They've got great ideas on it. And if Ascent was any showcase, they've got that grit and tenacity to know what it takes to win and take it all the way. It's anyone's game still as we look forwards into that next map and beyond.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Redux gets the shadow step and becomes the shadow of crew.
Okay, I mean, that is just ridiculous by Demon1.
All right, here with Coach Stunner of Envy. You definitely performed incredibly on that Ascent map. Envy have to feel really good about that. But one player in particular I want to talk about is Glyph, because as an IGL, he's come into this team and clearly has had an impact. But I'm curious if it was a matter of, you know, him bringing his own ideas into the fold that allowed you guys to be able to like continue to build up these wins, or did Envy just need some leadership and he was the perfect guy to fill that gap?
I mean, he didn't bring a ton of new ideas. He's more bringing stability to the team. He's making sure we remember all the strategies that we've talked about, making sure we remember all of our rules on our team, and just making sure the guys are implementing them in the match. And I mean, yeah, that's a big deal for us because it comes down to execution. We knew our ideas were good before, but having that extra voice who can say it in the middle of the game is super important.
I'm sure for you as a coach, that has to feel very relieving.
Oh, it's a blessing. It's a blessing. He's a blessing.
Without a doubt, brother. All right. Best of luck in the match. And of course, we'll see you guys later.
Welcome back, everybody. Envy take map 1 of Ascent, but let's take a look at that first half, specifically the bonus round that they were able to win over Sentinels. And honestly, the name of the game was aggression. SEN tried to get ahead of it by doing a little trap play here in this A main. They have the Phoenix Molly, they have the Neon fighting up, but unfortunately for them, it just didn't work. Envy was way ahead of the game and ultimately destroyed that original setup, destroyed that original plan. We see them throwing a lot of that early utility. Right as soon as it happens, as soon as they hear that Omen TP coming out, they go for it. But Kesnit gets past all of it. He goes for that first kill, and it was absolutely insane. And moving forward, they decide to, instead of rushing past, instead of getting ahead of themselves and kind of running it in after that pick, they actually wait until about that 50-second mark. Great call from Glyph trying to stall out, see if, you know, Sentinels kind of rethink their plans. But we saw that drone coming through towards that B main area, and they got that infill, so they're stacked. But fortunately for Envy, it works out for them. Even though John gets that first pick, they're still able to find a way out of sight with that Phoenix ult, and it just works out in their favor. Even though they got so many picks here on the side of Sentinels, the trades coming in these last 2 kills were phenomenal. And that was also a thing that really stood out to me when watching Envy, is just the amount of solo kills that they were able to get and a lot of the hero plays that they were able to have on both sides of the half.
Yeah, I mean, winning that bonus solidified them essentially 6 rounds on that attack side, which is really good when you're thinking about Ascent and starting it off. It looked really good, but Envy, man, they were loud and they were dominant in the server. It felt like it was somewhat of a close game, but at the end of the day, Sato, we saw Envy pull out with that victory.
100%. Starting the game with a 6 point in the beginning of the first half.
Lead, I think it's like 5-1.
I think that's already really good considering how defense-sided Ascent is. And on defense side, obviously they had really good strats, really good traps play set up. And honestly, if you're playing Phoenix and Neon and Chamber in that map, honestly, defense side feels like a breeze, and they just close it out.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give props to Sentinels. They did come in with that adaptation to make it close, but when they switched over to that defensive half, they just looked so good at getting those first kills, getting a lot of that aggression out of the way. It was phenomenal.
I mean, that 1v4 by Glyph was nasty, and then followed into this retake as well on the pistol. So many things just going wrong for Sentinels, but Envy capitalizing off of their mistakes. We heard in one of those interviews that Sentinels was saying they need to just not make enough mistakes, and here Envy are capitalizing off of
And it's not even just like the individual mistakes. It's like they knew going into it that Envy was going to be aggressive. They wanted to get ahead of that early on both the defensive half and on the attack, but it just felt like Envy were reacting so quick and so well together as a team to be able to counter whatever idea or whatever plan SEN had for them.
It's kind of wild too, because you're looking at this MVPs, you're seeing Jerwin on the top of that scoreboard being absolutely insane, but Glyph and Demon1 were the main ones making things happen. I feel like Demon1 started getting the role going when he got that operator online in the server.
Yeah, 100%. It is a really difficult comp to, you know, kick the Chamber out, because even if you do, they're still going to be able to flood onto you. So it's kind of difficult to play against the chamber hopping. You gotta take him off the line, and even if you do, like, there's still a bunch of layers afterwards to deal with.
Oh yeah, layers for sure. And we're actually gonna be looking at this next map now because it is gonna be Summit. This is Sentinel's pick though. So that first map going the way of Envy, Summit coming into play. What do you guys feel like? Do you think that Envy is gonna have that momentum going into this map, or do you think that Sentinels have just really prepped for this map properly?
I mean, honestly, momentum will be huge for the side of Envy. I think the fact that they're riding on that first map win looks great. The last time we saw them play Summit, we saw the ideas coming. That's a map where I felt like we actually saw the chemistry coming in with Kesnet, with getting that support of Util and them actually growing together as a team. So it's going to be kind of an uphill battle for Sen. I know they must feel confident having picked the map of Summit, and they looked pretty good before, but I mean, they're going up a brand new Envy. It's like a completely new beast.
Sato, real quick, a player you're looking out for from both these teams right now.
Ooh, right now I'm still keeping my eye on Kesnet. I think in Summit he's going to be able to be a little bit more aggressive. And for Sentinels, I'm still looking out for Cortesia, obviously.
Okay.
You know.
This is his
vibes map.
I'm looking at Jerwin because he was absolutely insane in that last match. But let's hear what Coach Ewok has to say ahead of map 2.
Here with Jonah P just threw me off. Okay, I just want to throw it off. You guys didn't see it on camera, but he totally got me. I'm here with Coach Ewok. Coach, look, things obviously not going well for you in that first map. Ascent certainly was a pick that I think you guys somewhat anticipated coming from this NV team. Talk to me about where things went south. How do you feel like things kind of like went wrong there? But then as well, like, how are you going to bring the boys back into this?
Of course, us choosing on the defense side, we hope to put up a stronger fight, especially at the start. Our side holds were a little bit wonky, so we had to make some adjustments there, and once we made the adjustments, it looked much better. But we left more on the table there. We should have got more, and then the eco, of course, is extremely frustrating on our attack side, where we felt like we really could have taken full momentum in the map and taken the map. But we broke the trend. It's the first time in a while that we lost the first map. So now the second two is ours.
And real quick though, just want to follow up on that. How are the guys feeling? You guys had a chat real quick coming back out here. What's the overall tone of the team?
We're confident in the veto. We knew Ascent, of course, was going to be in very likely, and we know we could have done better. But now, time to go close it out.
All right, brother. Appreciate the time as always. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Sentinels making quite a few mistakes in that last game, but they're talking about bringing it back in the next two.
I think if I think if Sentinels wants a chance to win, I think Summits is the way to go. I think during this map, I don't think really the double duelist, the conventional way, is really a strong fit for this map. If Envy wants to go that way, I think Sentinels is going to have an advantage. And it's their pick, it's their comfort. I think this is the way to go.
Yeah, I think for Envy, if they want to make this a clean 2-0, they have to keep on with that aggression, throwing Sentinels off, keep on disrupting, whether it's on the defensive half and disrupting their retakes, or if it's on the attack and just absolutely running them down. They have to keep up with the momentum if they want to try and close it out early.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do that and close it out. Bren and Josh will be back with map 2 right after this.
Accepting calls, we forever ball, leaving with it all. Whole city out, we going wall to wall. Hey, drop the confetti. We had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the watch with baguettes. We max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, up, taking off. 247 not taking off. BDS stones ain't breaking off. All I know is win, I don't take a loss. Yo, taking off.
Well, somewhat on the cards here between these two teams. It's Sentinel's map pick, and it is a good one for them, honestly. All things considered, they've shown a lot of proficiency on this map here. For Envy, it's something that they're still trying to figure out an identity for. We've been crediting, I think, Knights are playing on your screen right there in terms of the double duelist look for them, but Envy don't do that on this map. They're opting into this double Senti look. Sage in the chamber, putting Knights on the Omen. Not too much of a fan of it.
I'm unconvinced, but a game like this is where you become convinced in ideas like this, right? I think the comp itself is really not bad. Like, I think you absolutely can make compositions like this work and even flourish on Summit. But is it the best thing for Envy to be running? I don't know. I really like the look with Knights on Duelist as well. I would absolutely echo what you've been saying. I think this is a good map pick for Sentinels. I can understand why Ewok is saying that the team believes in the veto. But at the same time, it's new territory. It's one where you haven't seen that much of Envy. It's one where they've probably improved since the last time they showcased it. So let's see if SEN have got what they need to be able to take this one all the way to sunset.
I'd love to push it all the way. A lot on the line here in a match against Envy. Upper bracket, of course. Being able to stay in it for the play-ins is a prize in itself.
If you fall to the lower bracket at this point, you might as well kiss your chances champs goodbye. It's not elimination, but it's almost as difficult.
Yeah, you're allowed an allotted 0 losses if you get dropped down to the lower,
including in
playoffs.
Yeah, brutal.
It is a brutal format. Let's get into it then. Seeing MV, Team 1, posted up early here into the A main angle.
He's got that TP to escape, so he can be a bit cheeky.
Gearing up for the A split. John QT is going to be seeing a lot of this. Potential pressure. I'm going as to whether or not he wants to commit in terms of the peak. It's a shallow angle. Just spot signs of life, and it's a just enough distraction for Joe the jump on the chance. Any questions about his form? Firmly shaken off, really, especially after map 1, and it continues even now. Demon 1 trying to make the most of it, though. Slips straight past that slight gap that is found, and he's earned himself a bit of space, but Spike's still not theirs.
The fans are chanting for the ace, but I actually think it might be a possibility here. Joe looking like he wanted to take a jump on tonight.
Potentially pushing forwards. That's got a lot to contest with. Smoke dissipates, though, and Joe straight in his face. Knights, though, we brought down regardless. The trading intact, and Team 1, I know his last known position. They got the spike in their grass. Coming in now, but that Util does his best in the moment, but Sentinels, great beginning for them. Pistol round under their belt.
You see John just receive that pressure, hears it coming towards him in A-Link, and he calls over the Wunderkind. Joe, would you mind dealing with these guys?
Take them out for me.
Yeah, and he just finds the perfect timing as Rossi's planting down the wall. This Sage Wall, extremely standard if you're going to go for an A-split, but the timing could not have been better for Joe to go for that. It's the perfect peak at the perfect time. He pulls out a bandit into the next. Envy going for that full eco. Classics. A single bandit onto Kesnet.
Joe just looking for signs of life. Doesn't like what he sees, though, so he's going to shut the door in their face. Now forwards as well, gets that acknowledgement. Refract is popped. Joe might want to make a go of things here just before it expires, but there it is. Just a shoulder pops out, baits the shot. It's going to peel back. It's a bait and switch, though. Jonah P goes down as a result. Gun reclaimed by Jerwin. Going to pick that one all the way up, potentially putting the punish down onto them, but Envy are flooding through with the player advantage. They got the bodies now to make this work.
Close range fight. Disaster over there towards Trophy.
Already it's all going wrong. Demon 1.
Shot.
It's a crazy shot. Headhunter in his hands. Cortezia. How do you handle this in a 1v3? Demon 1. Well drilled. He's going to concede up that space in the angle, but there is so much to account for. If you're Cortezia, twisting and turning now, wondering where the next players might lie. It's a good setup from Envy. It's not leaving too much in terms of gaps. Ross is to be the next to catch that contact, but he also catches a bullet. That instant swing almost anticipated, but a thrifty win here for Envy. They are back in business.
Oh, so early on. When Ewok was asked what went wrong for you on Ascent, he did talk a little bit about the defense side as well, but one of the other things he mentioned was also us losing that eco. When we had the guns and Envy didn't, that was our opportunity to really steer the momentum and take full control of the map, and we missed it. He can't believe it. It's happened again. And this one even more disastrous.
It really is. A Demon 1 difference. Sentinels are grouped up here on a weaker by their own. And a nice shot. It goes both ways. Jerwin.
The Jerwin difference.
Immediate answer. Demon 1, he was the player getting it all done. Not going to be a playmaker in this round.
That one from Glyph making it feel like they might be trying to create some pressure on the B split.
Instead from Envy, though.
Yeah, getting a little bit of info over here, clearing it out. At the end of the day, though, it's Cortezia with a bandit, has to do it all. And he, while he's been a hero maker before,
trying to sidestep. It's close quarters. That's where the bandit will thrive. The Thorns detted. Cortezia's job just to buy time for them, and it's perfect in terms of crosshair placement, but it's just not the right gun, really.
Yeah.
Almost gets the kill on the Knights.
Maybe they should buff that gun a bit more.
Do not let this guy cook. And Sendo. We steadily find their way forward. See, that gun that was dropped earlier, so now all to play around with. Ults are being considered, especially when you have the player advantage. On to round 3. It's Convergent Path's now going to be unleashed. It's Jerwin setting it forwards now into motion onto the side. He clears out most of this one. Knight's looking for a bit of a timing. Past that one now is going to be retreating. Bit of spam into the cove. Already steps up towards it, but this is dangerous, dangerous stuff still. Pointing out towards the barrel. Redux off to the side, and now it's a 1v1 in a blink of an eye. Rossi versus John QT. Storm Surge is good. Rossi circling, trying to swing around, trying to find this. There's no time. There's no time. It was bought out in the end. Envy, they barely get it done.
Good pressure from Zen. Definitely making Envy sweat, but it's Rossi who comes away with the clutch in the end. Just playing that timing, dancing around the box, and securing it. But that was quite a light buy round, and Envy made to sweat. Today is not Cortesia's day. He has had so many opportunities where you think, this is where the magic's going to happen. Surely this is the round where he comes up with the huge play. And he's been getting shut down after just getting his one. At some point, maybe today, he'll come alive and surprise us all with an astonishing round. He's been good for it recently. All right, guns in hand, though, finally, for both of these teams. Sentinels close the mid door. Jomin with the AWP.
Yeah, he was a menace with it, but he's on the opposite side of where the action's going to be kicking off. Again, it's Cortesia. He'll have his chance, and there it is. Heads are turned right away. Redux trying to play off that pressure. Gets the one before he's eventually falling prey. John QT, though, straight in there. High tide.
Oh, the res.
Whipped his way across. Yeah, that orb is online. Going to be able to get Glyph back into the action, but they can preempt it. Bit of spam. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Cortesia off into the corner here, and he's found his mark, found his timing. He's traded immediately, but Joe went straight in there, still slipping the net. Demon 1 straight through, but it's a 1v2 now. Looking to potentially force the issue. It's Jonah P, who is miles away. The angle no longer watched for
Joe. He's dropped himself in there.
Holding into pit, and this is unaccounted for.
What a read.
Incredible levels of intelligence. Demon 1 forced it into the 1v1, and now just trying to scope out where Jonah P could be.
He could be anywhere.
We saw it in that previous map. It went Jonah P's way.
The agent that Demon 1 is playing, though, he can go forward, he can take a bit of contact, he can find out where Jonah is, and then he can zip back to safety.
The pressure's on him. There's 22 seconds left. He needs to get the spike. Drop down into main.
I love the way that Jonah's playing this, just hiding, making sure that he gets the information about when and where Demon 1 plants.
And there it is, as the seconds bleed down. Has to make noise, has to scurry away, looking for the plant spot as well, but just left guessing, wondering where they could be. Has to come into this one now, Demon 1. Still in a potentially good spot. What? Oh, there's no way! Yeah. Yeah, he is that guy.
Oh my god. Oh, that's the Demon 1 factor. Wow, they can't put a leash on him today.
Oh.
There is nothing that SEN can do to stop his impact here on Summit.
Yeah.
That is peak Demon 1. That is astonishing.
My god. Envy leading 3-1. It's Sentinel's map pick, and it's all going too wrong. A timeout necessary.
Ewok's going to take this timeout so early on. So early. And I mean, to be honest with you, was there anything that wrong with the way that they played the B defense? Yeah, I mean, they could have locked it down a little bit harder perhaps, but at the end of the day, there is some magic happening to be able to pull some of these rounds across. Demon 1 7-2 has been the guy who won them round 2 and 4.
He's been electric, really. His role's being solidified a lot more onto the chamber.
Huh, it's so odd that Envy would do well by putting Demon 1 on chamber. How could anybody have predicted this?
Who could have predicted it? Not us, no, but this guy's not missing a beat. It's unreal form.
Yeah, it's exceptional, it really is. I mean, he's also trying to pull out the Omen on split, which credit to him for playing something that he's not particularly familiar with, but yeah, dude, any map where you can get him on the chamber, yeah, these comps, he's going to be able to fill the gaps that we otherwise might not be as convinced about.
It's a weird setup. He's not supposed to have the spike, I think, but I'd be happy to drop that one down. Sentinels Backside of the timeout. Let's see what they've got up their sleeves. A lot of Utah going to be sent flying forwards to saturate. Drop down to the 4. It's a deep TP, but accounted for. Cortezia is going to be taking that one out. It's fake pressure over towards A. Envy hoping to pull rotations. Now they look in a different direction, up through mid, taking a lot of risks. Redux left to hold this one back and away, but onto that angle. Not quick enough. Nice and straight there. On top of it all, Cortezia, now he's really feeling the pressure and the heat. There's a flash and a peek to set himself up, but already just being wrapped from behind. This is Envy with complete control over towards the B site.
Player advantage, post-plant setup, drop control, full site control. Yeah, it's not a retake that you have a great chance of winning at all. I mean, where are you even going to come from? Trophy room is walled off. If you try to go through mid, then Kesnit's got your line very early. There's no flank. SEN just don't have the positioning for this at all. Envy are tearing through them like a hot knife through butter. It's brutal to watch. And that was even the second layer of their round. It wasn't even the intention at the beginning. The intention was A fake, ult into pit, and hopefully take B for free with a bit of, you know, pit drop positioning. And instead they had to go for a B split, and it just worked remarkably well.
Catching some of these Sentinel players in these 1v1s, and they just weren't ready for it.
No.
Redux really being the linchpin there, just trying to hold together the B hold.
Yeah, I think you could argue that Redux is on too aggressive of a position here, actually. Because he's not playing in a spot where he could duck behind cover and paranoia refight them or anything like that, fight a rolling retreat. He is on quite a committed off angle.
Yeah.
But those off angles are normally one and done spots. And it's a non and done. Knights obliterate. He just walks around the corner and owns Redux.
Cleaves the head off. Sentinels still able to scrap together a couple of bits and pieces here. Rifles at least, but 2 Guardians. They have to correct the course.
That's a very ambitious saturate attempt to trap somebody there. Don't think Gerwin was getting much value out of that in majority of rounds.
Is it? No, Jonah P is going to be falling now.
They can't hold angles against them.
They really can. They're just not winning the fights out. That's what it's boiling down to. Sage Walls just to reinforce that one. Give limited opportunities for Sentinels to make a play in.
Kesnit 10 miles forward, blocking them in at a very tiny choke point.
Miles ahead of it.
This is another one where it almost looks like you'd save. They won't. They'll go for it. Of course they should.
They have to, right? But Kesnit is just unaccounted for, and I don't blame them. How can you expect it? The TP on top is that cherry on top. I mean, listen.
Your chance of winning a post-plant retake like this are almost nil. Once they've locked you off like this, you got no hope. If you're going to be giving up the sites this easily, you've got to be getting a flank retake going or fighting them over cave or something. But SEN's defensive setups right now, this was killing them in the game that they played most recently against Crew on Sunset.
Yeah.
But here on Summit, I really thought that last time we had watched SEN, they had something cooking. They had some ideas. And Envy are making them look like this was a bad map pick.
It's dire. Dire stuff, man. Timeout was just taken by SEN, and they are not finding any way to get back in. The only round they won is the pistol. And after that, I mean, well, we know, you've all got eyes. You can see it at the top of your screens. It's not great. Nasty peak.
They're winning every entry.
I told you, Max, we seen that guy, we killed him.
Yes, sir. Bro, that hit.
Yeah. You see a guy, you kill him.
They're winning every fight out. SEN have to put up resistance.
I think SEN need to be refighting into areas with flashes.
It's a fight into mid. Hard committing here from Sentinels.
I guess
Envy are in a completely different direction.
I play the 5v5 retake, is what SEN have decided here.
Yep. Spike is not picked up, by the way. Envy are full sending this into the B site. That's going to be buying them critical seconds.
Yeah, Knights has got to run back for it. Rossi's going to Rossi's going to have all of these players in his crosshair.
And there it is, he sees them. Immediately retreats, sees the deep push down into mid. He's going to be calling for that one. And guess what? The space again vacuumed up. Look at where Kesnit is.
Yeah.
He swapped sides, man. He's auto-balanced. For the other team.
But also they don't have a flank retake going because Rossi was controlling it. It's such good heads-up awareness from Envy. They're one step ahead of him. Demon 1 and Kesnit are just locking him out.
Yeah. When you are winning every single fight coming your way, you got the confidence for it. Swinging forwards though, Kesnit. Pressed into a corner here. Shouldn't get more, but somehow he's still coming up with it. He can't be stopped. It's groans from the audience. It's difficult for them to chew through, to pass what they're seeing, but Envy are just running a mockery right now and running all over Sentinels.
It's a slaughter. It's so similar to the beginning of Sunset, honestly. Sen's defensive setups don't exist. They can't stop Envy getting into these areas. They've now tried to play 5v5 retake with a bit of a flank and been shut down. On Ascent, it was the Op and the Odin. They had to save and they had to get the Op and the Odin. Without that, they didn't have a hope. Ewok's burning his second timeout, his last timeout, before round 8.
Yeah.
In a desperate hope that they might be able to salvage it in the same way that they did on Ascent. And at least on this map, if you got it back to 6-6, you'd be feeling like you've got some good chances. But are you really going to be able to pull that off again?
The house is in disarray.
And also, I think their chances of pulling back to 6-6 are essentially nil because they're going in on an eco round here.
Yep. The money broken. Envy are just getting away with it. I mean, I don't want to boil it down to just hitting their shots. They have some cheeky ideas. But also Sentinels are just, they're conceding space. They're losing every fight that's available and offered up to them.
Yeah, Sen, in some of the really important rounds earlier, were holding committed positions. And just, they were holding space where they had to hit their shot. And if you don't hit your shot, you're dead.
Yeah.
You know, Redux was on a committed angle. Next round, Jonah P is on a committed angle. They're not playing to jiggle peek and then refight with util. They're holding guns out, looking to take the fight against Envy. And Envy are like, yeah, sure, of course we will. Our team is built with fraggers who want to take aim duels.
They want to fight. Stack of players here from Sentinels.
Well, this looks like a more util-heavy setup. Yeah, Paranoia to support Jerwin.
Yeah, Kesnet's forwards. Jump spot doesn't spot much here. Jerwin is going to be holding that one. Saturate. Ready at a moment's notice. Team 1 though taking points, and he's going to be taking a bullet to the brain and the head. Saturate is even better. Sentinels. Trap play works out in their favor. Paranoia is going to be broken. Do Envy still want to opt into it? That is the question.
Weapon here.
Res online.
Second res that might have some decent value. Although the last one got killed immediately.
Wall up. Bit of spam now. So Rez that's committed into the corner, so there's a bit of extra safety. The Haunt reveals quite a bit. Envy just looking to see if they can bide their time. Weather most of this. And
Glyph is through.
He's all the way through.
They've got such a nice read of where the gaps are in Sen's defense.
Full residency. Let's see if it's caught though. Caught is here. It's found it. Good composure. Doesn't rush into his shot. Picks up the rifle now. This could be exactly what Sentinels needed. Is 3 players of Envy scuttling over towards the B side, but it's still a full setup now for Cortezia to play around. One's going to be deaded. Not going to be pushing back Rossi. Both players, our Knights and Team 1, are collected together in the hallways, looking for these 1v1s, looking for the fights and the opportunities for it. It's a dash to the side. Immediately pulls them back and away. It's risky business in a position like this, and the fight's just not quite going their way. Sidestepping it. It's a dance there from Jerwin, and he's able to avoid most of the bullets.
Demon 1 on the flank.
Big ults now, but Demon 1 on the flank, activating. Trying to take these fights, but Redux takes the head again, clean off. Answered back now, and with it, it's a safe defusal, surely. Nice has got a lot to do from this spot. And a smoke to blind fire into. He's able to at least clean up a couple of these kills, but Sen get that round they were looking for. A thrifty to stem the bleeding.
How would they hit their shots better when they have sheriffs in their hand versus when they have the rifles? Jonah P holding the first angle. He's just the contact for the trap play. Deletes Demon 1. And the round just snowballs from here. They even got the raid boss back online. Demon 1 resurrected wasn't enough. So many sheriff shots being hit here. That is not necessarily the round that Ewok was trying to get them to. I wrote off a 6-6, but it's technically still possible.
Yeah, they flipped it now. Look at the money. Business is booming for Sentinels. More than possible now, especially with German with this one. Sentinels, everything is within their grasps.
Yeah, here, Link. I probably link.
I have a link right now, Cortez.
One link. One blind.
Are you playing retake, Cortez?
No, I got the link. The strong B.
They use wall?
They use Sage Wall.
You want me to bait?
Are we playing retake? Should I get in or not?
We're good. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that, Cortez.
It's 5 minutes.
Back in.
They come. Bait for me.
Okay. I'll blind. Blinding now. Blinding.
One more.
Oh, two. Well, two more. That's all me.
I'll plan retake.
Yeah, you guys just triple up together.
Okay, we can go heavy cave. I'm gonna hold.
We have gap B-Link again.
I'm gonna check it. I'm on ulted from Cat.
Don't hear it.
Missing, don't hear. Figure
Planning B, planning A, planning A.
Have Willow.
Right, I'm walking.
Omen planted. Omen planted.
I'm walking cave.
We have no.
Can we just walk? Can we just walk in? We'll just walk in. This is so hard.
Heard. Yeah.
I probably
walked
right. I
far.
probably
Someone needs
right.
to watch flank. They're gonna put like the.
Heard.
Yeah, heard.
Trade guns,
Probably
Joe.
this.
Trade
I could probably
guns.
close. Watch out.
Power.
I have ult off it.
Go for it. I'll hold link.
Fade was missing. Okay.
What do you mean ult?
It was only Fade.
I have cat.
I'm gonna smoke fire.
I want smoke as well.
The ult is from deep cave.
Smoking main.
He's low.
Yeah,
On the right.
right side.
He's not hit. Go side.
Yeah, I'm ignoring him.
I'm buying site.
I'm dashing out.
On
side.
side. On side.
Heard.
Could be in the pie smoke.
They're gonna be
One
big
main.
one.
Main.
The fuse. It's main.
Sick.
I'll main.
Nice try. Okay.
I see.
We're giving some.
It's another Red Bull clutch here. Rossi, 4-piece put together. And Sentinels, you can tell from the comms, I mean, there's so much uncertainty.
Yeah.
They are missing so much map control trying to go into these retakes, always having to go as a pack, and it's just bleeding that time off the clock.
I don't know who exactly it was, but somebody in the SEN pack called, this is so hard.
Yeah.
And
I think it was John QT.
Well, you heard John earlier as well say we've gapped B-Link. They left B-Link open because they're rotating around the map to try to react to what Envy are doing. But they're doing it in a passive way where they give up a ton of map control and then they have no idea where the Envy players have disappeared to. This round, though, comes down to the individual moments too. Envy faking like they could be going for some B-split pressure.
A ton of util flying forwards now, but Redux going to be the recipient of that paranoia. Has to respect it.
Just pushing SEN back, pushing them away, making it harder, giving them less information.
Same story, isn't it?
At least, though, Jonah P is keeping info in B-Link right now. That, I think, is pretty critical.
Seeing it now. Slowing it down here from Envy.
John is just in spawn. I mean, he's not got a job on this defense setup that they're currently running.
No. He's roaming around, I think, just holding util just in case there is that fast pop out, but
that's not optimized.
No. Glyph alone on this line. Okay, Jerwin shuts it down. The spawn on the initiator, and it's pulled players away from A, but the wall's going to be triggered. It's a bit slapdash on either side, but a TP up. He'll be able to get people. Rossi's left one of the players behind. Steven won't have to chip his way through just to get access, but it is the A side nevertheless.
Strange usage of the wall. I don't think that was necessary. Could have been better used in the post-plant setups. But Rossi, with a res in his back pocket, could still be the playmaker. Look at the space that Knights is taking. Senna so passive.
Yeah. Prowler. Broken. Stepping back. It's really just Envy making them earn every single inch on the map. Steel Garden, no. No pocket to play in here. Demon One has to rely on a headhunter now. Pulled out with that sidearm. Players potentially receiving it all now with those rifles. Well trained. Envy going to potentially lock down Jonah P. Trying to make the most. Aim on one again from the side. He can't be stopped, and time is always a problem, always an issue.
Oh, he's toying with him.
At this point, Envy. It's too much space being conceded. Demon will go down to the spike. Could be a problem, depending on the state of the money, but it's another round, and they are just happy to get added up to the pile.
Sen looks so scared. They're not in A-Link, ready to retake as the spike is putting down. They're so worried that Envy are doing some elaborate fake on them. They're worried that there's fakes and lurks and all sorts going on. But if you're not playing aggressive, you're not getting the information. And if you don't have the information, then you're scared of these kind of things. And Rossi is shouting across the stage, letting them know that they're playing like ass. And man, that's got to be difficult to deal with.
TP! Oh my god, it's an eco idea, but players are ready for it. Envy are just walking straight into them. It was a thrifty win that set Sentinels potentially on the right path earlier, but Lightning not able to strike twice. This time Envy. Again, still winning all these fights. Cortezia. It's too difficult of a challenge for him now, and yep, you can just follow the leader. Kezza's going to be leading the charge all the way through into cave already. These TPs just cutting the players off. They don't really care at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Knights wanted to get on top of that. He had a little hop, but got left behind. It's not going to matter. It really isn't. Envy can do no wrong. The red carpet has been rolled out for them. And Sen are saying, welcome in. Come and take the sights.
It's time to start talking about it. We were discussing it. And the upper bracket is something to be prized, really, in this format. And Sen's goals of trying to make champs. This whole rebuild gets significantly harder from the lower bracket. They're staring it down currently. You're only afforded
I had to get the kill, bro. The
one loss as that buffer. If they go down to the lowers, if they want to make it a champs, they have to win every single game from that point on.
And if they do get eliminated in play-ins, you could argue it's been the worst year ever for SEN. On par with like a 2022, 2023 kind of performance. Certainly been a long time since we've seen SEN struggle like this.
One more round to potentially put on the boards, and with shots like that, okay. Possibility. Aggro lines and winning the fights out. Potential win cons for them, but that's going to be a res online and no punish in sight.
No, you can't punish that. Demon 1 is back up.
Have to break their own wall.
He's got his pocket Sage Kitten, giving him reses all the time. Thank you very much, Rossi. Rossi, revive me.
Please.
I wouldn't be surprised if that is their comms up 9-2. They've got to be feeling pretty relaxed.
Well, now it's Redux here. Stunned up. It's a Nightfall going to be used. Reciprocating off of all that util pressure. And we have 30 seconds left. There's no clear goal.
30 seconds left.
No, there isn't.
Mistakes are going to be made here as they're just trying to rush back into one site and the other. And JunQT could definitely capitalize. They're going into the opposite direction. 20 seconds.
Oh, they baited out the ult from Redux, though. They found the weak site. It's only Jonah P.
Yeah, broken his angles. Now it's Jonah P to be that playmaker. He's the one to put a stop to us now. 13 seconds left. All the players running forwards, but the same can be said for Kesnid. Again, slip the net, playing forwards. Jonah P weaving in and out past these smokes. Demon 1, never denied. Always an opportunity to shine for this guy. TP's pass and away. Redux potentially slipping past, but that is not clean at all. Still gets the kill, still gets the job done. 3v3, Sentinels. Gonna get their way in now. Storm Surge sent flying forwards, but it needs to be put together. Fight seems to be one out. Rossi just buying time, making it awkward alongside Glyph. Both at drop, shutting SEN out of the picture. Smokes eventually be propping up. JunQT just gets the one from the spam, moving around. Cortezia sidestepping most of the bullets forwards, but still that time pressure. Rossi, last one left, trying to make the most. Onto the corner, onto the angle, swinging wide. Time! It's just online. Cortezia gets the defuse without going down.
He finally has his round. He saves SEN here, sticks the defuse, tucked into the corner, but it's 9-3. There's not much celebration happening on the red side of the stage.
10 seconds left.
Jonah's been trying. Joe's still been popping. But this half was all envy all day long. From the first moment when Demon 1 clutched out round 2 for them, popping heads and giving them the eco, they've been in control.
Whenever I use Zowie monitors, I would say I just feel my element. Demon 1 is good! Without Nyack. The biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular!
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
Okay, so Jonah, look, I've been asking all my friends, all the players that I've worked with in this office for years now to help me out with things, and everyone keeps telling me no. Help me out. Teach me how to play ping pong. Am I savable?
No, there's no helping you. I'm sorry.
This is ridiculous.
But for you guys, how I always beat Cortez is spin. You got to learn how to spin the ball, and that's how you take Cortez's money.
You think I could do the spin?
Oh yeah, if you learn, you can beat Cortez.
He believes in me, guys.
Well, SEN might need a little bit of that belief, I think, at this point. And yeah, currently down 9-3 at the half. It's their map pick of Summit. It's all gone a little bit too wrong here. Make sure to lock in with the #1 ExpressVPN as well. Scan that QR code on your screens.
There is a lot of work to be done from the SEN side if they want to try to recover their map pick. There has been a pattern, a trend of SEN playing some of their defense sides across a range of maps way too passively, and it has hurt them. We saw it on Breeze and on Sunset in the game against Crew. We saw it also here on Summit, and Envy are set up beautifully to take this one away 2-0 and sail forwards in the bracket. A lot of people didn't even have them going past M80, but this is a new version of Envy.
There's a bone to pick with everybody, I think. Writing this team off all the way forwards here. This is Glyph in a tight spot. It's very aggressive here from Sentinels. Very purposeful in terms of the fight being taken. They are winning this out, but again, flooding in, it's shut down. It's good trades intact, and it leaves it just down to Rossi and Demon 1. 2v3.
You don't want to play off-site when Rossi has the wall.
Over.
John and Jonah's positioning crucial.
Yeah.
Jonah's been hitting.
Hold on, he's going to be cut out of the picture.
Going to lock him in.
Yeah, that's going to be the wall. And now there's really no options forwards. Jonah P, he's got to just try and chip away at this one, but he's worried about the potential cross up. He's just walking for now. A tap. Demon 1 looking to see where the signs of life are. Oh no, Jonah P can't be the savior. He can't do it again. He can't do it once more. Envy, a pistol round win to get them to 10.
And that is deserved taunting across the stage from Rossi. He has cooked them with that wall. That is beautiful stuff. Trapping Jonah P in there. Jonah's worried about somebody pushing him from the other side. He can't just fully commit to breaking the wall. Isolate these players over towards B main. They have to peek off tap. Straight into Rossi and Demon 1.
Let's go, boys! Let's go, boys! Bro, the game is over! The game is over! Remember, Nary? You got...
Oh my God.
Oh, bringing up the narrate beef?
Oh my God.
Oh, I didn't realize it was personal like that. Hold on.
Let's get in the game.
I actually think Narrate's doing better over in EMEA with Karma Corp now. They're looking pretty good over there now. I think he's pretty happy. It's a force-up from SEN. They're down by 7. They've got to make something happen. But Envy have been outplaying them at every twist and turn.
Knights, plenty of confidence here. Making plays. Jump spot, did it see him? Players are just moving around here, and the wall won't save you from that one! Why not? A second one for the Troubles, and Kesnet was right there behind him. Space still taken up. Watch for now.
John can't watch this forever. He's the one with the spike. They have to make something happen at some point.
The retriever Demon 1 is slowly circling in and closing in on as well. Make sure to shore this one up. A bit of running and gunning backwards. They do at least clean up that kill.
Yeah, not great there. Kesnet had a stun that he could have used, but never mind.
2v3.
SEN given an opportunity, but a slim one.
Yeah, and it is Rossi alone
30
on the
seconds
B
left.
side.
With a Bulldog. I mean, this guy is confident. He's been giving it to SEN every single round that he's won.
Yep, smoke popped up. Pockets to play in here. This is Sentinels that are weakened. John and Redux. Plant down though, and that flank is going to be occupied. Deep TP up towards the top. The door going to be broken.
Yeah, wait a second. You killed Redux like that before.
And that's still going to be falling.
John
had
close.
It was open towards it. John does have ult, but now he's just going to be playing from that drop angle. And there it is. ISO'd one of the fights, but Demon 1 straight on top of it. Force doesn't work out. Envy up to 11 at this point. Might as well just sail away into that upper bracket and send Sentinels tumbling down.
Every play that SEN tried to cook up, Envy one step ahead, disrupting it, interrupting it. A walk down mid from Knights. Unexpected. You were asking the question, did the jump spot see him? Can't have done. Cannot have done. And Redux just doesn't think that there's going to be somebody on the wide flank there. SEN are not anticipating how aggressive and how confident Envy are. They're just taking the whole map away from them.
Deep walks down. Pure confidence in the aim.
Yeah. I mean, Glyph was in a much deeper position than Redux thought there. And they didn't even have a chance to use John's ult. Could have been their saving grace. It's a scrappy buy on both sides, to be honest.
Yeah.
But what does it matter? 8 rounds up.
You're this many rounds down. I mean, it's dire circumstances now. And look at it again, the disrespect. The absolute disrespect. Knights adjusting and snapping. Demon One's off to the side. Kesnit is getting involved. Announcing himself to the conversation. This is Envy. They're tired of playing this match. They're trying to wrap this up.
How many times is Knights going to be able to get away with just making an aggro play like that and nobody on SEN anticipating it?
No one's holding it.
They are not ready for the disrespect. They don't realize that Envy, with all of this confidence, wind in their sails, are just going to take liberties with it. And Cortazia, magic worker for the team in the past, does not have a hope in this match, has not been able to pull the rabbit out of the hat as he's done before.
And dire stuff. At this point, just barely trying to hold on to the Bulldog, whatever he can, but this will be Envy up to 12.
30 seconds
On the
left.
verge of moving forwards here. Upper bracket of the play-ins. To that upper semi-finals.
This is another example as well of SEN picking a map and getting destroyed on it. They don't seem to have a good idea about which maps they're better than their opponents on.
10 seconds left.
Contrast that to Envy, who've actually been getting better and better at countering what their opponents are doing. Shows in matches like this. 9 match points. Envy have put themselves in such a good position, man. Crazy that he's getting away with that.
It's been consistent. Everybody on Envy.
Crazy that no one's looking for it. They've been doing it to you repeatedly.
Yeah. Lack of confidence, perhaps, but yeah, Sentinels looking wasted away. Potentially about to be sent straight down into that lower bracket.
There.
Envy going from that strength to strength, and again, just disrespect a bit of slow orb. Take up the orb, and Rossi's still going to be posted onto the line. Stepping forwards, though, that's Gerwin with the punish. First step of things now, the high tide as well. Going to be ripping his way across into the B site. Nobody is home. Players, though, fast approaching. Envy trying to make the most of this one. Jonapido caught. Trying to take matters into his own hands now, and Gerwin stunned up into the corner. This should be it. Nails being hammered into the coffin. Ults now being expended. You might as well. You got nothing left to lose. Glyph now forwards. All these angles slowly being pressured. It's Sentinels that have to carve out a path to success to plant at least down. Time ticking. Can they bleed off any more? Demon One is showing no mercy. No mercy at all. Demon One and Glyph. John QT, the IGL, to try and save them, to try and do anything at all. Wins that 1v1 out! But Glyph puts him down. And Envy doing the unthinkable. Week on week, improvements on improvements. Sailing into that upper semi-finals.
The team that went 1-4 in stage 2 group stage, being able to make these changes, to be able to, despite everything, despite the drama, despite the moves, despite the reinvention of their identity, they are now 1 win away from making it to playoffs. A date with MIBR, a team that they have history with over the course of this year, both good and bad. But this time it feels like they're meeting them more as equals than ever before. No longer a massive underdog or a huge upset if Envy win. They're actually putting some really good Valorant out there.
Something is clicking at the right time for this team. That's the luxury of this format. They can be proud as they take a bow. Dismissing Sentinels, sending them down to that lowers. Be a grueling path here for this squad from now on. No more chances to lose a game, potentially battle back. If SEN want to make champs, they got to do it with back-to-back wins. all the way to the finish line.
They're going to have to win something like 7 games in a row, 8 games in a row. I can't even remember how many it is, but it is a ridiculous path from here if you are SEN. That's what this game meant. And Envy have given themselves another lifeline to be able to work with, and a great opportunity. This team shares no resemblance to the squad that ascended, honestly. Not in terms of players, personnel, style, whatever. But they've found now something that works for this new version of the team. Yeah. And I think that is very impressive. They've shaken off the feel like they needed to be that older squad, and they found themselves.
It's all clicking together. All the improvements. Sentinels are going to have to take a long, hard look at themselves, I think, as well, but not a lot of time to do it as well. Not a lot of backup opportunities here. Envy are the real deal at this point.
Yeah.
As I was saying.
No, most of the predictions, I think, today split 50-50 between these two teams. But going into the MIBR game, normally everyone would be looking at MIBR thinking they're the big favorites. Yeah. I think you've got to put respect on Envy now.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to send it down to the stage. It's GB standing by once more for that Verizon post-match interview. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Brennan. Sideshow. Folks in the Riot Games Arena, do me a solid. Give it up for Envy and Knights. Well done. Well done. That was, safe to say, shocking. a touch shocking. Maybe not shocking for you, though, 100%. Because we were talking off camera. You were telling me about just that work that you guys have been putting into this. And I guess that would be like a great place to start things off, because it has been a journey for you guys. I believe it was a 1-4 in the stage. Yeah, haven't had a lot of great opportunities to really show what you're capable of. How important was this win for you guys today, especially against Sentinels?
I mean, it's very important. Like all the wins and like what we've been doing recently just showed like a lot, because like we put in so much time and effort on like getting better, because we all know we're 5 individually very talented players. So we just put so much hours, and like seeing all this progress and seeing these wins really just help us a lot. Because like the start wasn't really that great.
What would you say was like the hardest part of getting this whole program started so that you guys could find this success?
I mean, it was all about just the team culture and like how we can just improve more as like a team.
Yeah,
just how
like
we
talking to each other and stuff.
Talking to each other, learn more about each other. It just really brings like more just team energy.
Yeah, camaraderie and just being able to like be more of a unit. Yeah, no, without a doubt. But talk to me specifically about you, because I was talking to Sato in the back, and he was like, man, Knights is killing it on the Phoenix, is killing on the Omen. So how difficult is that? Because, you know, coming from him, you know, who also does that, I want to get your thoughts here and like how challenging that must be for you to have to like constantly go between these roles. It seems like you're filling the gaps that the teams need.
I mean, yeah, the thing is like at the start, I wasn't really on the duelist, but we realized to find our identity that I would definitely have to be playing duelist. So I just really put in like a lot of ranked hours, a lot of server time, VOD review on really practicing the Phoenix, because I really don't want to like waste our time being here. I really want to like show what we can really do.
Yeah, did you feel like in the process of doing that, like was that more of a you thing, being like, hey, I think we can incorporate the Phoenix into this composition, or was that more Coach Stunner and the rest of the...
I think it was all of us. I mean, we all had like this talk, like usually all our talks is legit, just everybody's there, no one's left out. We just really talk about things, and that like idea has been brought out by individuals.
And I guess in that note too, the aggression that we're seeing from you guys, because it's unrelenting. Y'all just are, every round, it feels like you're just trying to suffocate your opponent as much as possible, as fast as you possibly can, and it's working. Talk to us about that particular play style, because it seems like it's only getting better for you guys.
I mean, yeah, we all know we're like, once again, 5 individually, like we have like Demon 1, MVP, won champs, Kesnet made so much internationals, World Star duelists. Rossi, very talented, experienced shooter IGL, not anymore, but Connor IGL just puts in the more team play, bring us like help us, set us up, and it's just amazing. We all know we can win our 1v1s.
Yeah, no, of course, and of course Glyph has been unreal in the IGL, like you said.
100%, amazing IGL, man.
Yeah, couldn't ask for a better one. Now, moving on though, you guys are going to be playing MIBR next. That's the spot for the playoffs. How you feeling?
I mean, that team, they got some shooters, so we have to be like on our 100%. We can't like slip at all, so we got to be very focused, because that team, once again, has a lot of shooters. But yeah, we can definitely bring a good challenge to them and take over that spot and fight for playoffs.
Hell yeah, I love to see it. Thank you so much for your time, as always, my man. You didn't assault the Cooper, but it's okay. All right, everyone, give it up one more time for Knights and Envy. And let's send it over to Match Point and close out the show.
Hello and welcome to Match Point. We have our match winners, Envy. We have Glyph and Demon 1. He's Sneaking in, dude, that is so cute. You guys, congratulations. Again, another really good win. It feels like you guys have solidified yourselves as this identity in the server, but I really have to ask, this time around, were you guys prepped for Sentinels, or was it just the team vibes that got you through it?
I'd say for me at least, I think we're not...
Just focus on ourselves.
Yeah, focus on ourselves,
ourselves.
you know?
The whole past like 2 months just on us, our mistakes, and improving from them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's clearly
it's working
paid off.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, and Glip, did you have any IGL experience before coming into this roster? What was that like?
Yeah, I mean, I've IGL'd on a few teams in the last year. Notably in Challengers was Winthrop for Ascension, and then before that I IGL'd on Ambrosia for Stage 2.
Yeah.
We made Grand Finals in, so before then I've been on and off between IGLing, but since then and joining Gentlemates, I kind of gave up that role and kind of came back and stepped into it in the middle of this split.
I mean, it looks like you haven't skipped a beat.
Yeah, you've been killing it. Demon One, you're back on the chamber, dude. How does it feel? Like, it feels like in the server you guys have built around it really well.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're getting a lot of the support that you need? And
Yeah,
like,
finally.
are you confident?
My time's
Finally
shine.
is crazy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, finally, I get to shine.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm just fragging out, killing everyone.
True. Well, that's really good. I mean, you're killing it in the server.
Yeah.
You guys are actually doing insane. I'm not gonna lie, I went Sentinels. You guys proved me wrong. So let's actually get to know our pros a little bit better and play a game of blank space. So I'm gonna say a sentence. All you have to do is fill in the blank. So you just write the word on your whiteboard and maybe try to match. We'll see. But here is our first one. Let's pull it up. It's gonna be blank is the strongest America's Challengers team.
Ooh.
That's a good one.
I think that's kind of hard with all the recent upsets that's been happening.
I think I know my answer.
I wonder where
Oh,
you
do
put
you?
Oh, I don't want to.
This week hasn't
spoil
changed?
here.
Yeah.
I have mine.
Oh, like
guys
outside
ready?
of like the teams that are in the tournament right now? Could be any team?
As long as they're in Americas, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like America, well, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, changing your
Changing the
answer.
answer.
Dang, okay. Someone that's not here. All right. 3, 2, 1, turn around. SRB.
Yeah, definitely.
That's
They're
good,
insane.
you guys.
They're insane.
It's so sad that we don't get to see them here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, turbulent game for them, but dang, that's crazy. Next one, let's pull that up, please. I think blank is the best agent in the game.
Might be obvious for some of these players right here. I wonder who. I wonder.
I think he has a different answer than me.
That's
Wait, like
fair.
my personal favorite agent or like best agent, like
Your
annoying to
pers-
play?
Your personal.
Oh, okay.
Like best or favorite?
Favorite?
Let's
right?
do favorite.
Oh,
Let's do
okay.
favorite.
Oh,
I want to know about you guys specifically. Let me guess. You guys both wrote Neon.
I did.
I had Phoenix.
I had
Oh,
Okay, yeah, that
All right,
makes
that's
sense.
fair. Yeah, no. Let's not do meta. We all know
Favorite,
that.
right?
Your
Yeah.
favorite.
I mean, come on, this is too easy.
Glyph, you can start
Yeah.
while
I
he's
can
thinking.
start?
easy,
Okay,
Yeah.
I chose Viper.
Ooh,
Viper.
wait, explain, elaborate.
Guessing, bro.
No, I mean, I'd say I'm pretty good at Viper.
Yeah.
For a long time, in like the past 2-3 years, it's definitely one of my strongest characters when I was
Yeah.
playing like smokes and things like this.
I
So
love that.
On the maps like Breeze, Icebox, and other maps, it is the most fun to
Icebox
play.
lurking.
Yeah, this is incredible.
So fun.
For me, that's always my favorite agent.
Yeah.
And it just aesthetically as well, like the design, I like green, so it looks
Nice.
very nice to me.
True. Demon One, let's see it. What
Who
you
you think
got?
Chamber. Yeah? Chamber guy?
Chamber.
Chamber guy?
Surely.
Wow.
Astra!
Oh my
Come on.
god.
Keep lying, bro.
Dang.
Keep
Wait,
lying.
explain.
Keep
You gotta
lying.
explain here. Everyone's gonna be working.
Okay, well, I mean, what's there to Phoenix and Chamber, you know? You get to run around and shoot people. You can do that with any character.
Yeah.
But like on the ability character, Astra is so fun. You get in that Astra form, you get to throw stars, you recall, you can play make, smoke for yourself, stun for yourself, double recall, triple recall,
That's
do a
true.
crazy Astra wall.
True.
And like I like the player model, like the hands when you hold the gun.
Remember
Top
when
tier.
she had
Queen.
5
Top
stars?
tier.
Bring that
Remember?
back. Remember? All right, here's another one. Let's do our third blank space. It's gonna be blank have the coolest jerseys in Americas. It's okay, Envy won't find you guys. Like,
Yeah.
don't worry about it.
I did some cheating.
Oh, Envy?
Envy, okay.
I mean, I was being
You like the blue and the
honest.
black?
I think I was being-
Okay, let's
Oh,
see
wait,
it.
turn around. Left.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
is
the new
so
ones are
sick.
The new
Like
ones?
with the dragon
Keep it.
pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it looks so
I mean,
good.
bro, they're nice jerseys. My favorite part about it is just that they have like embroidery on their jersey.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you don't really see that too often in
No, you
esports.
don't.
So I think that's
true.
just really cool touch.
I love that. All right, we're gonna do our last one, our last blank space here. The sentence is, blank was my favorite moment this stage.
Oh, this stage? Oh.
Yeah, this. You went all the way back. You're like.
This stage. Only split 2 or like the whole entire year?
Well, let's do the whole entire year.
Yeah,
That's
entire
easier.
year.
Make it a little bit.
Like, guys, pick a match? Or match the stage?
Match,
Any moment.
highlight.
You could have spilt a soda in the back and been like, that was my favorite moment.
You sound like you said that from experience.
No.
Have you recently spilled something?
I don't know what you're talking about. That was not real.
Okay,
That was
okay.
not real. Ace versus Envy on Pearl. I love
Oh my
that.
god. Sub for Cloud9, right?
That's so funny.
Wow.
The Spider-Man meme.
For me, I chose just like the after round banner whenever we're winning, which
Yeah.
is so fun with these guys.
Yeah.
And everyone makes jokes all the time. We have so many inside jokes, so for me,
Say
that's
the
just
one
the
you
most
said today.
fun. Which one?
You should say the one you said today.
No. That stays in the team. In the team only.
whoa,
It's
okay.
an inside joke for a reason.
All right, with day 3 of play-ins coming to a close, let's look at the current bracket because we have one more day for this lower bracket, actually, this upper bracket, sorry, G2 versus Furia, followed by EG versus C9. What are your guys' thoughts on those two? Who do you think's gonna win?
Wait, which one?
G2 versus Furia and EG versus C9.
G2 wins that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Well, that one's close.
I think,
EG
Yeah.
C9,
I think
right?
EG wins that one.
EG?
EG wins?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have a better roster.
I gotta change.
Ooh!
I gotta change my predictions. Glyph.
For me, I'm definitely going G2 as well, and the other
Yeah.
one, so close. I actually really still don't know which one, but depends on pick bands, to be honest. It's such two really good teams, I feel
Give it
like.
a 50-50.
I'd say EG.
bro.
I'll go EG as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
EG. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Thank you for coming on the show. And thank you for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Here is the Samsung OLED Fast Replay.
We've got day 3 of action here, upper bracket round 2. Now this starts to get a little bit hot. Crew are just going to dive on towards the A site behind this high tide, but they don't have any distraction to pull Auspice off the corner. Overdrive is out. Relay bolt to follow. Looks like Auspice just wants to do it all himself.
Oh my god, we didn't lose 11 rounds in a row on defense. Yahoo!
Good early information. This will allow Crew a chance to contest the spike plant for the first time, but Zek and Mazzino keep the numbers for MIBR. Heat now by himself. Too many to deal with. MIBR steal away the opener with some conviction. Isolation for Mazzino, though he's able to turn that into 2. Sodhawk back up, but second peaks. It's a perfect moment to find the final 2. Eventually a 1-for-1 trade. MW Zare back into the site with the one rifle that they might need. Can he win it all? Absolutely! The shots are not there for Verno. Foul from Auspice! Able to get 2. Paranoia cuts through. Should hit absolutely everything, and Mazzino's gonna get another triple and let them know. MIBR clean it up and take a clean 2-0 to stay in the upper bracket.
This should be a good one. Envy versus Sentinels, and these are two teams that have been going in almost opposite trajectories, to be honest.
They lost the plot entirely. They lost Glyph.
You got this. 6.
Well, talk about a Red Bull clutch. It's a bit awkward, isn't it? Joe potentially getting that stun offline, and he's pressing, pushing the advantage. He's looking for more.
Jonah P.
Odin in hand. Bit of spam though forwards. He's blinded up. CP. It's cutting up and breaking ankles. And Cortazir again left alone. And Envy up that one map. Joe straight in there, still slipping the net. Demon 1 straight through. And this is on a can of 4. What a read. Has to commit to this one now. Demon 1. It's a potentially good spot.
I'm too fast!
Demon 1 looking to see where the signs of life are. Oh no, Jonah P can't be the savior.
The game is over. Remember narrate? You guys remember narrate?
And Envy doing the unthinkable, sailing into that upper semi-finals.